Yes, it is that time. It's time for the Captain's Cast. And the chat knows it. The chat knows it's that time. Ahoy! Ahoy, my dear sailors and star nuts, how are you? Let's back off that music. Hi, how are you? Welcome to the Captain's Cast. I am your host, Captain Garrett, and it has been one shindig of a year, hasn't it? But the stack of stuff is loaded for bear. I've tried some new things. I've got some new lighting. I've got some new music. We have got a best shows of the year list. We got a worst shows of the year list. We have got a best movies of the year list, and we got a worst movies of the year list. And let me tell you something. It took a long time to put together my worst list because the list was long, folks. It was as long as my arm, and my arm is long. It's a long arm. The long arm of Captain Garrett. That's right. We are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. Kill the music already. Jeez. What's with this producer? It's like he doesn't even show up anymore. Hail, chat. How are you? Everybody's just so excited. Star Fury, you're cracking me up. I saw your chat in the green room there. I was just powdering the old moneymaker here. And I just happened to see Star Fury say, by the way, thank you for having John Wick shooting Grogu in the face on the thumbnail. Couldn't happen to a nicer green alien. Two things. Number one, that was just how the art came together. Listen, I am an artiste, okay? I allow it to flow naturally. There was no intention there. It just occurred. It just occurred because that is just art taking shape. But it was serendipitous, if I may use a $6 word. It was a serendipitous arrangement. I do kind of like it though too. I pulled up that thumbnail. I'm like, yes, well done, Captain. So I'm glad I pleased Star Fury. You're going to be even happier because we're going to watch the ball drop. Well, that's not really a thing in Britain, is it? We're going to watch Big Ben strike midnight with you, Star Fury. I've got the live stream bookmarked. So, because, it's too early over here in the colonies, as the Brits would have it, formerly the colonies. We are not ready for New Year's just yet. It's still about 10 hours out, but sip of coffee. I got lots of chat to catch up on. I got stack of stuff is loaded, folks. I got all kinds of stuff to share with you. I even dipped my toe into some Doctor Who with Ncuti Gatwa, and I'm kind of not sure what to tell you about what I think about this because I honestly can't judge it in a sort of Doctor Who sense. Because I don't know, is this typical of Doctor Who? So anyway, all I will tell you is I couldn't get through it. I was like, okay, we're done here. Like the minute he's on a magical pirate ship in the sky with goblins, I guess, I was like, I thought this was a science fiction show. Isn't this kind of similar to Star Trek? It's a science fiction show about the future and the past and alternate realities. Why are there Harry Potter creatures in Doctor Who? And I was like, anyway. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Star Fury says, I'm a Godzilla -1 type of American. You are a Godzilla 1 American. Godzilla -1 American, Star Fury, and so is your captain. Closely followed by my Tanuki type of Americanism. And yes. Not the cat, not the Mario cat suit, right? Just the Tanuki suit, not the cat suit. Why is he in a cat suit? Why is Mario dressed like a cat? We need to have empathy. We need to have empathy for all the sad Marvel shows, says Grace Randolph. Tom says, ahoy, all aboard. Sup, Star Fury. Fu Man Blue in the chat. Hail, Fu Man Blue founding member. He sent a red rumble. I'm still, folks, I'm still reeling from that. The very generous $100 rumble rant for Christmas. That was a very nice Christmas gift. Thank you, Fu Man Blue. I want to explain something. It's like it's not the money. It's the fact that even one of you is here is like a huge win in my life. Okay. I'm like, the fact that my channel is interesting enough that like one person is willing to show up and watch me, let alone chat, let alone participate, let alone show up week after week. The fact that someone is willing to, donate their money to me, shows me that it's just overwhelming. It's a great compliment. I think about like when I'm selling my book, just the fact that someone is willing to exchange their hard-earned money to read that work is that's the win. Like, and that's why I never understand the mentality of shills, right? I never understand the mentality of like Chris Stuckman, who's like, we need to never negatively criticize movies because that's bad. That's very bad. That's very mean to people that put in all that hard work. And it's like, to me, or maybe a better example is like the comic, the comic book shills that are just like, oh, it's not fair that Eric July is making all this money. We should be paid more. It's like, dude, money is a measurement. Okay, like if I were a rich novelist, I'm not happy that well, I mean, yes, of course I'd be happy I was rich, but the point is the wealth coming in is a sign of people's interest and that the story is moving and that they want the story. So I guess what I'm getting at in a very long-winded way is I don't understand why shills oppose the idea of people voting with their dollars. You know what I'm saying? Like, they only value the critic score, and it's like, dude, what they should value most and what I value most as a YouTuber and as a writer is the willingness, the desire someone has to buy the story or buy the content or just, in the case of free content, enjoy the content. So why run away from that? Why hide from that? Why hide from the reality that The Marvels is the worst performing film in MCU history for good freaking reason, folks? Okay. So there you go. Anyway, Fu Man Blue. I just went on a tangent there. Hello, says, hello, Gov. We're going to ring in the new year with Big Ben. I just turned into the Dick Van Dyke British Brits. I was going to say Britishman, but that's not a thing. That's not a thing, Star Fury. Why'd you say that? Anyway, Melodic Method is here. Hail, Melodic Method. Good to see you. By the way, I turned up on Wrangler's live stream last Monday. They invited me on, and I just chopped it up with them. So maybe tomorrow night, if they'll have me, I'll pop in there. So check out Wrangler's channel. And you might see the captain twice in a week. Wouldn't that be something? Or maybe that would be like, you know what? I got to back out of this subscription here. It's too much captain for me. Fu Man Blue says, hail, brother. Well, hail, brother. Hail to you as well. Hey, I keep having this thought of like, when I show up to the stream, I'm so excited to talk to you guys. I'm so excited. I am honored. It is... I get all tongue-tied, right? The camera comes on and now I'm tongue-tied. It is my honor to be with you all. It's an honor. There you go. I mangled it completely. I'm quitting YouTube right now. Melodic Method says, I am well. Happy New Year to Captain and chat. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. We're saying goodbye to the worst year in Hollywood history, and we're saying hello to the worst year in Hollywood history. Are you ready for this? You think 2023 was bad? Oh, get ready, folks. The Hollywood they've learned nothing. They've learned nothing. I was on a Reddit board, apropos of nothing. I just stumbled upon a Reddit board, and it was a bunch of I guess I would say normies. And they were contemplating, gosh, why are movies failing? And I realized we've still got a hill to climb with the normies because like bad storytelling is number one. And number two is inserting their sick worldview into everything. So those are the two top reasons, among many others, that these films are failing. But a lot of normies are sitting here thinking, well, since Makoof and since tech and streaming, nobody wants to see movies anymore. It's like, well, then how do you explain Barbenheimer? Then how do you explain Top Gun Maverick? How do you explain Super Mario Brothers making $1 billion? It's like, what is it going to take to get the message to people that shit is shit and good movies are good movies? Well, we'll work on that on this stream. Now, where was I in the chat? Star Fury says, finally saw Godzilla -1, the best film of the year. Hail to that. Hail to that, Star Fury. That's not a spoiler for my top 10 list, because you never know. Godzilla might have been dethroned. So I don't want to tip my hand here. But the ending was way too upbeat. He should have died kamikazing the monster. I respectfully disagree, Star Fury. I think that ending was, and I mean this, perfect. And I rarely say that about anything, because perfect is very hard to get. That was perfect. And it was not a happy ending, Star Fury, because, spoilers for Godzilla -1, but I think we're in the clear at this point. At the very last shot of the movie, what was it? The last shot of the movie is Godzilla is alive. He's coming back. This isn't over. That's perfect. That's a horror monster ending. The monster is not really dead at the end. That's a bad ending to me. Like, that's a bad ending, because Godzilla is a freaking nightmare in that movie. However, Shikshima's story was perfect. Absolutely perfect. So now feel free to disagree. But yes, listen, Star Fury, and maybe we'll get into this when I get into my top 10 list. Humanity needs an upbeat ending once in a while. Okay. That's just we need sometimes to just see a story in which the good guy wins, because I would argue good in the end prevails. It's Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is my favorite film, which is a cheat, but is my favorite film of all time, because that trilogy, because it is a story about how evil can win. It can win. However, in the long run, good tends to have the upper hand by just a skosh. And that's because evil tends to undo itself, is the thesis of Lord of the Rings, I think. And I agree with that. So we'll chop it up on that. In fact, Melodic Method says that ending was an affirmation of life. Absolutely. Absolutely. And a Star Fury responding to my Doctor Who, my non-sophisticated Doctor Who knee-jerk reaction. Don't even talk about that so-called garbage pretending to be Doctor Who. It's, what's incredible, Star Fury, is there is an article about how the BBC is denying that there's any woke messaging in it. They're saying, no, you're just blowing things out of proportion. You're taking things out of context. And I'm like, bitch, please. They literally have a scene where he's like, hello, pronouns when you're speaking to the alien, please. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I'm very sorry. What are your pronouns? I am the meat. What the? And then it's like a male presenting Time Lord. I'm like, what? These people are so sick. They're so whacked out. They don't even know they're crazy. Well, but that is a hallmark of being mentally ill, is that you don't know that you're mentally ill. You just think that the world's out to get you. So there you go. But anyway, yeah, we'll get into more of that. Let me see if I missed anything before we get into the more top of the chat. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, Dr. Them, I do not enjoy a gay dude rave out when it's not part of the plot. Yeah, it's like, listen, I'm going to tell you something. I am really freaking tired of the flag people, okay? It's like, live your life, consenting adults. I'm total, like, that is what I believe is people's liberty should generally not be interfered with. Like, if, you're living your life, I'm living my life, we're going to disagree. We might compromise on some things in a democracy. But I am so sick of every single thing being about the group identity. I'm so sick of it. And it's become really disgusting because it never goes the other way. It's like, the same people that tell us that Christmas is problematic and we can't have, we can't have too much Christians going around doing things. It's like they're the same people that are like, you must accept, like, approve of, and even celebrate my identity. And in fact, something I would say, I couldn't put it better than this, okay?
Sorry, love, you're not a celebrity, you're just gay. Sorry, love, you're...
I gotta remember to take that off loop. Damn it. Producer. Where is my producer? God, he's always gone. Jeez. Never here when anyway. But yeah, sorry, love, you're not a celebrity. You're just gay. But that's kind of the we're just gonna have to just jump into it because so much of what we're getting into in the chat is super relevant to my top lists. So Fu Man Blue says, smash that like button, people. Please clap. Please clap. That's my Jeb begging for attention, YouTuber persona. That would be Captain Jeb. Please clap. Greatest moment in all political history, in my view. Anyway, apropos of nothing, Melodic Method, that ending was an affirmation of life. Speaking of Godzilla -1, it was an affirmation of so many things, Melodic. It was an affirmation of the human spirit being inconquerable, humanity being a good thing. One of my favorite scenes, among many, in Godzilla -1. Spoilers for Godzilla -1. So believe me, I've held back these last few weeks. The scene where they're kind of doing their final planning, the committee is doing the final planning for the mission to kill Godzilla. And it's such a well done scene because everyone in there is kind of like, they kind of know this is a suicide mission and everyone's kind of got that. And they're like, so should we just expect to have to, go down with the ship here? And I love how, I don't know if he's actually a doctor. I don't recall. They sort of call him Doc. But anyway, the character Noda, who's kind of the brainiac and he's kind of the mastermind of the plan. He says, on the contrary, this country has treated life too cheaply. And he goes into this amazing kind of speech about how, the world, the aftermath of the war, they had tanks with weak armor and they were just throwing lives away. And I didn't see it as like it was an indictment. I mean, it kind of was, but it was sort of an indictment of Japan's government's war policy. But it could just as easily have applied in many cases, I think, to the Allies. It's like I would say the Allies tended to try not to risk as many lives as possible. But there were times where, like the invasion of Iwo Jima, where the American Navy only bombarded the island for 3 days and then just sent in the Marines, and it was a bloodbath. It was just an absolute bloodbath. So, I mean, it applied to the Allies also. I think that we had begun to treat life too cheaply. And he just says, I would love it if everyone came home from this mission. And it's brilliant. It's just that movie is, it's a story about humanity. So that's why I love it. Star Fury says, and by the way, just real quickly, it's important. It's important to have a story like that because the woke need to, I mean, I say this sort of rhetorically because they're most of them are not going to get it, but they need to understand that pro-humanity is Godzilla -1. Like, that's a pro-human story. That's a story that says every life is important. Every life matters. Every life can make a difference. The whole point of Shikishima is that he was a kamikaze pilot who fled his duty. And in the beginning of the film, he thinks that is his shame, that is his failure. And in the end, it turns out that had he done his duty, he wouldn't have been there to step in when Godzilla was wrecking the city, and there was no one to stop him. His courage changed the game, and his life needed to be preserved. I mean, it's just so when I look at all these just woke garbage films, they have a twisted morality. They look at humanity with fear and disgust. They look at every free society with suspicion and cynicism. And I just think that there's so much they're missing. And those films don't need to say any of that. -1 does not need to tell you any of this. It doesn't tell you any of this. It just lives it. The film just lives it. This is the story, and it moves you to watch it. So, Captain's on a tear. The evil fundamentally destroyed Frodo. He couldn't even stay in the Shire. He had to leave Middle-earth to die. That's true. What a great, that's a magnificent allegory for the world wars, really. I mean, specifically World War I, but just the fact that there is a price to be paid. There is a price to be paid, and it was so well done. So thank you, Melodic. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So, all right. Well, let's jump into some stuff, shall we? Should we just jump right into one of our top 10s? See, I think we need to go into the top 10 best shows right off the bat, because I have one of them I just discovered, and I want to talk about it. So let's just do that first, shall we? Let's see here. Share file. Hang on 1 second here. Yeah, that would be this one. What? Oh, wait, hang on. Top 10 best series. Captain is prepared, I swear. Redoubt Productions is in the chat. Ahoy, Redoubt. Good to see you. And it was cool talking to you on Wrangler stream, by the way. That was awesome. We got to hang out some more. Sip of coffee. So, Captain, it gets me more bellicose. It gets me more, what's the word I'm looking for? Pugnacious. Coffee raises the Captain's natural American pugnacity. And that is what the Swords of Starships channel is all about. Natural American pugnacity. Starfury says, I think I can't read because this is in the way here. I think hang on. I think the Call of the Dead from Odo Island would be too much for the hero. He needed to redeem himself in their eyes. His need to vindicate himself would have overrode everything. You mean requiring him to sacrifice himself? If that's what you're saying, I disagree, because it's all encapsulated when Tachibana, the guy who at first told him, basically that you failed these guys, he's the one that tells him, live. He tells him to live because he's kind of learned a lesson as well. So, by the way, I love that line when Shikshima's in the cockpit and Tachibana's kind of leaning over, and they kind of make eye contact, and Tachibana says, "You're finally ready." Oh God, it gives me chills. It just gives me chills. It was so good. Anyway. All right. Now, without further ado, the Captain's top 10 best series of the year. Now, I have a question for you, chat. Do you want me to end with the worst or end with the best? You let me know which you kind of prefer. Probably going out with the best is the best way to do it, but I'm leading with the best because I want to talk about one of the shows on this list. So, number 10, Silo. And I hate to recommend that you do Apple Plus, TV or whatever it's called, Apple Plus. Everyone's got a plus now. Disney Plus, Paramount Plus, Apple Plus. Who cares? But anyway, this is a great... what bothers me about this show is the ending was just a giant cliffhanger that answered very few questions. It did answer one kind of major question, but the problem is I kind of knew the answer to that from the very beginning. I was like, basically, you watch the show, so it takes place in a future in which the Earth is destroyed and everyone is living underground. Like, the surface is toxic. Nobody can survive on the surface. And they live in this city of about 10,000 people. And the set design is brilliant. It's based on the novel Wool, which was a huge bestseller, originally self-published. It's high concept sci-fi. It's very well constructed lore building and world building. And the main character here, played by Jessica Ferguson. Her name is Jessica Ferguson, right? Because I got that wrong. For some reason, I was saying, yeah, Jessica Ferguson, which is a great actress. I would say she's kind of tilting a little towards girl boss in this show, but the reason I would say she's not is because, well, her character has nuance and depth, and she screws up. She gets things wrong, and she's kind of obsessed with it. This is kind of a why done it show, because basically her lover was murdered, and it looked like a suicide, but she doesn't believe it. And so there's sort of a dark secret going on in Silo. And really, we kind of I figured out right from the beginning, yes, they're lying to them. It's not really toxic on the surface. That's all a lie. Why are they lying? The problem is the first season really doesn't answer that question. It just confirms what you already knew, which is that the silo is built on a lie. So, but it's a pretty fun ride for the most part. So if you want some kind of high concept sci-fi, check it out. Number 9 on the list, Invincible. Now, and Melodic, I agree with you were saying I did not enjoy Wool, or at least the first book. I can't say whether I agree with you, actually, because I haven't read the book. But the show, not bad. Not bad. I just think it suffered from, it just didn't have quite enough story for how many episodes it was. Now, Invincible is a show I only just discovered because Hat Tip Shadiversity was talking about this being a good show. I just figured it's on Amazon. It's going to be some woke Rian Johnson subverting expectations bullshit. So I never watched it. But then Shad recommended it, and I said, I'll give it a shot. I'm telling you, it's kind of a hard R comic book superhero story, but it is, and it's based on a real comic book. However, I can tell that this is by people who love superheroes. They love superhero characters. They love those classic tropes. It's kind of I would say that this show is to DC Comics movies and shows as the Orville is to Star Trek. This is kind of like how Seth MacFarlane just basically ripped off Star Trek and did his own version of it in the Orville, but it's actually really good. The Orville's actually really good kind of cover band of Star Trek. This is kind of like a cover band of the DC universe. However, it gets to do things that you would never get to see in the DC universe, which is kind of interesting. So I've only seen about half of the second season because they just never release an episode, which I'm assuming has to do with the writer strike. So the jury is still somewhat out, but because the first season was brilliant and the first half so far of the second season is pretty good, I love it. I think this is a fascinating kind of, it kind of does a riff on the concept of Kryptonians, but like, what if there were lots of Kryptonians? Like Krypton were still a viable planet and there were Kryptonians all over the galaxy. And what if they weren't here to save us, but neither were they exactly just, Brightburn kind of chaotic evil. It's a fascinating exploration. So the main character, who is his superhero name is Invincible. Mark, that's his name. His father is a Viltrumite, which is sort of the equivalent of a Kryptonian. And he's kind of the Superman of this planet. But in the first season, they reveal that all is not as it seems. And I will leave it at that in case you haven't checked out this one. But I will just say that the idea of this is sort of a father-son superhero story. And it's pretty impressive given how woke most stories are. And I will say that this and The Boys are the only two superhero universes right now that are actually doing superheroes well. That is, how do their powers work? What are some of the interesting ways they can use their powers? What are their weaknesses? So anyway, check that out. Number 8 on the list is, drumroll please, South Park joining the Pandaverse. Now, I don't think that this one really needs much more explanation than this is the episode that gave us some of the best critique in the mainstream of wokeness we've had really in a decade, and gave us this wonderful meme.
Put a tick in it, make her gay! Fuck Indiana Jones, put a tick in it and make her name it gay!
Need I say more? Need I say more? And I do think this was better than the not suitable for children special. This one is definitely takes the cake. Number 7 in the Captain's top 10 best shows of 2023, The Continental from the world of John Wick. And I feel like I love how I did like a whole stream about, wow, this third episode of the season was a real barn burner. I can't wait to see what's next. It's almost like it's the season, and it turns out, well, it's a 3-part limited series. So that was the season finale. It's a barn burner, though. So now, there is a touch of girl bossery in this. However, it's kind of John Wick style girl bossery. You know, I would say she's no worse than the other girl bosses in the John Wick universe, if that's fair. But what I would say is it works pretty well as a prequel. My favorite thing about this series is really New York City. New York City in the 70s during the sanitation worker strike. So there's garbage everywhere. It's just dingy. It's dirty. This is a very noir kind of John Wick story. And I really like that. Plus, Mel Gibson as the bad guy is fantastic. He is, you truly are a man of the cloth. You've got to watch it. It's really good. So there you go. Number six, Twisted Metal. I can't believe, folks, that I like this show. I really can't, because I don't like post-apocalyptic stories that are kind of tongue-in-cheek or kind of a comedy. And so at first I was like, oh, this is kind of like it's kind of a silly post-apocalyptic world. But what's kind of interesting about it is Anthony Mackie's character, who is a milkman who must deliver goods and services across the wasteland. It's a very Mad Max style show. And he must deliver goods and services across the wasteland. And I totally lost my train of thought on that. Well, I'll just say, okay, that's what it is. He is sort of the narrator of the show, and he's kind of an unreliable narrator because he grew up in the post-apocalypse. So he barely remembers what the world was like before the fall. So in a way, his kind of sense of humor and his wisecracking, you know, it basically does a fish know it's wet, right? He has lived in the apocalypse for so long that all the crazy insanity of the apocalypse is normal to him. Like, that's just normal to him. There's nothing sort of out of the ordinary about all this. And so the fact that he sort of wisecracks about it and he jokes about it and he kind of tells his own version of what he thinks led to it kind of makes him an unreliable narrator that makes the comedy and the tongue-in-cheek quality of the show really work. Meanwhile, there is an amazing Buddy Golden Fleece story in this between him and Quiet, which is the nickname he gives to her because she never talks. And there's this kind of buddy love story of them journeying across the wasteland. At first, they don't trust each other. Then they start to maybe kind of like each other. And then you kind of know where it's going from there. And it's pretty good. And I will tell you, Twisty the Clown, this is based on the video game. Twisty the Clown is fantastic. The car duels are awesome. They're really well done. And having not played the game, this feels like something that is very in keeping with the game. So, because it really does it recreates the sort of car versus car missiles and machine guns battles. It's great. It's a fantastic post-apocalyptic story. 30 minutes an episode. They are tight. They're well written. Great dialogue. And kind of some little things here and there you've never seen before in a post-apocalyptic story, which is hard to do since there are a dime a dozen. So there you go. Now, let's get to the top 5, shall we? The top 5 shows of 2023. And I agree with you, Star Fury. South Park still killing it after all those years. Number 5. That would be Gen V. Now, this one might be a little controversial. I know that there's some out there who are not a fan of the boys universe, and I don't blame you. It's woke as hell, and that's a factor. However, Gen V being, I would argue, a fairly woke show, I call it the exception that proves the rule, that wokies are terrible at storytelling, because I actually think this would be a better show without some of the wokeness. However, the kind of woke elements do often make fun of, they kind of make fun of their own concepts within the story. And there's an actual kind of character-driven reason for why the characters are the way they are. What this actually turns out to be is a really good character story about, you know, kind of coming-of-age tale of young superheroes in this just fucked up universe. The VAHHH universe is so screwed. It is so bad. And they're kind of just trying to survive in this universe. What's amazing about this is it comes across as very like lifelike characters. They have strengths, they have weaknesses. They have naive ideas about how they can be heroes. They also have, sometimes they're well-meaning, sometimes they're greedy and backstabbing. They're a very human group of people. And I say human because Wokies are usually bad at writing humans. They can't write humans. They live in a TikTok world, right? So anyway, but more than all of that, it's fun to watch. I enjoyed watching it because it was interesting superhero problems. It was kind of like, I have the ability to move things with my mind. There's a scene in this where one of the guys is trying to impress a girl by moving something with his mind, and someone bumps someone in the bar, and he kind of gets in the path of this thing, like, I don't know, it was like a frozen shard of water or something, and it's flying across the room. Well, one of the people in the bar accidentally steps in the way, and it nicks his artery, and it almost kills him. And so it just is like, yeah, if you had powers like this, how easy would it be for you to accidentally kill someone trying to impress a girl at a bar? So there's just fascinating little things about their powers in this show that are pretty fun to watch. However, it has a terrible mystery box ending that is typical of the boys, and it pissed me off. It really pissed me off because it's like, way to just not end it and just bait me for the next season. So, but it was a fun ride, kind of like Silo. I enjoyed the ride in spite of the not so great ending. Number 4, top 10 shows of the year. This one is kind of a sleeper hit for me. I had passed over this because, frankly, Netflix, about what I think of Netflix is pretty easily summed up by
go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob.
Hey, Netflix. Hey, Netflix. Are you out there in the audience? Yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on Netflix generally. However, Critical Drinker recommended this show, and I thought, all right, I'll check it out. I got to tell you, as someone having read the original story, The Fall of the House of Usher, and some other Edgar Allan Poe tales, it is not an adaptation of Edgar Allan Poe. It is an homage, and a pretty good one, I have to say. It's a bingeable series. It was fascinating. Every episode is sort of about the death of one of these spoiled, greedy, entitled rich people who run a pharmaceutical company, by the way. They all run a pharmaceutical company. So what I would say about this is, while 50% of the population is gay in this universe, like half of the characters are gay and in committed gay relationships. I'm like, that doesn't even bear out in demographics. I mean, yet, but it doesn't bear out in the demographics of society. So that's kind of bugs the shit out of me. However, the show is not full of a bunch of propaganda about male presenting this and, male presenting that. It's, there's none of that. It's just the characters are gay. They are what they are. But what's actually pretty good, interesting, is it is just a damning critique on pharmaceutical companies. Like this show goes for the jugular on pharmaceutical companies. And it's fascinating. It's fascinating that this show has so many things in it I sort of, that sort of repulse me, and then other things that really win me over. But at the core of it, it's a brilliant story. It is a brilliant story. Bruce Greenwood as the patriarch of this family here in the center is epic in this role. He's fantastic. And I would say if you watch nothing else, you've got to watch episode 2 of this series, The Mask of the Red Death. That's all I'm going to say. You'll thank me later. You will. Well, maybe you will. It's a grisly ending. This is a horror story. So if you don't like horror, this isn't for you. But the ending of, if you like horror, the ending of episode 2, I've never seen anything like it in a horror story ever. I was like, holy shit. Like, what? You kind of see it coming, but you still aren't prepared for it. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say. If you kind of like the idea of watching greedy, woke, ultra woke, entitled elitists kind of get what's coming to them, you're going to like this show. It's by Mike Flanagan, who is a pretty great talent. However, some of his more recent shows I haven't liked as much, but Midnight Mass was excellent, and Haunting of Hill House was excellent, and this one also is excellent. So number 4, Follow the House of Usher. Check it out. Number 3 is Blue Eye Samurai. Now, this is the one I wanted to talk about because I only just discovered this series, and technically this is a little bit of a cheat because I've only seen 4 episodes of the season. I binged them all last night, but I'm going to go out on a limb with this one. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm just going to tell you that this show is a masterclass in storytelling. It is just, and it's a classic. It is a classic solo Golden Fleece story about a lone samurai seeking revenge. How could you mess that up? Well, Wokies could figure out how. But what's amazing about this show is that the main character, the title character, Mizu, the Blue Eye Samurai, she is living in the 1600s in Japan during the Edo period, in which all foreigners were banned from Japan, and white people were considered the devil and were not allowed in the country. She is half white, half Japanese, and is therefore considered a demon, hence why she has blue eyes, and she hides her blue eyes with her glasses. So even the reason she's wearing the glasses has a very important reason in the story. So she's an orphan. She's hated. She's been the victim of racism her whole life. Now, it doesn't whine about it. The story does not whine about my racism. But what's fascinating about it is I had almost forgotten that other people in the world could be racist. Like, I had almost forgotten. I thought only white people could be racist. I thought only Europeans could ever be ethnocentric. It turns out, folks, stop the press. It turns out that every civilization can be ethnocentric. Every single one. They all have ethnocentric tendencies at times. It's so bizarre. It's like Western civilization. And listen, I'm not arguing for ethnocentrism. Don't misunderstand. I'm just saying, historically speaking, like every society has had What's so interesting, too, is China and Japan specifically went through extraordinarily isolationist periods. Very isolationist periods. And what's interesting about that is, had they not, who knows? We might have been talking about Eastern civilization and not Western civilization, because Western civilization went out and explored the world. By the way, I'm not applying, I'm not saying good, bad, or anything. I'm just saying this is what happened historically. So it's just fascinating to me. Now, she is looking for revenge on ostensibly the 4 white men who it's kind of implied, they don't outright state it, but that she thinks raped her mother and brought her into the world, basically. So she wants revenge on them. The battle scenes in this are extraordinary. I mean, extraordinary. Like every move has a purpose. It is a little bit on the superhero side of things, but she is not superhuman. She's very good. Like, she's an incredible fighter, but she can be beaten, and she does get beaten frequently. She has to sacrifice a huge amount to exist in this world. She has to hide who she is. She pretends to be a man. She has huge disadvantages against men. It's very clear. So she has to use, other. It's so fascinating to compare this character of Mizu, who is brilliant. This is how you do a badass babe. Like, this is how you do it. Put her right next to Korra from Rebel Moon, and you can see the problem. Like, instantly, you can see the problem. If Zack Snyder had done Korra the way this show does Mizu, it would have been a totally different story. And by the way, this is an 8-episode series, which develops an ensemble cast, which is another thing that's interesting in comparison to Rebel Moon. Like, I really think Blue Eye Samurai succeeds at every single thing that Rebel Moon totally failed at. So definitely check it out. And Melodic Method says Blue Eye Samurai is perennially my number one because because they showed her bush. They did. But by the way, what's interesting about that? Yes, it was fun. Yes, it was fun that they show the bush. However, the context of that scene is very important to the story, because it's kind of a big reveal to this guy who's following her that she's a woman, which is kind of crucial to the plot. So it's not even gratuitous. Like, it actually makes sense that it's just kind of cool to see just a hot, badass babe in her birthday suit wielding a samurai sword and ready to use it. There was something kind of cool about that. I'm going to leave it there. Big agree. Big. What? This is fucking weird. Prisoner producer, cut out those last 10 seconds, please. Thank you. Appreciate that. Star Fury says, Swords and Starships. Have you ever read The Forever War that has a flip in society shown by time travel due to dilation effects, which has the entire population programmed to be gay? And I love the book. Well, I will check it out. That would be a short civilization, though, for obvious reasons. Yeah, what's the name of it? It's Forever War. Okay, check it out. I'm going to make a note in the stack of stuff. Forever War, because I have the memory of a goldfish. Okay, let's just be honest about it. Redoubt says, outside of One Piece and Fiernan, I haven't watched many shows this year, maybe for the best. Well, that's why the Captain's giving you a top 10, Redoubt Productions. Check it out. Freerin, not firin. My hands are whack after a day of script writing. Well, good for you, putting in that work. I appreciate it. You're doing better than this writer. That's for sure. But I will just say that, yeah, I would check out some of the shows on this list. Like, the problem with Invincible is they're not releasing new shows, but like that first season is a banger. It is really good. Boo, cheater! You're right. I'm definitely cheating. Do you know why I'm cheating though? Because literally, it was hard to find a top 10 of good shows this year. It was difficult. It was difficult, and these are literally the only 10 good shows I can recommend to you. That's how short the list was. So finally, let's get to the second best show of the entire year. Are you ready for this, folks? You know what it's going to be. If you've watched this channel, you know what it's going to be. Star Trek Picard Season 3, disregard. Disregard and avoid at all costs Picard Season 1 and 2. However, in isolation, Star Trek Picard Season 3, what a magnificent gift to Star Trek fans that showrunner Terry Matalas gave us. Now, is it perfect? No. No, it's not perfect. But what it is basically a 10-hour Next Generation movie. And a mostly pretty good one. But what I will say about why Picard Season 3 is this high on the list is quite simply a couple of things. Well, in my basic analysis, it does Picard's story correctly, which is this is a superhero story for Picard. Now, in a superhero story, you need three things. You need a special power, you need a curse, and you need a nemesis. The special power that Picard has is his mission, which is he is the only man in Starfleet that Beverly Crusher can trust to save her and her son, Jack Crusher. And therefore, we're off to the races. It is a secret mission. Plus, he is a legend in Starfleet. He is a legendary admiral. So that's kind of his special power. His curse is that the Borg, when he was Locutus a Borg, he still bears the shame, both physically in his body and emotionally, of the damage he did when he murdered 11,000 people as Locutus a Borg. And that has huge consequences for the story because he passed that same curse down to his son, Jack Crusher, who he gets to meet. You know, he's a man who his entire life never had a family. And this is the story of him suddenly discovering he does have a family in Jack Crusher. Jack Crusher, played by Ed Speleers, is fantastic. He could absolutely be a captain in the right vehicle. You know, he could absolutely be an Enterprise captain. I'd love to see it. I would watch that series. It's never going to happen because Alex Kurtzman is a piece of shit. And it's just never going to happen. But I will tell you that I am really sorry for Doctor Who fans that you did not get this when Russell T. Davies came back. The equivalent of Picard Season 3 is what I would have wished for all Doctor Whovians. But literally until it happened, I did not think this was ever going to happen for Star Trek. But finally, the nemesis in the story is the Borg Queen, who really is the best. She is the Khan Noonien Singh, as Khan is to Kirk. The Borg Queen is to Picard. She is the most personal and the most dangerous enemy that he's faced throughout, you know, his tenure as a Star Trek captain. And what makes it even better is that the Borg Queen and Picard in this series are battling each other for the soul of his son, Jack Crusher. And the final moments in the story of him basically embracing his son and saying, like, you have changed my life. It was magnificent. It was the best send-off we're ever going to get for this character. I hope this is the end. I never want to see this character ever again. I never want to see Picard again, because this is the best ending we could ever have gotten for him. It doesn't get better than this. So, and also it was fun to watch Some of the negatives, Rafi was in it. Okay. So that's a problem. That's a big ass problem. Secondly, some of the plot elements were a little dopey. Like, a major part of the plot hinges on the fact that every ship in Starfleet is at Earth. Okay. That's stupid. Like, why can't you just say that most of the fleet or the cream of the fleet is at Earth? Why do you have to say the whole fleet every time in a line of exposition? They always say the whole fleet. And it's like, this is dumb Kurtzman thinking. This is how dumb people write Star Trek. Now, nobody's perfect. So I don't know how that oversight got in there. I just think it's just kind of silly, and it could have been fixed with a slight change of language. So there are some problems, but the heart and soul of this, and it's encapsulated in this beautiful picture. It's magnificent. Now, without further ado, my dear sailors and starnauts, the best series of the year. There it is. There it is. Oh, we have a very, very well prepared. Oh, dang it. Oh, no. What did you do? It's ruined. Okay, here we go. One Piece. One Piece, the best show of the year. I have to say, it was tough for me to make this call between One Piece and Picard Season 3 because, they were neck and neck for me. Here's the reason why One Piece is the #1 show of the year. And it's the same reason why I said, to Star Fury a moment ago, why I said I like the ending of Godzilla -1 because we need hope. We need beauty. We need to see how the human soul prevails in the face of adversity. One Piece is the show we need. It is the show we need to soothe our weary souls with all the crap we've endured in the last 3 years. It is an anti-woke show. The main character, Luffy, is like, he's like happiness incarnate. Like, he's just the most happy character. Now, that doesn't mean that everything goes well in his life. Certainly not. He faces adversity, but Luffy's adventure, his desire, his dream to find the One Piece treasure and become the king of the pirates becomes the core heart and soul of this story. And he goes on this journey and recruits these other kind of lost souls in the world. He reignites in them their dream and what they want that they've given up on. And he wins them over through this is a superhero story, right? His special power, he has a literal special power, and he has a philosophical special power. I would say a spiritual special power. Luffy's physical superpower is that he's got the powers of Mr. Fantastic. He can stretch, he's elastic, and he's somewhat resistant to damage. But his real superpower is he has the ability to inspire people. He sees the best in people. And this has a way of winning people over. Even though he seems like this kind of dopey, naive guy blundering his way through the world, he tends to win people over and prove to them that he's more than just talk. And his curse, his physical curse, is that seawater is his kryptonite, which is not good for a pirate. And if he's thrown in seawater, he's pretty much done for. So he's in deep doo-doo if he goes into the sea. But his real curse is that he's essentially kind of naive. He's kind of naive, and he always sees the best in people, and so he's liable to get betrayed, which does happen in the story. But even then, he doesn't give up on people. And his nemesis is his grandfather, Admiral Garp, who is set out to prove that he needs to toe the line and be what the world expects, and he is not to be a pirate. He can't hack it, and he shouldn't. This is a story about heroism. It's a story about sacrificing. It's a story, for the good of your friends. It's a story about friendship. It's a story about doing the right thing. And it's so interesting because there's even a kind of racism allegory. There's a kind of slavery racism allegory in this, revolving around the fishmen, which were an oppressed group that are now, they used to be slaves, but now they're not, but they still have an axe to grind about it. And it's pretty well done because the main pirate, Arlong, he is rationalizing and justifying all of his evil deeds by saying, I've been oppressed, and now it's humans' turn to be wiped out. And so he's basically plotting the enslavement and the destruction of all humans. And what's so interesting is in a woke show, this would be portrayed as very sympathetic. Oh, you know what? He's got a point. He's got a point. What's interesting about this show is when he's telling all this to Luffy, our hero, Luffy doesn't dismiss the suffering of his people. He just says, well, that doesn't excuse what you're doing. Screw you. You're going to hurt my friends. You're going down. And I'm like, damn, like some actual morality in a story. It's pretty amazing. But my number one thing I love about this show is, it is a series of sort of moral fables and moral tales, but also Luffy. Luffy is, as played by Iñaki Godoy, the main actor, who is lightning in a bottle as this character. He has just this infectious smile, this kind of, this look in his eye all the time that's very anime, and it warms your heart. It just makes you want to go with him on this adventure, and it's awesome. So check out One Piece. It is bananas. It is a bananas pirate fantasy world, but, take a break from reality and just enjoy some One Piece. So there you go, folks. There it is. That wraps up our top 10. Top 10 best shows of the year. Starfury says, The Forever War, 1974, is a military science fiction novel by American author Joe Haddon. Did I not? Hang on. Damn StreamYards, you have to. It defaults to loop. I didn't put it on loop. No, it's the worst. It's the worst. I'm a professional, folks. I'm a professional. Yes, you're correct, Star Fury. It is One Piece. You knew it was One Piece, but I will tell you, I kind of was like, Picard, One Piece. It was tough. It was tough, but Luffy put it over the top. He's such a great character. Melodic Method says One Piece was so good it took strong discipline not to binge it all at once. It really was. No applause for Star Fury's comments. Yeah, exactly, Melodic. And then Melodic says, joking aside, Blue Eye Samurai is worth watching to the end. Believe me, I'm going to binge the rest of it. And it's rare that I'm willing to just go out on a limb and say I just know it's going to have a great ending, but I just feel that you can't be this good at writing and character building and not have an ending. Like it's a tight script. Like Blue Eye Samurai is a very tightly written script, and it's a classic. Like it's just classic stuff about like learning. So she has this sort of adopted father who's a blind blacksmith, and he sort of teaches her these life lessons about revenge and how to become a great warrior. It's so fascinating. He teaches her how to become a great blacksmith, and she has to learn. She has to make mistakes, and she's hiding who she is from even this guy who's blind. Part of it is he finds out that she is a half-breed, right? But for a long time, that's why she hangs out with him, because he's blind and she figures he won't figure it out. But he does not know that she's a woman. And so it's very interesting how every little layer of this show has a reason for being there. And that's what woke storytelling doesn't have. In woke storytelling, it's just, she's a girl, and that means she's awesome. And it's like, well, that isn't a character. Like, that's not a character. So anyway, there you go. There you go. If you want to know why I hate Rebel Moon and I hate just the nothing burger character that is Korra, watch Blue Eye Samurai. That's how you do a proper, badass babe. That's how you do it. She has a character. She has reasons for why she's so talented, why she's so good at what she does. She has to use strategies to win. She can't just beat five guys and beat five guys. Like, yes, she does, but she has strategies and there's reasons in the story for why she's as good. And she runs into situations where she's outmatched. And that's what's important about it. Korra stands in point blank range of 5 guns, and she's gonna be fine, because don't worry, she has the superpower known as slow motion. Mahler pointed out that this is so funny. I didn't even catch this. That Zack Snyder in Rebel Moon, there's a slow motion scene that then goes into even slower motion. I was like, I didn't even catch that. That's so bad. It does slow motion within slow motion. Like, it's the laziest thing I've seen in a long time. So, yeah, there you go. Yeah, definitely check out. Definitely check out. Now, shall we? Where should we go next in the stack of stuff? Star Fury says, another one of my classic science fiction reads is Starship Troopers, which is a military science fiction novel by Robert A. Heinlein, who has many wonderful other books as well. I've never read the book. I love that movie, though. Now, I know that the movie is a little bit tongue-in-cheek compared to the novel. I still love that movie. I just love Starship Troopers. Put your head on that wall! Put your head on that wall! Medic! Oh, it's such a good movie. Clancy Brown is the drill instructor. Oh, I love Starship Troopers. It's I saw that when that's one of those ones that's sort of locked in. It's grandfathered in. I saw it when I was like 13 or 14. And it's like every good movie you liked at that age, it doesn't matter how old you get, you're always going to love it. Like Independence Day. Like Independence. Well, maybe let me know, chat, if you want a what's the word I'm looking for? A palate cleanser. Let's just roll into the top 10 worst. I just want to go right into the top 10 worst series, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll get into the films. And in 2 hours, we're going to watch Big Ben ring in the new year just for you, Star Fury. Actually, it's so I don't have to stay up till midnight because I don't know if I have an 11-hour stream in me. Maybe, but I don't know. I don't know. Melodic says, if I remember, the book is somewhat tongue-in-cheek, too. It's not direct. You need to figure out what the author is saying. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, Melodic Method. Speaking of Starship Troopers. And Star Fury says, Starship Troopers is such a wonderful film, but a good adaptation of the book, which made... Wait, you mean wonderful film? I think you mean bad adaptation of the book, which made you angry for many years? Which would be definitely would make sense. So let's do, okay, remove that and let's do the top 10 worst, shall we? Folks, this was a lot to choose from, let me tell you. No, that's worst films. Hang on. Worst series. Where's my worst? Oh, there it is. Okay, got it. All right, here we go. Bam. All right. Top 10 worst series of the year. This list was pretty long. Now, you're going to notice there are going to be some series missing from this list that definitely deserve to be on here. That's because your captain did not watch them, such as Velma. Velma is probably the worst thing made this entire year. However, I did not watch it, nor did I have any inclination to do so. So it is exempt from this list. But don't worry. There's plenty of trash that I have watched this year that is on this list. So we're just going to start with number 10, which is also a bit of a cheat. Well, no, it's not a cheat. No, it's not a cheat. I watched one episode of this show. I rolled my eyes and I was done. It's called All the Light We Cannot See. It's on Netflix. Okay. Now, the critics, the approved intellectual class, are gushing over this show. They are. You can even see it right here. Oh, it's the number one show on Netflix, and they're just gushing over it. The story is this: it is a World War II. It's the final days of World War II in occupied France. The Allies are bombing the shit out of this French city. The war is over, but the Nazis haven't figured out yet, and they're kind of just hanging on. Anyway, there's a bunch of French civilians that are holed up in this town, and they're just getting bombed to smithereens. And among them is this babe on the right here. She is a girl in kind of an attic who is running a radio show that is, of course, illegal, because if the Nazis find out that she's doing a non-state sponsored radio broadcast, she'll be executed. So she's risking her life to kind of do this very, it's just meant to give hope to people radio show while there's bombs falling all around her. On the left here is he's one of the Nazis. And he clearly is having some second thoughts about all this war and destruction and, Nazi stuff. And he's starting to really not like that very much. And he's kind of enamored of her voice. Now, what can I say? This show is cloying. It is syrupy. It is just melodramatic in the extreme. There's this thing. Look, listen. Nobody hates authoritarians more than your captain. And the Nazis are like world all-star authoritarians and deserve every bit of hate they get, okay? That goes without saying. But what annoys me is they seem to be the only authoritarians that leftists are worried about, okay? They are the only authoritarians that leftists are obsessed with all the time. And they love telling these cloying, melodramatic, just mushy stories about people surviving the Nazis. And it's like, now, don't misunderstand. I love Schindler's List. It's one of the greatest films ever made. It's Steven Spielberg's greatest film. He'll never top it. It was a masterpiece. Okay, 20th century masterpiece, should be in the Library of Congress. Okay, I'm sure it is. What I'm saying is this story has been told 1,000 times, and about 500 of those times it was told better. Okay, I'm getting a little tired of mulching over this syrupy, mushy, melodramatic tripe about, oh, it's so sad, war. It's like, listen, I'll recommend a better one for you. Sisu is a better thing to watch than this. Anyway, that's it. You know what? I've said enough on this show. It's not the subject matter I don't like, because if it were well done, I'd be into it. I love World War II history. I love stories about, the French resistance. I'm down with all that. This one is just melodrama to me, and I'm tired of melodrama, especially when it's clearly a bunch of smug, self-satisfied leftists who just love to gush about this. It's like, oh, please. You know what? Let me just sum it up another way. Okay, let me sum it up another way for you.
Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
So that's all the light we cannot see. Number 9, worst series of the year. Oh my God. When will Walking Dead just fucking go away? Like, when will this crap just fucking go away? I am so sick of Walking Dead. I loved Walking Dead when it came out. I can't stand to look at it anymore. And I even like these two characters. I like Negan. He's a great character. He's kind of interesting. But listen, there's only so many times. I could see them head stab like 50 zombies before it's boring, okay? So I start watching this show, which in theory should be kind of interesting. Negan and Maggie. By the way, this is such a dumb idea for an Odd Couple, because Negan literally beat her husband to death with a baseball bat in the head in front of her while he was on his knees. For 3 seasons of the main Walking Dead show, she wanted revenge on him until I stopped watching it after that point. So I honestly don't exactly know the details, but I can presume that she eventually just decided she's not super wanting revenge as much as she used to super want revenge. And the premise of this series is that she needs to find her son, who has been abducted by some group of wastelanders. Why? Who cares? And she needs him, even though she hates him. And it's like, dude, this is such a tortured story. This is such an overblown. Listen, if I am in her position, this man dies. If I am in her position of my spouse was beaten to death with a baseball bat, this guy dies. Okay? It doesn't make sense that she allows him to live. It just doesn't. It doesn't matter if he's reformed. It just frustrates me. But really, it's just more of the same. So pass. Number 8 worst series of the year. Pet Sematary Bloodlines on Paramount Plus. I decided to dip my toes in this. David Duchovny plays a suitably creepy character in this show, which I thought was interesting. Honestly, it's so boring. I don't even have much to say about it. It's just boring. It's just okay. what else can I say? That's probably the thinnest review you're ever going to get on this channel. Okay, yes. Okay, number 7 on this list is the reimagined or no, rebooted. What is this? This is basically just they're bringing back Frasier, okay? Now, your captain being somewhat of a snoot of a snooty guy himself, I loved Frasier as a kid, okay? I loved the TV show, and I specifically loved Frasier and Niles. I idolize. Most kids want to grow up to be like, Peyton Manning or something. I wanted to grow up to be Frasier. a snooty, bookish, opera attending psychologist with a radio show. Well, you know what? A lot of that tracks, actually. So anyway, I loved it. He had this great apartment. He lived this kind of high life. He was intellectual. He was respected. Those things appealed to me a lot more in my youth, And anyway, but also what was great about Frasier is he for all of his understanding of human psychology, he's constantly falling victim to narcissism, vanity. He's constantly doing the very things he's telling his patients not to do. So it's the source of all the comedy in the show, and it's fantastic. He's an out of touch elitist, basically, and but often well-meaning. They bring back this show, right? And all I can tell you is I've never laughed so little at a TV show. Like I don't even know how to explain it. I don't think the art form of sitcoms exists anymore, like at all. Every new sitcom I've seen, in the last 10 years, it's boring, bland, safe. Nothing makes me laugh. It's all formulaic. It's like ChatGPT comedy. There is nothing on the level of like a Seinfeld back in its heyday or something along those lines. Like, I just think that this model of studio filmed comedy doesn't work anymore. And why doesn't it work? Because we live in the age of the woke mind virus. All comedy must be sanitized. All comedy must be approved by the algorithm. All comedy cannot offend the woke psychos that are out there on Twitter just looking for another scalp. So what we get is this kind of bleached, acid-washed, nothing comedy. The story is stupid. The characters are uncompelling. I hated it, and I will not watch another minute of this crap. Number 6 on the Captain's top 10 worst series of the year, Castlevania Nocturne. I watched one episode of this idiotic show, and I thought, this is what a leftist thinks. This is what a rabid, wacko, doesn't know anything about history wokey thinks of the French Revolution. If I were in the French Revolution, I would have been in the resistance, and I would have personally been putting Marie Antoinette into the guillotine because she was a capitalist, and capitalism is bad. And it would have been great because we would have been protesting, and all of our protests would have been for social justice. And it would have been, and that's what the French Revolution was. It was SJWs winning. And it's like, that's what this show thinks. Like, that's what this show, it's like, no, you idiot. Your head would have been in the guillotine too, because you would have looked at someone the wrong way and they would have said, oh, are you part of the bourgeoisie? Are you are you a royalist? You're going to the guillotine. Well, that's what's going to happen to you. So it's called the Reign of Terror for a reason. You know what's funny is Blue Eye Samurai, okay, does this gritty, grounded, and by the way, I forgot to mention, it's gorgeous. Blue Eye Samurai is. It is beautiful. I mean, it is like sort of, it's almost like classic fantasy, even though it's a historical period piece. It's like classic fantasy because there's these beautiful snowy towns in the mountains. There's these tall sequoia-like trees. There's just these long roads leading into the depths of the countryside, and the lone samurai wandering these roads. There's brigands that attack people. You know, it reminds me of like a classic fantasy Golden Fleece adventure, Blue Eye Samurai, and the artwork is beautiful. And what's amazing is it is a truly grounded historical period piece. Like the fact that Mizu has to her whole life is organized around avoiding detection as a half-white devil, basically. Which, that doesn't make sense. How can you be racist if you're not white? I don't understand that. It doesn't make any sense. It's not what I've been taught. Anyway, So she doesn't want to be found out as a woman or as a half-white devil, and she's on this epic journey. And so there's all these very nuanced and detailed historical elements that are fascinating. Castlevania Nocturne is like the exact opposite. You have a total opportunity to have a really interesting do you know the first scene of this stupid show? The first scene, it takes place during the victory, like during the celebration of the end of the American Revolution. It's Boston Harbor, okay? It's Boston Harbor at night. There's all these fireworks going off because we beat the British. We beat you, Starfury. And, and we sent them back across the pond, and America is now officially America. Well, what's so odd about it is that the streets of Boston, okay, in the middle of this firework extravaganza celebration are empty. Empty. There is no one on the streets at all except for this guy as a kid and his mother, who's, I guess, a vampire hunter, and a vampire who kills her in this giant battle in the middle of the main streets of near the harbor. No bystanders. There's no one anywhere else. But there's fireworks in the sky because it's America celebrating its birthday. What? It's like, dumb people write this shit, man. Dumb people write this crap. So yes, it's garbage. It's such a missed opportunity also because, hey, a French Revolution vampire story could be interesting. Also, vampires usually boring. Screw vampires. What does the chat think? I'm seeing some chat going by. Yeah, you're exactly right, Starfear. Everything else besides the Captain's top 10, with possible exceptions for things I haven't seen, everything else was the worst TV series. You're so right about that, Starfury. I gave up on Netflix, says Starfury, when they made their Anne of Green Gables adaptation woke, which in my eyes is sacrilegious. It would be like injecting woke into Little House on the Prairie. Yes, the cancel pigs are parasites. They are a parasitic organism that has to latch on to someone else's creative work. Rings of Power is the perfect example of this. No one, absolutely no one involved with the Rings of Power project has 1/10 of the creativity and the education and the sophistication of J.R.R. Tolkien, nor the life experience, I might add. They can't hold a candle to that man's depth of creative ability, to the breadth of his life's work, which was the Lord of the Rings. It's literally embarrassing to watch these clowns try and act like they're good enough to rewrite Tolkien. But that's how they think, right? They need to steal clout from other greater storytellers. They can't create their own stories. Because they're part of a sick industry that has that's creatively bankrupt to begin with. But they want to repurpose and steal what went before them. They don't value history. They don't value what went before. They are a kind, their perspective on history is that of essentially they're historical vagrants is what they are. They just go from whatever happened since they were born is what they consider real, and everything before that never happened. And screw it, we'll just make Sir Isaac Newton was he was a person of color because we want it to be. Okay, well, you're lying about history. Well, they don't care. History is irrelevant to them. History is make-believe to them. Enough on that. The captain, I got a decorum here, decorum on the deck. Melodic Method says, they wokey turds love this because they see themselves as a modern-day French resistance to Trump dipshits. Yeah, exactly. Dude, it's so funny because like every single thing I watch, I'm like, I know what they're thinking about. They're thinking that this is us fighting the Orange Man. It's like, but meanwhile, they're like, oh, whatever Pfizer wants, we want. Whatever Pfizer wants, we want. However much war a certain country in Eastern Europe wants, we want that. But we really hate the Orange Man. So they don't have actual principles, because people with principles will run into difficult choices, right? People that actually have principles will run into a situation where they're like, oh, I'm conflicted here because usually I would agree with this. However, my principle says I'm against, let's say it's war. That sort of compels me to question the reasoning, even for a war that on paper seems like something I might support. I got to question that, right? They don't have that problem because for them, whatever the NPC patch tells them is what they believe in the moment. Redoubt Production says, notice how the captain is delaying talking about the worst of 2023 with more praise for Blue Eye Samurai. Well, it's just such a great comparison, though, because Blue Eye Samurai is an anime that is a period piece. So is Castlevania Nocturne. They couldn't be more opposite. They just couldn't. One of them uses the history in beautiful, moving, powerful ways for character building and just creating this world. And the other is a Wokie's just wet dream of what they think that they would have been. You know, all these Wokies, they think they would have been the ones that were like joining the Union to put down the Confederacy, not realizing that they would have been the spoiled brats, you know, who were going to inherit the plantation. You know what I mean? That's basically my theory. But they love to think they would have been the hero in the story. Redoubt Production said, oh, yeah, sorry, I got that one. Stop here. It sounds clearly not a tale of two cities then. Exactly. Yes. I see some of that. Back and forth in the chat, and it's hilarious. Starfear says, you shouldn't be allowed to be a writer before you have had real life experience. I mean, yes, on paper, I sort of agree with you. You know, George R. R. Martin said his inspiration for writing fantasy novels because he couldn't go anywhere. He was a kid. He was kind of stuck in a poor neighborhood. He just had to dream of other places. And I think that's fair. But I think, you know, here's what I will say. Mark Twain said, write what you know. Well, my perspective on that is in a larger sense, write what you're passionate about. And if you are truly passionate about it, you need to go learn about it. And I would say the main problem with the Wokies, yes, life experience would help them. Why? Because life experience teaches you that you can't always get what you want and nobody gives a shit about your feelings. Nobody cares. Okay? It doesn't mean they don't care exactly. It just means that other people have other problems. There are other problems in the world besides your stupid freaking pronouns. Okay? Other people have things they're worried about. Your pronoun fifis are not a big deal, okay? That's hurtful. That's hurtful to people who think everything is about them, right? So that's what real life experience, mostly the most value of it is it teaches people you are going to run into roadblocks and you're either going to accept that, you know, you're going to let the world beat you to your knees or you're going to get back up, as Rocky would have it, right? And that should in turn teach you that there is more to history than you think there is. There is more complexity to a moral question than I'm right and you're a bigot. That, you know, it's so interesting because like that's the other thing. Blue Eye Samurai is a story about racism. It's a story about I'm not going to use their word for this, but a story in which there is a male-dominated feudalistic system that she is a part of, how she's supposed to negotiate her way in that. And it's so fascinating that like it's not spewing a bunch of stupid woke bumper sticker slogans. It's actually just telling you a story where there's complexity. There's lessons to be learned on both sides. Nothing is exactly black and white. History is complex. There's two sides to every story. And they're not interested in that because they're just not curious. They're just not curious about what, you know, whenever I am wanting to like portray history in my stories, my attitude is what really happened. I want to know what really happened. Now, we can't always know that because history is often unreliable, but we can kind of get close to the truth. And I try to get as close as I can, not because I'm trying to impress anyone, but because I'm just interested. I just want to know. I want to know what it would have really been like to be there and see what happened, which is why I find the, you know, Sir Isaac Newton of color so ridiculous. Because that to me shows someone who's not curious. They don't imagine, gee, what would it be like if I could walk up to the real Sir Isaac Newton and ask him a question? They don't think that way. And as you put it, Redoubt, history is irrelevant. My strained wrists say otherwise. Exactly. Starfury says, I bet the bankers made out like bandits during the French Revolution. Probably. Definitely, you got to finance a revolution. Oh, which reminds me that Redoubt, you had a great question in the Discord which, by the way, the link to the Discord is in the description. You said, I had a customer today give me the best summary of the Napoleon movie yet. Quote, they hyped up the movie as being about the man who won 36 battles, but where were the battles in the movie? Where are all the men? No, I'm just kidding. Where are all the battles? There's no battles. There's a couple battles in it, but like the Battle of Toulon was the only one that was kind of interesting. That was the only one that had any real tension or any real adrenaline attached to it. That movie was so badly made. It was just a series. It was a narration of roughly historical, I don't even want to say events. It was just, this happened at this time in Napoleon's life. This happened at this time. It was awful. It was awful. Did not make the top 10 worst, though. Did not make the top 10 worst. All right, getting back to our list of the top 10 worst series of 2023, number 5. We're in the top 5, folks. Loki season 2. I watched 15 minutes of this show, and honestly, my feeling about Marvel MCU sitting through another MCU disaster, I just was like,
Go yourself.
is that clear? Is that clear? Disney D+. I'm so tired of this. You know, this is the one show that actually could have been really good. This is the one MCU show that had enormous potential to be a kind of fascinating science fiction story. Loki could have been a really interesting character, you know, he is the trickster god. Why not make that the story? But no, it's just bland, boring. I'm just so tired of the Time Authority. They're not interesting. They just seem, it's too surreal for the MCU. They want to have it both ways. They want to have this kind of surrealist fiction, but they also want it to live within the MCU. Also, what is even happening? How many multiverses are there? How many timelines are there? Are timelines dying? Are they not dying? Are they not dying? Who cares? Who cares? I'm just so tired. I don't care what the larger story is because there isn't one. There isn't one. You don't know what's happening, Kevin Feige, you dumbass. You ruined the MCU, and I gotta take heat. Oh, you just hate everything. It's like, no, I loved the MCU. I loved it. And these wackos destroyed it. So screw them. Screw them. All right, number 4, worst series of the year. Mandalorian season 3. Now you might think this would be higher on the list. And I would say, yeah, that, you know, I would almost think that Mandalorian season 3 should be higher on this list. Certainly it would have been back at about 7 months ago. But I will just tell you that, like, the one thing I could say for Mandalorian season 3 is it made me laugh a hell of a lot. It really did. I was like, I laughed a lot watching this show, and I appreciate that. I really appreciate that about this show. Well, I probably talked Mando season 3 ad nauseum. You know all my complaints. You know, this is the way. You know, this is the way. What is the way? Nobody knows what the way is anymore. There's no lore. There's no detail. This is some of the worst writing I've seen, except then the top 3 on this list occurred and dethroned it as the worst writing I had seen all year. I've never seen just Disney Plus. Okay. Disney Plus has an incredible ability to produce shows in which characters with no character, no depth, wander from scene to scene, event to event, often in disconnected chains of events which contradict each other and don't make sense. They blunder into conveniences which allow the plot to happen while there's no stakes and no tension. They have circular, nothing dialogues that just circle back over and over and over, and they say nothing. They have long, drawn-out pauses, boring cinematography. There is no sense of a core story. There's no character arc. There's no development. Every one of these shows is like this. How is that possible? Like a broken clock should be right twice a day. D+ is never right. They never produce one thing. Not one thing that's good. I ain't done, folks. Here comes number 3. Here comes number 3. Top 10 worst series of the year. And it won't surprise you. Well, this one might actually. Hey, this might be a hot take. Last of Us was garbage. Let me be clear. Let me be clear, my fellow Americans. The Last of Us is overrated trash. I hated this show. I hate it. Now, let me explain why I hate it. The first episode started good. I really like that first opening minutes when they're discussing how a fungus is undefeatable. Oh, I'm not worried about bacteria, says one scientist. Why? Why aren't you worried about bacteria? Oh, because we can get antibiotics for that. Viruses, we can develop vaccines. Fungus, undefeatable. If it ever evolves the ability to live in our bodies, we're done for. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty good sci-fi right there. That's pretty interesting. And then you've got the opening scenes were pretty good. You've got Joel played, admittedly, at first pretty well by Pedro Pascal, and he's kicking some ass. It plays out like the beginning of the game. I'm into it. Then strange things start to happen in this show. Joel never kicks any ass. He's constantly ambushed all the time in boring, annoying ways. Suddenly, there is a third episode that totally abandons the main story and just tells a gay love story that has almost no real purpose in the larger Joel and Ellie story. It is just a flat-out departure to tell an anthology short story. It is an anthology short story that should not be part of the story. Later in the season, they do this again, this time with Ellie doing a boring lesbian bottle episode. And I'm like, why? Just tell a story about Joel and Ellie surviving in the wasteland. That's what I'm here for. There is one scene in this entire show that is good, and that is Joel in the clock in the tower sniping zombies, which I understand from the game was one of the best scenes in the game. Well, congratulations, HBO. You adapted one interesting thing from the game. The rest of this show is Joel getting stabbed in the back. No. He gets stabbed in the side because he has no peripheral vision and then being holed up for another episode while she goes and finds medicine for him. It is so boring. It is such a waste of potential, this show. And that's why I hate it, because it's such a waste of potential. I will not watch the second season. I don't care. I don't like it. The act, what was her name? Bella Ramsey, who plays Ellie, is annoying. She is the worst casting of the year, in my view. The number 2 worst series of the year. Folks, these top 2, this was hard. I'm going to tell you right now, this was definitely a major contender for the worst show of the year for so many reasons. This is one of the most depressing, miserable, soulless. I know that word gets used a lot, but I really mean this is the most hollow show I have seen in a long time. It was an absolute 8 hours of watching the saddest, most pathetic, most embarrassing pussification of Nick Fury I have ever seen. Every scene in this show is about Nick Fury, usually over a meal or a drink, being told that none of his accomplishments are his own. He's a loser and he sucks. And the show makes one anemic effort in the final episode to suggest that Nick Fury is his old self and his old badass, and he's going to go kick some ass. And if I remember correctly, I believe that was actually a Skrull pretending to be him. So it wasn't even him. It wasn't even him. There's no spycraft. This is a show about this is supposed to be like a spy story. There's no spycraft in it. These are dumb people that write this stuff. They don't understand spy stories. They don't understand the spy world. He never does anything clever. He never susses out a motive. He never investigates a scene and comes up with a strategy no one else thought of. He is the most boring, bland character. And to top it all off, you have the most girl boss of all girl bosses who inherits all of the MCU powers. She has all the powers. She has all the powers of the MCU. That's bad enough. But I think the worst crime of this series is that they basically say that the only reason Nick Fury was Nick Fury is because he had a secret army of Skrulls he exploited. It is that they bring race into this show. Race was never a factor in the first 3 phases of MCU. There was never any of this about Nick Fury's a black man. It was never even brought up. It's such an absolute embarrassment. This is shameful. This show is a shameful, pandering, disgusting character assassination and racialization of a story that did not need any of it. Also, it contributes exactly nothing to the larger MCU story. And folks, I mean nothing. This advances nothing in the lore. I hate this show. It was maybe the most excruciating to watch until And it was tough. It was tough. But folks, here it is, the #1 worst TV series of 2023. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for the captain to stall while he goes and gets his drum roll? Dang it, why'd I put it at the bottom? Here we go. The worst show of the year. Ahsoka. What did this? You're probably wondering, why not Secret Invasion over Ahsoka? Ahsoka had Anakin. Anakin was in Ahsoka. We had Hayden Christensen himself came back to be Anakin for a scene. Well, folks, that's actually why. Okay. That's actually why I consider this the worst show of the year, because it squandered. And folks, I mean squandered enormous potential. This show had Hayden Christensen reprising his role as Anakin Skywalker. Wouldn't that have been interesting to see her confront her past of being the apprentice to a man who turned out to be one of the worst war criminals in galactic history? Gee, I sure would have liked a conversation between those two characters. That's not what I got. We had Ray Stevenson, the late, great Ray Stevenson, one of my favorite actors, a phenomenal actor. I'm so torn up that he's not with us anymore because that guy had so many more great characters in him. We have him playing this instantly fascinating and magnetic dark side user. They do nothing with this character. He has no history. He has no backstory. What is he even doing? What does he even want? They never explain it. You have Grand Admiral Thrawn, a chess-playing strategist who could be a sort of fascinating foil to the usual, Darth Vader, Emperor, Kylo Ren type character. Now we have a chess-playing non-Force user who can outwit the Jedi. Gee, I sure would have liked to see that. That's not what we get. Like, we don't get that. Do you know what we get, folks? Do you know what we get in this show? We get about 8 hours of this. Arms crossed, folded. Are you worried? About what? About your potential with the Force. No, I'm not worried about it. Good. You shouldn't be. Dave Filoni is one of the worst writers. I can't even believe that I ever respected this guy. I don't know what allowed the Clone Wars to ever have a good episode. This is the worst dialogue in any TV series of the year. Circular dialogues that go nowhere, establish nothing, develop no character development. Every single actor, every single one except Ray Stevenson, is the most boring plank of wood, as the critical drinker would say. They have no facial expressions. They have no emotionality. They have no purpose. They have no reason to exist. What is Ahsoka doing? Why is she out here? What does she even want? I don't know, folks. God, this show was water torture to watch it. So listen. Secret Invasion is garbage. It was mulching over shit that was already defaced, and it just worsened it. This is a show that had the goodwill of the Clone Wars series and did actually have as its source a good character in the Clone Wars version of Ahsoka, who I like and had great potential. It wasted every shred of it while still insisting that we, the fans, are the reason why this crap is crap. Okay, we are not the reasons. We, the Star Wars fans, are not the reasons that this crap is crap. You stupid creatives that cannot rub two freaking neurons together are the reason this crap is crap. None of you belong in a writer's room. None of you belong in an editing room. None of you belong directing a camera. These are stupid people that write this crap, and Disney is stuffed to the rafters with the lowest common denominator of talent I've ever seen. Folks, this year shocked me. Every single D+ series it wasn't just subpar. It wasn't just boring. It wasn't just bad. It was an embarrassment. I can't even understand how that's possible. How is that possible? I just can't. So anyway, Ahsoka to me is the cherry on top. It is the final crowning achievement in a year of embarrassing, talentless hackery and woke fuckery. In a year stuffed with hackery and woke fuckery. Okay, so that's it. that is the end of that list. Say la vie. I'll be the Zane. I hope if I never see another D plus boondoggle garbage fest, it'll be too soon. It will just be way too soon. So a round of applause for the most impressive achievement I've seen in maybe a decade. That is every single Disney show being an absolute masterclass in how not to create a show. Yes. Oh, Disney. Dibney. Oh, Dibney. It's just unbelievable. There you go. I didn't even plan to go on that much of a rant, but just God, you know what? I just relived it. While doing that list. I'm like, oh God, because you stack these things up in a list, and you're like, oh my God, the amount of drivel I watched, and it's like, now listen. Bad movies there's always going to be bad art. There always has been. There always will be. I think what's got me so angry about it is not that so much that these are so bad. It's that these assholes are the people that lecture us about morality, that lecture us about our politics. They're the same people that go on their official Lucasfilm accounts on Twitter and start calling us racists and bigots. They're the same people that gin up all this hatred and animosity in the fan base. And they then have their sycophants in the media go out there and write puff pieces about how, well, gee, I guess the reason people don't like Ahsoka is because she's a woman. And it's like these assholes, they're pathetic. They have no talent. They should be the laughings. Dave Filoni, Jon Favreau, they should be laughing stocks for the shit they produced this year. Instead, they tell us that we're a toxic fan base. Well, fuck these people. Fuck you. You wasted my time for hours this year. Hours of my time wasted on garbage. And then you sit there in these stupid, just sanitized, prepared, scripted interviews with Vanity Fair. Well, gee, I just think it's so exciting that we have a strong woman of color in this. It's like, oh, fuck off. You're hiding the fact that I don't even understand how people this lacking in talent can even be in this industry. I really don't. But it's because this industry used to be based on a profit model. Okay, there used to be a profit model when you made TV. You make a TV show, you run a pilot. If the pilot does well, gets ratings, you sell advertising. Advertising brings in money. Maybe you get another half season. Maybe they order a full season. Wow, you're a rock star. They ordered a full season. And if you're really lucky, you might get a renewal for a second season if the customers are consuming your product. The new model is, we just made a woke trash fire. Don't you like it, man babies? Oh, you don't? Screw you. Okay, well, screw you too. That's my feeling on that. So anyway, there you go. Melodic Method says, how fucking funny. They add racism to a race swap character with Nick Fury. Oh my God. They must have orgasmed for days over that. I just look, Disney is so rotten to the core. They're just stuffed with all of these activists. That's all they are. They're just, Oh, what was the show I was watching? I mean, I might be done with Mike Flanagan. I mean, I loved Midnight Mass. I loved Fall of the House of Usher. It was pushing it on a couple things, but it was so well written that I was able to forgive it. Haunting of Hill House, very good, very good. But then I started watching The Haunting of Bly Manor. It's kind of boring. I really can't stick with it. But then I'm watching this new show by Mike Flanagan called The Midnight Club, okay? And it's just like there's a whole episode in which this young gay... Again, half of the characters in this are gay. Half of them. I'm like, that's not demographically possible. So that's annoying to me. I don't mind a gay character, but it's weird when it's like half of the cast are gay and they all have a gay sob story. And it's like, what is up with that? Anyway, there's an episode where this gay guy, he goes to a party with a bunch of other gay dudes, and it's about like they have all these obnoxious, how did you get into activism? And I'm like, oh my God, Oh my God, just live your life. Why do you got to make everything? It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to, relatively speaking, normal gay people who just want to live their lives. Also, that is not my experience of the gay community. I don't actually see a lot of community. And I'll just leave it at that. So in any case, there you go. It's like, I just don't know why they have to make everything about it. And so I'm just so tired of them. Every story, every single one has to be about this. And it's like Disney is filled with people like that. So there you go. I don't know where I was going with that. Star Fury says authenticity / knowledge is the canvas you paint your story on. 100%. 100%. Maybe that is why I get so mad at these loser writers. I get mad because they have so much to play with. It's like, what a sandbox you have, and you don't even care. It's like you have the French Revolution is your sandbox for a vampire hunter story. And it's like, and this is what you do with it? Like, why aren't you interested in what this would actually be like? And there's a great anime called Vampire Hunter D. Fantastic. If you want a real kind of like crazy, dark, gothic vampire period piece, I guess it's really more fantasy. That's a great one. That is a great one. Pass on Castlevania Nocturne. Melodic Method says fungal infections are really bad to deal with, or so I've been told. You might want to get that looked at, Melodic Method. They are a bitch to shift. They sure are. No, dude, they could have done so much with that concept. I think that The Last of Us has the most interesting zombie idea that I've ever heard. And I'll tell you something. I really hated the change they made from the game, because in the game, there's the whole idea is you can inhale the spores and get it. And so there's all these parts of the game where you have to wear like a gas mask. I only played about the first 2 or 3 hours of Last of Us, so I didn't get much past that because I didn't have a PlayStation, so I was playing on a friend's console. And it's like, that's pretty interesting. Why get rid of that? Why go with the most boring, like, oh, if the zombie bites you, you're a zombie now. Oh, gee, I've never seen that before. What a waste. What a waste. It would be so much more interesting to see to go full tilt with that premise. No, but you know why they didn't, though? I'll tell you exactly why. Because that would have taken work, and that would have taken creativity, and they just had way too many gay love stories to tell. Ugh. So yeah, got that one. He Vadered. She Vadered. I know, she Vadered. It's red. She Vadered all over. Oh, God. Oh my God. Is this what makes the fans happy? This brings all the fans to the yard now. We have hello, red lightsaber alert. It's like, listen. If I'm going to be just a little bit charitable, I understand that it's exciting to see Hayden Christensen return. I have no objection to that. I was excited to see him return. I mean, I was hoping for a story, which we didn't get, but I would have liked to have seen Hayden Christensen have an interesting conversation as that character with Ahsoka. That would have been really cool. I would have enjoyed that. So my frustration is not that they are having fun, that there's a red lightsaber, and that we're seeing Anakin in the Clone Wars in all of his glory. No, listen, that's not what I'm critical of. I'm not critical of that. What I'm critical of is them confusing that with a story. That's what I'm criticizing. It's like, but that's not a story. That's just imagery. That's just you getting to see, oh, gee, I get to see him on screen in live action as that character. That's all that is. Well, I'm sorry, but I want more. I want more from a story than that. That's not enough for me. So, and maybe that makes me snooty and hard to please. Well, guilty as charged, I guess. Star Fury, wash hands. Yeah, exactly. You better wash hands, Star Fury. Gotta be, where are you putting those mitts? You gotta be careful with that. How are we doing? We're about an hour out from midnight, if the captain's calculations are correct. That is in London. In the old country. What else we got in the stack of stuff? I got some other fun stuff. Okay, let's take a break from our best and worst list for a bit. And I found this article and it cracked me up. So I'm going to share this headline for you. Let me just share my screen. Present. Try this headline. From the Babylon Bee, man plays relaxing game of Fallout to escape the reality of America in 2023. There you go. That's exactly how I feel. Playing apart. Hang on. Cough button for a second. Grab that. Hang on. Oh, wait. I got to switch my screen, too. Okay. So, Buena Park, California, as 2023 wound to a close, local man Luis Garcia decided to escape from the terrifying state of living in today's America by enjoying a nice, relaxing game of Fallout 3 on his gaming computer. You know what's funny about this is like, I actually do play Fallout to relax and escape. Quote, I just want to immerse myself in a better world, said Garcia as he munched on Takis and, what is it, Takis? And pounded a Mountain Dew, clicking frantically to fire on a band of raiders attacking his vault dweller, wandering the post-apocalyptic landscape of Washington, D.C. Quote, with everything that's going on in this country around the world in 2023, I'd much rather spend my time hanging out in this hellscape. He gestured toward the computer screen. It's better than hanging out in this hellscape. He gestured toward the real world and shuddered. I don't have to worry about inflation or wokeness or the latest government attempt to erode our rights away, Thompson explained while having his character pop some Rad-X. Sure, the radiation levels are through the roof, but at least there's no Biden presidency here. According to sources, Garcia says that instead of stressing out about the cost of the living crisis, the looming threat of World War III, and who will win the presidency in 2024, he prefers the much more pleasant experience of fighting for his life against raiders, radiation storms, and man-eating super mutants. Quote, while others are addicted to the latest gossip of who Taylor Swift is dating today, I'd rather be addicted to Capms as I navigate a ghoul-infested, irradiated, heavily booby-trapped sewer system, added Garcia. I'll take my chances with death claws over Swifties any day. Wouldn't we all, sir? Wouldn't we all? At publishing time, it was announced that the U.S. currency system had collapsed entirely, resulting in a world where everyone would be forced to barter and trade for goods and services using bottle caps. Garcia just shrugged and shouted for his wife to bring more takas. I don't know what that word is. What is this? What is takas? I'm going to be seriously embarrassed here because I'm sure it's something like I should know. Takas. Okay. I don't eat this. I don't eat those. Takis. They're little taco Cheeto type things. Okay, cool. They're like little Cheetos you get at Mini Mart. Okay, got it. Takis. I'm going to call them Takis. Anyway, I just love that article. Yeah, I would rather take my chances with a ghoul-infested, irradiated, heavily booby-trapped sewer system. I'll take my chances with death claws over Swifties any day. There you go. So, hat tip the Babylon Bee. That was fantastic. I would too rather wander the wasteland of Fallout than this wasteland. There is, you know what's so funny though, is in all seriousness, there is something kind of more hopeful about rebuilding the wasteland than like feeling like there's nothing to rebuild. You're just, you're stuck in it. So yeah. There you go. So have you heard about, so there is a controversy, folks. Would you like some Twitter drama? Would you like some Twitter drama? Apparently there's a controversy because, so listen, a bunch of conservative babes got together and they got together with this beer company called, what's it called? Dad's Right Beer or something. And it's basically, it's an answer to Bud Light, right? And so it's a conservative branded beer. And these conservative pundit babes got together and did a calendar. Well, this has gotten the conservative side of Cancel Pigs very upset about this. Now, listen, I said this before. I don't like cancel on either side. And if I'm fighting it on the left, if I got to fight it on the right, I'll fight it on the right too. Let there be no mistake. Okay, there you go, Melodic Method. Takis are a Japanese snack. Yes. And Star Fury says, lest you don't need an app to avoid human poop in the Fallout Wasteland. You're exactly right, Star Fury. You're exactly right. So here's the drama, okay? So on Flash, Yellow Flash, Hat Tip Yellow Flash had this tweet about it. So what it is it's honestly not even that racy, but it's this calendar of a bunch of conservative women just doing a sexy calendar. It's like, that Star Wars girl doing her, it's not even as sexy as that, quite frankly, doing like her Star Wars cosplay calendar, right? So it's not like a huge deal, but there's a lot of holy rollers that think, oh, this is very bad. This is very bad for women. We're mistreating women. Listen, folks, look, you have whatever beliefs you want about it, right? But like, what's it? So anyway, Flash tweeted, he quote tweeted, there's a tweet within a tweet here. So you have this X user, Red Becca. She said, all right, I'm done. So if a woman wants to dress sexy, she's not a Christian anymore. I think you're confusing being conservative with radical Islam, you fucking idiots. You'll never get me in a burqa. I'm getting nakeder by the minute, and Jesus still loves me. Go fuck yourself. So I pretty much agree with her. And she's being quote tweeted by someone saying, quote, what do you mean I can't do anything I want? I want to look sexy and have men lust after me. I'm a good Christian. And close quote. I am once again begging women to stop making women look feeble-minded. Folks, like, it's a safe, not that over-the-top swimsuit calendar. And Flash quite correctly points out this calendar controversy is a great example of why the right always loses. It's like they need to lighten up. Do you want to know? He's exactly right about this. Do you want to know why wokies are so insufferable? Do you want to know why they're losing more than anything else? Because they're miserable. They take themselves seriously. They can't take a joke. They hate comedy. Everything is life or death. Everything is genocide. You're deleting us. You're deleting us. It's like every single issue is just it's like, oh my God, he's the villain of World War II. Folks, that ain't fun to be around. Nobody wants to hang out with people like that. It's awful. It's like everything is the end of the world. Well, quite frankly, this is why the right loses, because I grew up in the 80s and the 90s when Dungeons and Dragons was witchcraft. Listen, I had friends that were not allowed to play Final Fantasy because there was magic in it. I was this close to not being allowed to play it myself. I remember, do you remember a game called King's Quest? Okay, this is old school. You got to be an old fart to know this. Back when video games were in their infancy, there was a computer RPG called King's Quest in the early 90s. It ran on Windows 3.1. Okay, that's how old it was. That was back in the days when there were still RPGs where you had to type in what your character was supposed to do, and you had to type in the right phrase, like pick up the gold coin. And it would be like, command not recognize, reach down, grab gold coin. No, get gold coin. Okay, and then your character gets the gold. Like, that's how rudimentary these were. But it was an RPG. You play as one of these characters on this fantasy adventure, and you have to like solve puzzles and stuff like that. I was telling my mother, I was like 7 or 8 years old, maybe. I was probably like maybe 9 or 10. I don't remember exactly. But I just remember that my grandmother used to play this game, and I would play it with her, and I loved it. I was like, this is so much fun. I'm this king on this adventure, and it was all based on like fairy tales, like Rapunzel and stuff like that. And I remember telling my mom about this, okay? Oh my God, I'm putting my poor mother on blast. If you're watching, Mom, it's all water under the bridge. But apropos of nothing, it's instructive on my point. And I just remember telling her, I was like, I was telling her about all my adventures in King's Quest. That's a lot of magic. That sounds like black magic to me. And I'm like, oh, for Christ's sake. That was my exact reaction. No, I remember hearing all of this. Dungeons and Dragons you're going to be possessed if you play it. Kiss is a Satan worshiping cult, and just all this stuff, right? And I'm like, dude, this kind of crap is why the left took over all culture. They took over all of it because at the time in the 90s and the early 2000s, let's face it, they were more fun. They were more fun. They were. Seth MacFarlane is kind of an old school leftist. He's hilarious. The guy is like Family Guy is hilarious. He's a total left-wing loon, okay? But he's a fun one. He's actually fun. That's the difference, right? Modern leftists are exactly like the holy rollers of the right of like the 80s and 90s. That's why they're losing. Because they're no fun. They can't ever lighten up. Now, am I telling you, look, if you have your beliefs, you have your beliefs. And I'm not trying to you're entitled to your beliefs. I'm just telling you the facts on the ground. And the facts on the ground are if a very kind of vanilla, safe, conservative calendar of babes is going to send you into orbit, we are never going to take this culture back. Everything we've taken back from the woke is going to go right back to them in another 10 years. Right. And that's my concern. That is my honest concern. We have built a massive grand alliance is storming Mordor to take down the Dark Lord of elves and dwarves and men. And we are all united. That would be moderates, conservatives, libertarians, just generally sane people, classic liberals. You know, we have formed a grand alliance against really vicious people, and we are just ever so slowly taking that culture back. And I see people on the right wanting to take credit for this. It's like, I'm sorry, but you're still out there telling me that video games turn people into clock tower shooters and stuff like that. Like, you're still out there saying that a couple of conservative babes on a calendar is going to end civilization. I'm sorry. That is not what is winning against wokeness. That is not what is winning. Yes, we need to stand for morals. Yes, we need to stand for traditions. And yes, we need to have good morals in our stories. But we must also embrace creativity and lighten up and have a little fun once in a while. Have a little fun. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on the calendar controversy. I only bring it up because the woke are hoisting themselves on their own petard, and the right will do the exact same thing if they don't wake up and realize that, like, you do not be the hall monitor at the party, okay? The hall monitor is the person everyone wants to avoid. And right now, the worst hall monitors are on the left. But that can change. This show, on the other, like I said, I'm a day walker. I am I consider myself a libertarian, an Americanist. Maximum liberty, baby. Liberty, baby. Learn it, love it, live it. That's what I believe in. That being said, I'm also an artist. I love the arts. I love creativity. And I'm not complaining. This is just the way it is. But like, I was very misunderstood. Like, when I would talk about Final Fantasy and King's Quest and He-Man and the Masters of the Universe and stuff like that, a lot of the people in my family didn't get it. They didn't get it. They didn't understand, why are you into all that weird stuff? And isn't there a lot of weird magical shit in that? Like, my first time playing Dungeons and Dragons was one of the best things ever. I was like, that is one of the coolest things ever. To me, it's just, it's mad. It's just fake magic. It's not real. I don't really believe in magic. Do you believe in magic? And I'm not complaining. It's fine. That's what being a nerd is all about. And frankly, all of us are misunderstood on some level, and that's just the way life is. So I'm not complaining. However, if we want to win the culture, it might behoove all of us who might take a dim view of things like video games or anime or whatever. Really, if you want culture back, you better start making video games. You better start making anime or something similar. You better start making comic books. Hello, Eric July. Hello, Ripaverse. That's the way to do it. Ripaverse is how we take back the culture. That's, so anyway, there you go. Fuban Blue says 10. Wow. I'm ballparking it. I was pretty young. I was like preteen. So I remember I was like that young at least. But yeah, dude, I loved King's Quest, Fu Man Blue. I loved it. They made a remake of it on Xbox like 6 or 7 years ago, and it looked lame. It looked lame. So I just skipped it. Melodic Method says, you played on a dumb terminal? Damn, that is old school. Like, those games were pretty old when I played them because, you know, my grandmother had them installed on her computer probably a couple of years ago. But yeah, dude, there were still Apple IIe computers that needed a floppy disk to think. You know, you had to, and the disks were actually floppy, like they were actually floppy disks. And you had to put them in the computer before it could do anything. It couldn't do anything until you put that in there. It was a blank screen with a cursor flashing. That's how, and it was green. It looked like the computers had Fallout. Computers looked like that when I was a kid in like elementary school. So there were still some of those old dinosaurs around, which for their day, they were like miracle machines, you know? Dude, a cellular phone now has about 1,000 times the computing power of a desktop PC in 1997. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. The technology is beyond. It's like, I think a desktop computer, top of the line, 1997, had like, I think maybe 330 megabytes of storage on it. Like that's like one playlist on an iPhone now. So anyway, Star Fury says, fuck you, Captain. I remember Zork played on a research machine with black and white 10-inch monitor. Well, fair enough. Look, Star Fury, it's not my fault that I am so youthful. You know, it's not my fault. So youthful, so young. Oh, yes, Melodic, you are so right about. Don't forget Tipper Gore and the fucking Parents Music Resource Center. They want to get rid of the only music that kept me sane. Fuck those bitches. Oh, the Gores, that would be Al Gore and Tipper Gore. And a lot of Democrats back then. People forget this. The Democrats were also cancel pigs in the late 90s. They hated rap music. They hated all that shit. And they hated video games. They hated video games. And so did the right. So there were plenty of Republicans and Democrats in the late 90s that were leading the charge on that stuff. But yeah, Tipper Gore she was the number one like music cancel pig back in those days. Melodic says the people on the right who oppose this calendar are worse than the woke scolds. Now, here's where I draw the line. Listen, everyone's entitled to their opinion. I'm totally fine with them hating it and being like, this sucks. You shouldn't do this. But it's like, you know, have some self-awareness about it. Like recognize that makes you super lame. That makes you super lame. And that's how you're going to be seen for good or bad. That's just how it's going to be. And if you think that's going to beat the super hip, cool lefty over there who's talking about, hey, what are your pronouns? Let's go watch some, you know, I sound like a boomer. Let's go watch a show about pronouns. Well, that's where they're going to go because that's hip and cool. And it's like, but number two, don't be a cancel pig is what I'm saying to the right is like, if you turn into cancel pigs who want, we need to boycott this calendar. We need to get whoever did this calendar fired. It's like, well, now you're just doing what they're doing and you're going to lose too, because that is authoritarianism. It's like, if you want to live in a democracy, if you believe in a democracy, you're going to win some and you're going to lose some. If you're not okay with that, you don't, and you may not be. I'm not speaking to you specifically. I'm just saying in general to people who think that way, you may not be okay with democracy. Well, so it's like, if you want to be in a democracy, there's going to be some calendars once in a while you're not going to like, you know. Now, look, if it were total like pornographic, that would be one thing. Okay, fair enough. But like, dude, if you see this calendar, it's not like, there's one picture in this calendar where she's, how else can I put this? Very fully clothed. Okay. It's like very fully clothed. It's not even, it's almost, ooh, that's like a Sunday date night after the kids have gone off to college. Just what that one makes me think of. So anyway, but no, you're exactly right, Melodic. I'm not saying that I have a problem with them. I don't have a problem with wokies having their opinion. Like, I've never had an issue with woke storytelling existing. Yeah, go make your stupid woke stories. I don't care. What I have a problem with is these assholes want to ruin lives if people don't agree with them. Like Star Wars Theory, you know, is stirring the shit because now he's chatting with Mahler and Ryan Kinnell, and he's become red-pilled on Star Wars, which is fascinating to watch. Look, I don't really agree with the guy on a lot of his takes. He likes half of Ahsoka. What? Like, dude, you got sold down the river by Dave Filoni. Wake up, okay? That's my opinion. However, they're trying to cancel the guy because they hate him. He's on the wrong side of history. It's like, so it's not disagreeing voices I have a problem with. It is cancel pigs. Cancel pigs are what I have a problem with. And virtually all wokies are cancel pigs. Their entire ideology is predicated on destroying and annihilating any opposition to their ideas. And so I oppose it on the left and I oppose it on the right. So there you go. What else? Star Fury, that's not true. You are not fucking old. You are not. You are a young summer child. Melodic Method says, hey, if you swing towards the olds, I'm not going to judge. I'm half an old. I'm like half, dude, the ride is half over on the planet for me, okay? And that's being somewhat optimistic. Just on the averages, the ride's half over. I hope have you enjoyed your ride so far, Captain? Highs and lows. Highs and lows. I'm having fun right now. Star Fury says, I had to load my operating system off of a large floppy. Those clicking sounds are music to my... Dude, I kind of do miss old school keyboards. Used to, like, you had to depress that key. Like, it was ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. It was like a typewriter. Those old keyboards. I kind of miss that. You felt it was so satisfying as a writer, writing on a keyboard. Now it's like, look, I love my Apple keyboard, right? I love the Magic Keyboard, but it's almost too modern. It's like, I almost kind of miss those old, I'm not crazy. I'm not actually going to write on a typewriter. That would be a nightmare. I like being able to, like, copy and paste things, of my own work, that is. Of my own work. Melodic Method says, we did the same with our Apple II computer. I know. Apple II computers. Star Fury says, assholes nowadays have no idea how good they have it. They really don't. Fu Man Blue says, it's a whole other animal now. Oh, geez. I'm not putting that one up. Melodic Method says, where do I find links to this calendar, damn it? Now I'm curious. Yeah. You found it. Okay, good. Actually, in fact, why don't we just real quickly, I have a link. I can show you the calendar, the offending obscenity that everyone is upset with. Where is it? Here it is. I think this will get it. Let me just share my screen. Like Riley Gaines, who has a pretty good part in the calendar. It's Riley Gaines who's like going to war with the fake babes. And let's see. She just wants 100% less cocks in her locker room while she's undressing. I don't find that unreasonable. She's like, I would like 100% less male genitalia in my locker room. I don't have a problem with that request. That used to be a reasonable request. Let me share this. So here it is. Here's the calendar, and I think there's a couple shots of it. Yeah, it's called Conservative Dads. That's the name of the beer company. Real Women of America. Oh, and what's so funny about this is it's designed. It's a troll. This is designed to tune up the wokies. We're tuning them up, folks. It's like, why can't the right-wing hall monitors understand? This is a troll. We're fucking with them. Don't you understand? This is how you win. Listen, the super serious, self-righteous asshole always loses to the fun comedian. That's why they hate comedy on the wokie. The wokies hate comedy because comedy wins. Comedy versus seriousness always wins. This calendar is comedy designed to tune up the libs. And you know what's so funny is it was tuning them up until all the holy rollers, nothing against religion. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the hall monitors, right? The holy rollers that want to tell everyone that this is going to ruin. Anyway, once they started getting all wound up about this, then the narrative shifted. Now all the libs are the young Turks and all the libs. Now they're talking about how pathetic it is that the holy rollers are all pissed about. Oh, the conservatives are very upset. The conservatives are very upset about this calendar. So I'm kind of derailing the show here. This is a pop culture show. But anyway, just to close the loop on this. So yes, that would be one shot. Oh my God. This is pornographic. This is obscenity. That's Riley Gaines. I'm not complaining. Now listen, this is one of the images. Now, is this pornographic to anyone? Seriously, chat. Seriously. Can I find the one? There's one in here that is like ultra just safe. It's like I've tried. It's not in this picture of it. Hang on. There's a link to it in here somewhere. Okay, here it is. I think this will get us there. Yeah, here we go. Here's the main page. Wait, oops. Okay, not there. Hang on. Here. And oh my goodness, Fu Man Blue with a Rumble rant. I will get to that in just a second, Fu Man Blue. Just let me close the loop on this. Conservative dads, real women of America. Okay, now there's one picture in here I wanted to show you. Well, like, this is close. Like, look at that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is too hot for TV, folks. That is too hot for TV. Oh, this is very sinful and lustful, is this picture. Oh, here's the one. Here's the one. This is the one I'm talking about. Oh my God. look at how racy. Look at how racy this is. Oh, settle down, chat. Settle down. You know what? YouTube might block my stream if I show something this serious. So this is what they're upset about. Yes, there's a bikini shot or two in it, but it's like, folks, we are not going to beat the woke if that's getting us tuned up, okay? I'm speaking in a rhetorical sense. I got no problem. Frankly, make it like Maxim. Dude, I would argue we should be leaning into this. We should have sexy swimsuit calendars that are conservative and that are talking, because listen, what was one of the things they were talking about with, I don't know if it was Bud Light or one of the other beer companies. They're talking about how, like, oh, in the old days in the 80s, beer was sold with scantily clad women, and that's bad. And so now we're going to have girl bosses instead. And so part of the reason for this calendar is it's saying, no, we like scantily clad women. We like red-blooded, we like red-blooded men who are into red-blooded bikini-clad women. There ain't nothing wrong with that, and we're going to make it like, dude, that's how you take back the culture, in my view. So I just think it's a big mistake. It's a big mistake to get very wound up about a very safe, vanilla, calendar. So anyway, there you go. Melodic method. Ashley St. Clair. Hello, nurse. I know. It's like, but like, seriously, like there's one where she's wearing a shirt and pants. She's wearing a shirt and pants. And I'm like, that folks, like we got to pick our battles here. We got to pick our battles for the Lord. Okay. So anyway, yes, I think Jesus will forgive a woman in a shirt and pants. I think he will forgive that. But anyway, Fu Man Blue with a $20 Rumble rant. Some production funds here. Thanks for the time you're putting in. I know you're juggling a lot. We're all looking forward to this next year with the channel. Thank you, Fu Man Blue. That means a lot to me. And that was the other thing too, is like, your donations, you showing up, being in the chat, just to me, what it means to me is that faith in me. And that is humbling. And it means it's an honor. It means a great deal to me. And it motivates me big time because I'm like, well, shit, this is for real now. Like, back when I was theorizing about starting a YouTube channel, that was one thing. But it's like now there's people who are here every Sunday and they're expecting a show. That's pressure. But it's good pressure. It's pressure I like. That's the pressure I live for. So on that note, Yes, my plans for 2024 are to really ramp up this channel. I need to get a cadence of videos established, and I don't want to get too into it. But my goal is to have fictional work debut in 2024, more fictional work. I've done my two previous novels, but my writing has stagnated a little. But it's interesting because Mahler and the boys were EVAHHing Chris Stuckman, and he's got this new he's wearing this shirt in his video that says I'm just here to make films on his shirt. And I'm like, oh, that's so cringe, because I guess he wants to be a filmmaker. And he said on his channel, this is just a stepping stone to becoming a filmmaker. And I thought, well, that's kind of interesting, because I thought, well, gee, does that fit? Is that what my channel is to me? And I thought about it for a second, because obviously I want to write novels. I want to sell novels on the level of like, a Brandon Sanderson someday, but I want to make films. I want to make real Iron Age content that is going to take back our culture. And that is the plan. That is the plan. And I thought, is my YouTube channel just a means to an end? And I thought about it, and I was like, no, I don't see it that way. I see the YouTube channel as a partner to that content. I see it as part of it. Really what it is it's, to an extent, it's promotion. But also, look, folks, I have a lot of opinions, okay? If I didn't have this channel, all the things I'm telling you about all these shows and movies, I would just be telling my poor family about it, or my friends, and bending their ear about it until they unfriend me. So listen, you're saving my social life by allowing me to have this show. So the reality is that this channel is just what I do anyway, and it's fun. It's fun. But the vision is Swords and Starship Studios producing commentary, entertainment, and eventually Iron Age entertainment. And so more on that as the year develops. And so I have work to do, but I am still working on Galaxy-Born, which is going to be my futuristic science fiction sandbox. And it's starting to really take shape. And so I'm not going to jump the shark and promise a whole bunch until I know I can absolutely deliver. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. But yes, my plan is 2024. We're going to get this channel. I think my goal is minimum 10,000 subscribers, like minimum for, I would say, the half-year mark. And I would say I'm hoping to do a lot more than that by the end of the year. I have plans for it. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. And that vote of confidence, Fu Man Blue, means a lot to me. So thank you. I really appreciate it. So what else we got in the chat? Melodic says, I'm hypersensitive to sound and light, must control what I can. Years back when I found the invert colors in the GNOME desktop, I almost cried with joy. You know what I used to do? This is how old I am. I would be writing my novel, like in high school, I was writing a novel that never saw daylight because it was high school. It was Lieutenant Junior grade. Garrett wrote that novel, and it was not up to snuff. However, my later novel that I did publish kind of was partially a spiritual successor. Anyway, I would be writing on Word back before there was any such thing as dark mode, and I hated it. When you're looking at a screen of white, it's like staring at a light bulb. It's not how your eyes are meant to work. And so what I did is I would there was a feature in Word at the time where you could turn the page blue, and I would write on a blue screen. It looked like the blue screen of death. That's how I would do it, because I don't want to stare at a light bulb while I'm writing. But I do like typing. Typing is my favorite way to write, because I don't write as fast as I type. And so, and honestly, my thoughts are often moving so quickly that typing is too slow. But I don't do well with dictation. I've tried doing dictation, and for some reason, when I'm speaking, it's better for like reviewing and commentary. But for storytelling, I find that I do better with typing. It's like there's something about the speed of that kind of fits for me. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, at least interesting to me. Probably not to you. So let's move on. Melodic Method says to Starfury, is there more in particular that you shop for in keyboards? Yes. Help a bro out. Help a bro out, Starfury. We are getting close to New Year's in London. We are getting close. So we will get into that soon. Let me see what else I have in the stack of stuff. I'm going to hold off on doing our next top 10 list because first I have a video I want to share with you, and it's a Grizzy video. Would you like a Grizzy video? Grizzy, I really hope he doesn't mind. He is the funniest YouTuber on YouTube right now, I think. I love these videos. Hang on. Okay, so here's what Grizzy is doing, right? We're in a bit of a dry spell. We had the writer's strike. All the Disney crap has gone out. It's gone out. It's done. Echo's not coming out for another week or so, which, oh my God, that is going to be such a disaster, folks. That show is going to be crap. Can you just imagine? Anyway, so what Grizzy is doing is he's going back and doing some shill videos on stuff he never got around to before, which I think is brilliant. And Grizzy is performing a service to humanity. And I was not able to get the link in the description. So it's Grizzy 1989. So give him a like and a subscribe. If you haven't already, he's performing a service to humanity. And let's check it out, shall we? So he is doing the shill reaction to Rise of Skywalker. So I have not seen this. You're getting a live Captain's reaction.
Perfect.
Oh, no. Dude. Do they do this with the eyedroppers? They just do little eyedroppers before they start their stream?
Perfect.
I ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag.
This is actually a really good one to start with because this applies to just about everything Disney Star Wars. Just enjoy it for what it is, no matter how much it sucks.
Okay, guys.
Dude, I cannot tell you how much I hate this argument. And by the way, I am hearing this argument for Rebel Moon as well. Now, if you like Rebel Moon, totally fine. I'm not throwing shade at you, but like, I do not like it. I just think people don't like Rebel Moon because they just can't enjoy it for what it is, or they just don't like Zack Snyder. No, I don't like boring, bad storytelling. That's what I don't like. Rebel Moon is boring, bad storytelling, and it's just not. There's no character. There's no characters in Rebel Moon. You literally have a whole team of people who have barely any lines in the movie. It's horrible. So anyway, I hate this argument because it's like, no, I actually I've said on this channel many times, I love, and there may be people who disagree with me on this, I love the final episodes of Clone Wars where Ahsoka escapes Order 66. They were magnificent. That was an incredible ending for her in Clone Wars and answered a lot of questions. That's why I'm pissed that the live action Ahsoka show is crap, because that's what I wanted. I wanted to see that character being awesome, and she could have been.
For all the flaws that this movie had, we tried to see the good in it, right?
Essentially, I'm noticing that there is a huge problem and I'm avoiding it for my enjoyment.
Pussy.
It's really almost like they're patting themselves on the back for liking it.
I understand that people felt like there were glaring issues, but I don't understand why they couldn't enjoy the movie for what it was.
I'll tell you why, fucking Ray boy. Because we've been Star Wars fans for several years. Many of us our entire lives. And you have only just become a fan 10 weeks prior to recording this very video.
10 weeks since I started watching these Star Wars movies on YouTube.
So who the fuck are you to try and explain Star Wars to anyone? Stuckman, what do you got for us?
Oh yeah, this is the guy that they EFAP. This is the guy who said, I'm never going to criticize negatively movies again, because now I'm a filmmaker and there's a lot of hard work goes into making films. And I'm not going to criticize that hard work. It's like, meanwhile, this is the crowd, the same crowd that's like, why can't you just enjoy it for what it is? They are the same people that want to go and attack other fans for their opinions on things. They are the same people that are like, I'm not going to watch Sound of Freedom because that's for dads with earworms. Like, it's like, you don't actually believe what you're saying. You don't actually believe in this as a principle. There's two things going on here. the most charitable interpretation is that they are blue-pilled. They want to believe it's good, and I sympathize with that. I was in that boat with Star Trek. I was in that boat with Star Wars. I was in that boat 10, 15 years ago. I wanted to believe that things were good, that they would be, or that if they were bad, they would get better. I'm over all that. And it's like, maybe they're not, fine. But the other thing that's going on is they are clinging by their fingernails to a delusion that this is good content, and they don't want to admit that it's garbage. And in the worst case, it's because they agree. They agree with the woke mind virus. They agree with these sick ideas that we need to have, little boys being put in tutus and told that they can choose their pronouns in kindergarten. They agree with that, and it bothers them that A, people dissent from that opinion, and B, that the people who dissent are in the majority and are embarrassing all of these shows and movies in the box office and the ratings, and are proving that woke storytelling is garbage because woke beliefs are garbage. That's why they're pissed. That's why they're saying, why can't you just enjoy it for what it is?
I wasn't upset by this movie even in the slightest.
Yeah, why am I not surprised?
It's certainly not a movie that I hate, and it's definitely
Oh my
not...
God, I just want to throw up in my mouth when I hear these kind of I didn't hate it. It's not a movie that I hated. It was gooder than some things and not as not good as it could have been. It's like, for fuck's sake, just tell me what you think of it. Which character did you like? What scene was your favorite? Which action scene was exciting? You don't know, do you?
A film that is as bad as I'm sure you will hear from multiple people.
It is, Stuckman. The only people that love this movie are the hardcore Disney Star Wars shills and the I love everything Star Wars no matter what crowd.
Was it the perfect ending to Star Wars? No, but it was pretty damn good.
I'm just glad that we have more Star Wars movies.
But if you like Star Wars, I think you're going to love this movie.
Did you just slam your pen on the counter like that was a mic drop statement?
What a pussy.
I think it was a fantastic conclusion to the Skywalker saga.
Says the guy who cried while watching the trailer. So in what world would you give a non-Disney shill opinion on the matter? Oh, and by the way, a friend of mine has a question for you.
What's wrong with your face?
Oh, dude.
I will never stop defending.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
How was Poe supposed to know? No one knew. It seemed impossible to everyone, because to those unaware of Sith alchemy, it was.
Are you fucking retarded?
You do understand that with that line, J.J. Abrams is basically saying, I had no idea how to creatively write Palpatine back into existence, so I'm just not gonna do it. Also, Anakin Skywalker sacrificing himself to kill the Emperor and save his son's life solidified his redemption. And to bring Palpatine back in any way completely undoes that moment and ruins it. And clearly you...
What do... 100%. I mean, this is really why, like, I see Hayden Christensen come back as Anakin in Ahsoka. And rather than have the reaction of the shills, which is, oh, he Vadered, oh my God, his lightsaber, it's so red. It's so big and red, his lightsaber. And it's like that. Well, listen, I don't have that reaction, Grace. Like, I don't have that reaction because I remember what it was like when Anakin Skywalker, Darth Vader, sacrificed himself to save his son. That was something meaningful and helped bring balance to the Force and defeated this great, evil. Like, it's such a great, the guy who came up with Machete Order, he did this brilliant breakdown of why Machete Order is so important. And it illustrate, like, his number one thing was at the beginning of Return of the Jedi, the rebels have a giant mountain to climb. They have a giant mountain to climb. The Emperor is, if you just forget everything you know and just imagine that you're watching it for the first time, and I do remember watching it for the first time, when the Emperor unleashes the Force lightning, it's terrifying because you're like, this guy's unstoppable. He's so powerful. what force in the galaxy could defeat him, right? So when Anakin does what he does, it's so powerful. The fact that this crap writing undoes all of that is what makes me so mad. And that's why these shills are annoying, because they're like, oh, you're not allowed to feel that way. Well, I do feel that way. I do feel that a great story was destroyed by you being unable to help yourself, but have to have a red lightsaber in it and just be happy for a red lightsaber. It's like, no. So anyway,
who do not understand
in fact,
that because you
I saw what did I see in the chat? Hang on a second. Grab the chat real quick. I try to find it. What was it? I don't think that was. Here it is. Melodic Method says, I think just enjoy it for what it is has ruined art in general, along with elite turds who think that, this is not a pipe painting as art. Yeah, exactly. Listen, if I'm being as charitable as possible, I do understand people who are like, look, I just want to have fun. I want to enjoy the movie. I don't want to make a big deal out of it. I get that. Trust me, I get that. Look, I don't like it that Star Wars is in the shitter. I don't like that. I don't want it to be this way. But there's one crowd of us that are like, okay, well, this is reality. We got to deal with it. And then there's people who say, I don't want to live in reality. I just want to believe this is good. It's a red lightsaber. It doesn't matter to me whether it's a good story. Well, you're entitled to that opinion, but don't throw shade at me because I don't like it. That's the issue, is that it's not enough that they have their opinion. They don't want us to have our opinion because they think that ruins their party. It's like, well, that's silly. Have your party. Look, there's people who like Rebel Moon. That's fine. Like Rebel Moon. I think your standard should be higher, but that's just my opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. So anyway, yeah, I agree with you, Melodic. That just it's such a stupid argument. And then Star Fury says, I've been a Star Wars fan for nearly 50 years, and these fuckers want me to enjoy this shit. They can go fuck themselves with a spiked face. Oh, jeez. No, exactly, though. Look, it's so weird, this argument of, because we want to believe Star Wars is fun. We want to believe it's not crap. And therefore, you just have to agree with us. And if you don't agree with us, it's because you're problematic and you're toxic. And it's like, well, that's stupid. And we're not, no deal. No deal. And Melodic Method agrees. Amen, brother. It's like here's my attitude about it. It's like, if you just deleted all of Disney Star Wars and then reintroduce Star Wars to these people, if they didn't remember it, it's like they would agree with us. I think most of them would agree with us, because I think they have forgotten. They don't even know what they're missing. Like my cousin, who, at the time was only like a couple of years ago, was only like 21 maybe. And he knew of Star Wars, but he had not actually sat down and watched the whole thing. So it was kind of new to him, because he was like pretty little when the prequels came out. So we did machete order. We watched episode 4 and then 5, and then we did episode 2 and 3, and then we finished with Return of the Jedi. And I'll just never forget that, like, he texted me 2 days later. And it was like a novel. He was like, I just had this, it sounds silly, but he's like, I had a moving spiritual experience watching this. It was such an incredible story, because at the, this is before Return, Last of the Jedi, or The Last Jedi. It was right when Force Awakens had just hit DVD and streaming, basically. And he was like, this is such an amazing story, because it's about, resisting evil and not allowing anger to take you over. And it was awesome. And I'm like, see, that's what the shills are missing. They're missing how Star Wars is not about lightsabers. It's not about, X-Wings. It's not about little green aliens, that make cute baby noises. That's not what Star Wars is. Those are things in Star Wars. What Star Wars is a story about going on adventures, about friendship, about sacrifice, about the meaning of freedom and the price of winning it, about spirituality and faith. That it's a movie about spirituality and faith is what Star Wars is about. And it's deep and meaningful, and it's profound. And what I think we all sort of are collectively in the fellowship groaning about is that Star Wars used to be a profound, meaningful, philosophical story. And it is the opposite. It is vapid. It is superficial. It doesn't actually have any real depth to it. I mean, it's Chat GPT writing. So that's what I'm objecting to. By the way, same problem with Star Trek. Kurtzman Trek abandons all of the profundity of what Star Trek was before. Star Trek was it was an adventure story. Star Trek has always been an adventure story, always. But it was a thought-provoking adventure story. It was an adventure story in which there were complicated moral questions and there were not easy answers. Now it's all self-referential bullshit and a vehicle for the message, among many other things. Melodic. Oh, yes. Talking about the lightsaber. Red Rocket. Red Rocket. Oh, no. Dude, the He Vader thing is one of the best memes of the year. That is one of the best. Seconded only behind Elon's Go Fuck Yourself. Like, that's the best thing that happened all year. But the second most awesome internet meme, I think, was He Vadered. Oh, He Vadered. The absolute state of Star Wars. Thank you for summing it all up so beautifully, Grace. She really actually swerved into some real genius with that one, actually. She doesn't know it, but she did. So yes. As Star Fury points out, she really wanted that red rocket. So yes, shall we resume with the shills? What else do the shills have for us?
You are not a real Star Wars fan. So what about Palpatine being completely unable to control his own Force lightning to the point that he disintegrates his own face?
Some people were kind of nitpicking with
It's not a nitpick, bitch.
the Emperor not just turning off the lightning. Like,
Yeah.
why do we have to keep it going?
Well, I think that he
until-
couldn't stop it at that point because it was coming back to him.
Yeah.
He couldn't. I think.
I love how the storytelling is so thin and the script is so underdeveloped that, like, this is what happens when there's not an actual story, is that you start guessing at like all the, oh, I guess this is what was happening. I guess that's why he couldn't. It's like, that's how you know it's not a good story.
You think one of the most powerful Sith Lords ever does not know how to turn off the Force lightning after he's already started it?
Yeah, maybe he just couldn't turn it off.
The arcs of the characters, the new characters was beautiful. They paid off all the Last Jedi stuff.
What?
What?
No.
What's wrong with your face?
Paid off the Last Jedi stuff, more like sabotaged it. Would you like examples?
The Jedi's weapon deserves more respect.
You are a Palpatine.
They were nobody.
They're filthy junk traders. Sold you off for drinking money.
They paid off all the Last Jedi stuff.
Damn it, Wade!
Rey Skywalker.
Rey claiming that she's a Skywalker, I think is cute.
What the fuck?
I think it's cute. It didn't offend me. I just went with it, and I thought it was really cute. Plus, she deserves it.
Dude, that is what gives the lie to what they're saying. When they always use these Orwellian newspeak kind of ways of saying it, of like, it didn't offend me. Do you need to hear any more obvious tell that they're full of shit? Like if you liked it, you would have said, I liked that. That was brilliant. I think that was a great direction for the story. No, it didn't offend me. I was okay with it. Which is your way of not saying what you really think.
Oh, retard alert. Retard alert, blast.
Dude, that's one of my favorite Mr. Garrison moments in South Park, by the way. Retard alert. Retard alert. I need that as a meme on this show.
She does not deserve it. And this is why everyone hates her, because she's constantly getting things she doesn't deserve. Luke's last name. Han Solo's ship when it should be going to Chewie. Anakin's lightsaber. Poe's droid, the victory over Palpatine, stealing it from Anakin. Her own goddamn movie.
She was just a hero.
Smash that like button if you agree with me when I say that Rey boys are some of the biggest bitches on this entire planet.
Grizzy, if I could smash that like button twice for you, I would, sir.
And please subscribe as well if you haven't already.
Also, people wanted to really accuse the new Star Wars of having a lot of social justice warrior stuff and fucking like inclusivity and oh my god.
Because it does. Because it does, sir. It does. Sir Madamerit. I'm not a biologist.
Oh my god. Hey, guys, have you ever watched Star Wars before? It's literally about fighting space Nazis.
Do I have to explain this?
I just want to. You don't even know what Nazis are. You don't even know. You just, all you know is the Cliff Notes history that you get regurgitated over and over and over in all the light we cannot see. Meanwhile, this is probably the same guy that's like, from the river to the sea. He's probably the same guy that's like free Palestine. You know what I mean? He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He doesn't even know like what he doesn't even realize that anyway. Who created the Volkswagen, sir? It was a very economical vehicle for the people.
There's a big difference between inserting your own political agenda into your content, Disney, and George Lucas taking inspiration from actual historical events to tell a good story.
But the difference is George Lucas did not make them he did not make them literally that. He took inspiration from the rise of a totalitarian regime, and he used it as a model to tell its own story. That's called allegory. That's called subtlety and nuance. That is not woke storytelling. Woke storytelling is woke storytelling is literally saying what this guy said. Oh, it's about space Nazis.
Fucking idiot.
J.J. Abrams was probably like, well, this may be the very last Star Wars movie we ever make, so I'm going to appease the longtime fans that have been with Star Wars since it started, and
what a
everyone
crime.
else, basically.
Sweetheart, you can trust me when I say that 99.8% of us despise this movie.
That being said, I've also seen longtime Star Wars fans mention that they don't like this movie either, so...
So you're just bitching just to bitch. Okay, got it. Moving on.
We need to stop looking for people or corporations to blame for why something isn't the same way that it was for us when we were younger.
Stuckman, we don't want it to be the same as what came before. We want it to respect what came before.
People have not seen this movie. They decided to actually find the leaks, find the spoilers, put them on their Twitter feeds.
The leaks that were proven to be accurate, as this guy conveniently fails to mention.
Critique, review, say, I told you. This is why this is why Lucasfilm sucks. This is why Kathleen Kennedy sucks. They are not seeing this movie. They are instead ripping this movie to shreds without seeing it, and I find that ridiculous.
Ooh, frickety who! And who were these terrible people that decided to post accurate leaks on their Twitter? Thus,
these are also the same kinds of people, by the way, that refuse to see Sound of Freedom. These are the same kinds of people that are always upset. They're very upset that people are prejudging things, but they're the same people that are like, I'm not going to watch Sound of Freedom. I'm not going to watch What is a Woman. I'm not going to watch any of that because those are from bad Orange Man, bad people. That's what the media told me.
Ruining the Rise of Skywalker's theatrical release.
Most of the people who are out there shitting on Star Wars, listen, there's a large chunk of that is Russian troll farming. That's legit.
Oh no!
You must be on crack.
Then you got
you have got to be shitting me. No way. Did he just say Russian bot farms? Oh my God. The heights of sheer delusion. It's unreal. Wow. By the way, sir, with all due respect, sir and madam, we are not shitting on Star Wars. We, here on the Swords and Starships channel, are shitting on Disney, Star Wars, and Disney idiots like Kathleen Kennedy and, unfortunately, Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau, who apparently have zero talent as writers. Who knew? That's who we're shitting on. We're not shitting on Star Wars. Who is shitting on Star Wars? I ain't shitting on Star Wars. I like the prequels, and I love the original trilogy. I even like a lot of the Clone Wars. I'm not shitting on Star Wars.
the large chunk of people that are just mindless followers that fall for that bullshit and think it's cool.
Mark my words, when the Rey movie comes out and it bombs and everyone hates it, These retards will blame Elon Musk and Twitter
Dude,
X
they
for
will.
not banning people like you and I on the platform so they can enjoy and praise the movie in peace in their own little safes.
Dude, I'll tell you right now, dude, these types of people loved Elon, folks. They loved him. Like literally before the whole Twitter thing, they loved Elon. They thought he was owning the chuds. They did. He is, just not the chuds they thought he was owning. They just didn't like it that Elon has principles. Like Elon has principles, meaning even if Elon is a liberal progressive man, which he generally, I think, is, he's maybe progressive. He's not quite progressive, but he's liberal. He's left of center, at least. I think we can all agree to that. Even if he disagrees with the speech of someone who opposes something he wants, he has a principle. His principle is free speech is free speech, and everyone has free speech. Okay. That means even when it's inconvenient for Elon Musk to apply that principle, because it would mean allowing the voice of someone he disagrees with, he still does it because that's what having principles is. Wokies don't have principles. What they have is things they want, and when they don't get those things, they get big mad, right? I remember a Reddit thread years ago. I was reading this Reddit thread, and it was just gushing over Elon. He's saving the planet with all of his electric cars. He's going to make us a multi-planet species. We're going to be on Mars because we're such bad creatures and we're killing our planet, and he's going to save us. And it's just all this, and it was just, and then the minute that he goes, he extends those same principles of saving the planet and saving humanity. He extends it to X and says, I'm going to give free speech. Oh, great. Free speech sounds great to everyone, including right-wingers. What? That's not free speech. It's like, so now he's bad. So now he's bad, and they're totally going to be so mad when the Rey movie fails. Oh my God. Folks, I don't think I've ever been more excited for a Star Wars movie. Are you excited for Rey? I cannot wait to see. Dude, if you think Marvel's was bad, oh my God, if you think Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny was bad, wait until you see the way this one's going to crash and burn. And what's so funny too is I guarantee you that like these idiots running, these stupid people that are running Disney, they do think that this is good. This time we're going to do it right. I guarantee you they are working on like improving the product because they have suffered, folks. $1.3 billion minimum they have lost at the box office this year for Disney. Okay. But the thing is they've learned nothing. They've learned nothing. The fact that they are making a Rey movie is proof they have learned nothing. Oh my God. Oh, we are almost at Big Ben striking the hour. So we got to finish up with the shills. Melodic Method. She fucking deserves it. What the actual... meeting. Oh, yes. The Skywalker thing. Oh, I know. It's so cringe. It's so bad. The biggest Mary Sue to exist since ever. I don't know. I think Korra in Rebel Moon gives Rey a run for her money. I really think Korra is like she just literally just girl bosses everywhere in that movie. But that's probably a stretch, but the captain will allow it. Just this once. Redoubt Production says, yes, of course. I love the rubles Putin compensates me when I have to talk Star Wars. It's so stupid. Russian. But dude, what's so funny though is that's an outdated NPC patch. Like that was the NPC patch back in like 2016 to 2018. That was when Orange Man was still around. That was the NPC update was Russian bots, everybody. They wouldn't say that now because there's a new NPC update. So that's why this is a time capsule. This is a time capsule of shillery. Star Fury says, clearly they got all their intel on bad reviews from the CIA. Exactly. Let's power up those Russian bot farms for the Rey movie. Russian bot farm. That is, there's my alarm. That's the Stranger Things theme right there. That means Big Ben. Big Ben is. No, dang it! I don't want to snooze. No, turn it off. Okay, don't. Big Ben is going to strike midnight in London, right? Because we're 8 hours. No, am I wrong about this? Yeah. No, I'm right about that. Yeah. It should be. We're almost there. Stuff. Yeah. Right. Where is it? Yeah, it's the outdated NPC patch. You steal away, Melodic. That I would consider it an honor. So, yes. That's what we're seeing with these shills. Okay, let's see if we can wrap this up real quick, and then we're gonna watch Big Ben strike New Year's. Hang on, let me switch my screen here. All right, take it away, shills.
Space.
Bunch of pussies.
It's coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on.
Yeah, the chemistry between primarily the three main characters, Poe, Finn, and Ray, are off the charts. So good.
What? We've never even seen the three of them together before this movie. Ray and Poe are arguing all the time, and all Finn does is just scream people's names.
Kylo Ren had such an amazing redemption arc.
Oh, no.
I can see why little girls idolize Rey. I really do. She's very much a feminist hero.
No. My God, Chlamydia Burns, Grace Randolph just managed to sneak her way into this video.
And I'm like, behind the scenes,
Chlamydia
I actually didn't
Burns!
tell anyone. I was like, okay, I'm really hoping that Kylo and
That's
Rey get
so
together.
mean.
It's amazing. They'd be such a good power couple. I want to see what their babies are like. And then they kiss.
Hold on one second.
Oh, dude.
You Raylos are fucking weird. Jesus Christ.
This is still better than most of the prequels, but it's my least favorite of the new ones.
It's not prequel bad dialogue.
In between 19...
Look, the prequels have problems, but folks, that is ridiculous. Like, the prequels have problems that they are not anywhere close to as bad as the sequels. Okay. I'll come back to this, but I don't want to miss the let's see if we can pull up. Here we go. I think this is a channel. This is London Live right now, 11:56 p.m. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, I'm going to leave it there, and we're going to check back in as soon as it's time for the ball. I keep saying ball drop. See, in America, the ball drops. The balls drop. In America, our balls drop once a year. Okay, so that's the deal. But in Great Britain, Big Ben strikes the new year on the hour. You know what's really interesting? You remember that movie V for Vendetta, which I really liked. But I do remember, I think it was either Ebert or Roper. I don't remember which. That was back when I would watch the kind of mainstream critic reviews. One of them liked the movie, but said really found the imagery of, I believe, Parliament and Big Ben getting blown up at the end as like it's meant to be sort of the triumphant moment of the movie, but it actually is a pretty ugly thing to look at, and it's actually pretty terrible. I really agreed with that. I was like, you know what? I agree with you. That's like watching, that would be like watching the Statue of Liberty getting blown up, but it's a symbol of the enemy being defeated in the film. And it's like, nah, I agree. That's the wrong imagery. But I get on paper, it makes sense. On paper, it's like, yeah, that's the seat of the fascist government. And that's why he's got to blow it up. But when you actually see it, it's a pretty awful thing to see. So I kind of agree with that, apropos of nothing. I don't think this channel, I think they just walk around the streets on this channel. What do you Brits do over there? Do you actually you don't have an equivalent of the ball dropping in Times Square, do you? It just, the clock ticks over and it's like, well, jolly good. It's a new year. That's it. Come on, Star Fury. What do you got for me? Oh, am I too late? The captain's too late? Oh, 5 minutes to go. I thought you said 5 minutes ago. Okay, 5 minutes to go. Melodic says the prequels had an amazing story. I agree with that. Like the overall story, because Machete Order right? Which is you treat episode 1 is treated as an anthology film. And that's not because we hate episode 1 per se. It's just that episode 1 is less relevant to Anakin and Luke's story is kind of the idea, because Attack of the Clones picks up right when Anakin is a young man. He is a Jedi in training, and he's kind of, and also there's a visual continuance of the way that Obi-Wan and Anakin look from Attack of the Clones to Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith is my second favorite Star Wars film, right? Because I think, what's my favorite? My favorite is Empire. Yeah. And then Revenge of the Sith, then Return of the Jedi. Those are my top 3. I love Revenge of the Sith. I still remember seeing it in theaters. I still remember being very moved. Is it time? We're almost, okay, here we go. All right. We're going live. We're 30 seconds. But yes, I agree with you, Melodic. It was, they weren't perfect, but they were good. All right. For 20 seconds. Hopefully I don't get hit for this music. All right, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, London! Happy New Year! There it is. Where's the fireworks? I was promised fireworks. Okay, I'm going to mute it because I don't know. Oh, wait, can I hear Big Ben? Doesn't Big Ben do a bell or something? That's it? All right, well, let's wrap this thing up and eat some beans on toast, I guess. What's the deal, Britain? This is like so low key. You're supposed to go crazy and everyone's supposed to be drunk. Well, they might be drunk. Maybe they're drunk, but oh, what a beautiful sight is Big Ben. Look at it. Gorgeous. We don't build things like that in Western civilization anymore. That's so sad. Where's my fireworks? Dude, that's a beautiful shot. Hat tip. What's the name of this channel? This is London Tourism is the name of the channel. There you go. All right. Well, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. We're going back to the shills now. There it is. So that is the captain celebrating New Year's with you, my dear swords and starships, sailors and star knots, I meant to say.
That was perfect.
Okay, hang on. Where were we? Where were we with our shills? Hang on a second. I don't want to, you don't want to see the captain wiping his nose. That's no fun. Trippy Souls is very I'm sorry, Trippy. Welcome to the chat. Hail, welcome aboard. It is very anticlimactic. I know. I was like, I want to see the equivalent of the ball drop in London. And there's nothing. You just look up at Big Ben and go back to what you were doing. That's no fun. I don't know. Maybe that's the wrong channel. Because actually, no, it looks like it's daylight. It looked like daylight. So I don't even think that's live. I don't know. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm new at YouTubing. Okay. Toast and beans for the win, says Fu Man Blue. Redoubt Production says, this has been yet another piece of evidence that the American Revolution was not a mistake. No, it was not a mistake. The only proper place for a New Year's celebration is Times Square in New York, okay? I don't care if there's lots of human feces on the streets. That is still where we go to celebrate New Year's Eve in the correct fashion, as we Yanks are wont to do. Melodic Method says, you found a channel? Drop the link, Melodic. Do you have the link? It looked cool. Oh, nice. Way to twist the knife, Melodic. Oh, it looked really cool. You guys should have been there. Well, if the captain had his shit together, I would have found the right channel for it. So anyhow, okay, back to the shills. Star Fury says, "What? You know what's funny is Rumble. I don't like that Rumble converts your money automatically to dollars, Star Fury, because it's supposed to be pounds sterling. The captain wants pounds sterling from the Brits. But anyway, for a $5 Rumble rant, which I'm going to estimate is like 6 pounds sterling. It's for Star Fury for 6 pounds sterling. Happy New Year, you magnificent bastard. Well, Happy New Year to you, Star Fury. Thank you for that beautiful Rumble rant. Hat tip, salute to all of you, my dear sailors of Starnuts, my beautiful audience. It's such an honor to be with you. And there we go. New Year's. It is officially 2024 in Britain. It is not 2024 over here in the States just yet, but very soon. Very soon. Okay. Last of the shills.
All Finn does is just scream people's names.
Kylo Ren had a
Jesus Christ.
This is still better than most of the.
Stuckman, I do not believe that for a second.
Let me get that.
It's not prequel bad dialogue.
In between 1999 and I would say, I don't know, 2012, 2013, everyone I spoke to hated the prequels.
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit, Stuckman. I do not believe that for a second. And for some reason, these people always single out Attack of the Clones.
I never want to watch Attack of the Clones.
I hate episode 2.
Episode two
is so bad.
It's just so pathetic because the only way the sequel trilogy shills know how to elevate the sequel trilogy movies is to tear down the prequels.
Yep.
Those movies aren't as entertaining to me as these or the old ones.
No, yeah. Well, I mean, like even watching prequels like in today, like it's just dated. Yeah.
And sadly, on occasion, you can catch them trying to bring down the original trilogy as well.
Palpatine's death in Return of the Jedi was kind of weak. He just fell down a hole.
Oh my God. Oh no. Usually okay, that one pisses me off. Okay. That one pisses me off. Usually the shills are just funny to me. Like they're just funny. Dude, that is shots fired. Okay. That is what? What are you talking about? You know what? That is so pathetic. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. Let's just move on. Let's just finish this. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Chris.
So remember the 1 second lesbian kiss that Disney stuck at the end of the movie to pander to the gay community, but ended up just pissing everyone off, including the gay community? Well, this woman here on the left, she thought it was great.
I feel like any step, baby steps,
Yeah.
towards a better world is a step forward. It's a good thing. We shouldn't be criticizing it, even if people do it to just check our box. Yes, it's insincere. It's all this and that. But ultimately is a step towards a better world.
Yes, ma'am.
Even
fuck off. Like, just with all my heart, fuck off. Like, you want to live in a world where everything is propaganda and just fake and phony, and your state and your corporate masters just serve you this slop and they tell you what to believe, and they rewrite history to make you feel better, and you just live in this sanitized, curated lie. Oh, God. Well, you're welcome to it. I'm not living in that. Screw that. Screw you.
If it's insincere, it's a step in the right direction towards a better world.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
And I'm just going to leave it at that. Thanks for watching. Make sure you check out.
Well done, Grizzy. A scholar, a warrior poet is Grizzy, performing a service to humanity. He is curating the shills for us. But dude, you know what's funny? It's like, now I remember my level of excitement for Attack of the Clones was like, it was huge, because I was like just out of high school, I think. And like all the Doritos bags just had Anakin with a blue lightsaber. And I was stoked. I was like, dude, I'm going to see Anakin, because he was a kid in the first one, right? So like seeing him as an adult kicking ass was like, I was so excited for that. I was like, dude, this is going to be rad. And I remember that, like, I got out of the theater. I loved that battle in the arena. Now, I cannot to this day make heads or tails of that Sypha Diaz plot. I do not understand what that was. I really don't. Okay, so a Jedi years ago secretly commissioned a clone army, but did not tell the Jedi Council about it because he feared the Sith were coming. But then maybe Darth Sidious's apprentice at that time assassinated Sypha Diaz and assumed his identity and continued the clone order on his behalf until later Yoda discovered that this mysterious army had been created, but was not worried that someone had created this without anyone's knowledge, decided to use the army without questioning it. I cannot make heads or tails of that plot. I just can't. I don't know what Lucas is trying to say with that. I was in the theater. I'm like, what? I don't understand this. And years later, I'm like, I cannot figure it out. So maybe I'm just too stupid. But all I will tell you is, aside from like kind of those, and of course, I hate sand. It gets everywhere. Yeah. So there's that. But look, was it kind of a dopey melodramatic love story? Yes, because Lucas is not great at that. But I still, look, I wanted to ship Anakin and Padme. I was an Anakin Padme. I was a Padkin. I was a Padkin. I was a weird Padkin. I wanted to see Padme and Anakin ship. And I got that. It was great. No, but what was really awesome was that freaking epic battle with like 50 Jedi just kicking ass and Mace Windu's kicking ass. I didn't like how easily Mace Windu defeated Jango Fett, but on the whole, liked it. But I remember arguing with a friend of mine who hated it at the time. I do remember that. I got out of the theater and my friend was like, that was terrible. That was the most boring. And he liked the first one. And he's like, no, I hate that one. Okay. But the one that I think was universally pretty much loved and praised was Revenge of the Sith. Like, I loved it. That was a great movie. It had like six amazing lightsaber battles. It had Anakin falling to the dark side, mostly in a pretty plausible way. Anakin being evil Darth Vader as himself for a while was pretty rad, watching him wipe out all the separatists. Order 66, I actually think Order 66 was masterful. Like, that was masterfully done in that movie. I remember how hard that hit me when I saw it in the theater. Like, watching all the Jedi die, I wasn't prepared for that. Like, it was disturbing. I remember sitting in the theater and feeling unsettled. I was disturbed watching it. It was very dark. It was very grim. It was probably the darkest thing I'd ever seen in Star Wars before. So these shills saying that nobody oh, shut up. You know that's not true. They're not perfect, but they are not, listen, if Force Awakens was divisive when it came out, I was on the side in favor of Force Awakens. When it came out, I liked it. It wasn't perfect, but it mostly, I thought, opened up a lot of great possibilities, and I was with it. If The Last Jedi had allowed Luke to be a badass, had actually had Rey earning it, had continued sort of Kylo Ren's interesting storyline with the Knights of Ren and how he fell to the dark side and all that stuff, like, if it had really been done well and it had been a great story, we would be talking about how the sequel trilogy was not perfect, but it was good. Han Solo should not have died that way. No argument there, but man, wasn't it awesome when? Right? That would have been the conversation. It is totally disingenuous. It is total bullshit to say that, oh, well, people just don't remember how bad the prequels were. No, that is not at all. There's a difference between flawed, but ultimately satisfying stories and just what we got, which was garbage. So melodic Dorito memories, bruh. No, poke away. No. That's fair play, melodic. Fair play. But I really do. I remember Hayden Christensen with his little Jedi braid, and he had the blue light and he's on the Doritos bag. It's like, Attack of the Clones coming soon. I still remember that Taco Bell. Okay. Are you ready for a Taco Bell story? I still remember that when Phantom Menace was in theaters and when it was coming out, Taco Bell was running a massive promotion. And it was they had what were they? They were like little pogs. if you remember Pogs, they were like these little like milk bottle caps that you were getting from Taco Bell. And if you collect, it was sort of like the McDonald's Monopoly thing. If you collected enough of them, you'd win some prizes. And it had all the characters, right? That's how I knew Mace Windu's name. Because they hardly ever mention his name in the actual Phantom Menace. I knew Mace Windu's name before the movie came out because of the Taco Bell promotion that had all the bottle caps that said Mace Windu. so you had Mace Windu and you had Darth Maul. That's another one. Like, I wouldn't have known it was Darth Maul from the movie because in the movie they call him Lord Maul. But on the Taco Bell promotion, they called him Darth Maul. And I thought, what's this guy about? This guy looks rad. And to this day, I do think Darth Maul was awesome. So yeah. You and me both, Melodic. I want some Taco Bell. Like, has it been too long since you went without diarrhea? You need some Taco Bell in your life, you know? Redoubt, oh Lord, Taco Bell for the run. Dude, Taco Bell is the trashiest choice of all the trashy like foods that I'm most ashamed that I eat. It's Taco Bell. and yet that ride home with Taco Bell in the car is the best thing ever, isn't it? It's the best thing ever. Star Fury's all quiet now. The Star Fury's a busy man. He has things to do. Don't read anything into it, Melodic. He's out. Star Fury's out there, folks. He's out there. You never know where he might strike. Redoubt Production says Revenge of the Sith holds its own against all Star Wars content. The only thing that may drag it down for some is the indulgence of political intrigue, but that's right up my alley. Well, I actually think the political intrigue worked. I think it worked actually really well in Revenge of the Sith. I don't actually I thought Phantom Menace did get bogged down in some of the Senate procedural stuff. Which is funny because these shills love to like scold us and say that, oh, you don't like woke messaging. Well, gee, Star Wars was always about politics. Well, the interesting thing about Phantom Menace is that was unusual. Like, Star Wars had never been about the details. Like, there were some, A New Hope does suggest the abolishing of the Senate and some things, but they're kind of peripheral, those references. Like, having a full-on Senate procedure, that was new in Star Wars. So, but in Revenge of the Sith, it was much better. It was much better done. Here's the heart and soul of why Revenge of the Sith, I think, deserves, in my view, its spot as my second favorite Star Wars film. And it's the relationship between Anakin and Obi-Wan. That story of friendship, master and apprentice, and then betrayal. That's a powerful and moving story. And it was, and really, Hayden Christensen and especially Ewan McGregor deserve great credit because they sold that. They sold that with their performances, with their choreography. Like, they sold it. And like that scene when Anakin is confronting, Obi-Wan is confronting Anakin, I believed it when he says, don't send me to kill Anakin. He's my brother. I can't do it. And Yoda's like, you've got to. Only I can take on the Emperor. And I was like, rad, freaking rad. But also that was believable that Obi-Wan did not want to do that. And it was powerful and emotional when they face off. The dumbest line in all fiction is in that movie, right? Which is, from my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Ugh, I still cringe. But I can forgive some flaws. I can forgive a flaw or two because the heart and soul of it was there. And the politics actually made sense. And I would say that on the whole, I just really loved that confrontation between Anakin and Obi-Wan. It was in the shadow of Order 66, which was also pretty amazing. So yeah, look, the biggest problem with the prequels is they were sometimes uneven in their pace and they had clunky dialogue. Those were the basic issues with the prequels. Clunky dialogue, uneven pace. A good screenwriter could have fixed that. I would say George Lucas, if he had worked with another screenwriter who was a little better than he is, they could have polished off some of those rough edges, and they'd probably be damn near as good as the originals if you had just done that much. I think Lucas was more of he was good at the vision, he was good at the lore, and he was very good at spectacle. He deserves great credit for that. I used to kind of I used to kind of dig on him a little bit when he would say that, like, I always want, in my movies, I want to show someone a new planet. Like, I think we should always go to a new planet. And I kind of was like, well, that's short-sighted, because I want to see some of the places we've already been get more developed and see more layers to them. But in hindsight, I think he had a good point. He had a good point, because I watched Mandalorian and I'm like, every planet looks the same to me. Like, every one of them looks the same to me. So say one thing for George Lucas. Say that he always wanted to show you something new that you had never seen before that made the galaxy feel bigger. So, I actually think Revenge of the Sith is sort of the high watermark of how big the galaxy felt. You know what I'm saying? Like, Empire Strikes Back is my favorite because of the road trip. The road trip and also Yoda training Luke is one of the greatest pieces of storytelling ever, I think. The lifting out of the X-Wing out of the swamp was just, to this day, gives me chills. So that's part of it. But the road trip that Han and Leia and Chewie are on is epic. They go to this asteroid field. They go to the Cloud City. They're sort of skipping across the galaxy. And I just remember feeling like the galaxy was vast, it was dark, and it was full of dangers, like that worm coming out of the asteroid. That was one of the coolest twists ever. It's like, oh my God, we're not in a cave, we're in a creature. Like, that's rad. And it made the galaxy feel big and unpredictable and full of dangers lurking in the corners. That was cool. And then what do we get when Dave Filoni takes over? We get a houseplant pirate who occupies a town with 20 people in it, and they have to go to the DMV at Coruscant to get help. Oh, well, just fuck off, Dave Filoni. So yeah, no, I'm a prequel fan. 100%. Trippy Soul says, high ground. I have the high ground, Anakin. Don't try it, Anakin. I have the high ground. Yes, the tactician in me does recoil at that. It is a little silly. It is silly. There's ways you could have got at it, right? But the spirit of it still works, because, the whole point, the emotional beats, like, that's the thing that I think the shills miss, is the problem with the prequels, as imperfect as they are. The prequels had heart. They had an emotional core, because Lucas did understand the emotional core of the story. The emotional core of the story is the Skywalker family and the fall of Anakin, and the tragedy. It's really a Shakespearean tale in that sense. It's a tragedy. It's the tale of a fall, right? And it's not just about Anakin. It's about the consequences to all the people who trusted Anakin. It's about the consequences. Padme is betrayed. Obi-Wan is betrayed. Yoda is betrayed. The whole galaxy is betrayed. But like that, it's the emotional fallout of that is the heart and soul of the story. The sequels don't have an emotional core. They don't have an emotional core because they quickly dispatch all of the legacy characters and get them out of the way. And then they fail to give us any real struggle, sacrifice, or pain for the new trio of Poe, Finn, and Rey. And so the real problem with The Last Jedi, and especially The Rise of Skywalker, is they, it's cliche to say it, but they're soulless, meaning they don't have an emotional heart and soul. They don't have an emotional core. So the reason we can forgive I Have the High Ground, but I can never forgive the stupid fleet on Exegol. I can never forgive that madness. That was madness. That was madness. That was a copy paste of 1,000 stupid Star Destroyers. They're there. There they are. The reason I can never forgive that flaw, but I can forgive I Have the High Ground, is because there was an emotional core underpinning that did not exist in Rise of Skywalker. So that's my thought. That's just the captain's opinion. Trippy Soul says Robot Chicken did the best skit on it. Yeah, Robot Chicken had a great send-up. And also, I love the Family Guy parodies as well. Like, the interesting thing is that Seth MacFarlane understands those stories. He really does. So Star Fury says that was a metaphor too far. Too far. Which metaphor? I forget. I just ran about 50 metaphors, so I've already forgotten Star Fury. Melodic was worried about you, Star Fury. Like, where's Star Fury gone? It strikes midnight in London, and off he goes, vanishes into the night. And here we are, left adrift at sea without Star Fury, our master gunner. That's right. Good old-fashioned guilt trip. All right, let's get into the last of the top 10s, right? Let's ring in the new year. So we did the top 10 best series of the year. We did the top 10 worst series of the year. Worst of the year was Ahsoka. Best of the year was One Piece and Luffy. Luffy is my second favorite fictional character of the year because he got dethroned, and I don't want spoilers for my list, so I'm not going to tell you who dethroned Luffy just yet. But if you've been watching this channel, you probably already know. But in any case, here we go. Let's do the top. Should we do top 10 worst first? Do you want the good news or the bad news first, chat? Which do you want first? Oh, the high ground metaphor, says Star. Yes, the high ground metaphor. It was a metaphor too far. Let's do worst first. I want to end on a high. Yes, I agree, Redoubt. Let's do worst first. We should end on a high note. So here we go. The chat has spoken. The chat has spoken, and the chat is always respected. So here we go. Share video file. Share. Let's see. Top 10 worst. Here we go. All right. So number 10. Let's fire it off. Now, this might be a hot take, and the chat might come at me with pitchforks on this one. So here we go. Skewer the captain if you must. However, I really disliked this movie. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is, in my view, the 10th worst film of the year. Now, were there some good things in it? Yes. I liked Peter Quill. I liked Rocket Raccoon. There was potential here. Why do I think listen, this film was confusing. It was kind of depressing, and I did not like the fact there was not a clear story. That's really kind of my main problem is like, was this a story about Star-Lord saving Rocket Raccoon, or was this a story about the Guardians? Well, I don't know. Saving woodland creatures. Was it about them stopping the High Evolutionary? I'm not sure. This film kind of didn't seem to know what it was. My main issue with it is there were these kind of major set pieces that seemed to come out of nowhere with no emotional payoff. I'll give you an example. I really didn't like it when they land on Second Earth and they're getting to know these animal people, which frankly was kind of weird because they were all like soccer moms, but with bat ears, which was maybe too much mumbo jumbo for one captain to take. However, they were kind of building a story around it. Oh, we're normal people. We were created by the evolutionary. Can you help us? And I thought the story was about to become about saving these people. But then 5 minutes later, we just watched the High Evolutionary nuke the planet, and all these people we just got to know are dead. And I'm like, well, what was the point of that? Like, what was the point of all that? Why did we get to know these people and have this whole like setup building? So that's why I didn't like this movie. It was all over the place. So that was my main issue. And let me see, the captain owes an explanation to the audience on this one. So I'm digging up kind of some other notes I had. Because I love analyzing story structure. It's one of my favorite things. So if you will indulge the captain, I like to use Blake Snyder's 10 Save the Cat genres, okay, which are not the traditional genres of sci-fi, fantasy, etc. They are basically the type of story structure we're dealing with. So in the case of Guardians, what I felt where is it? Guardians shows, movies. Yeah, those are the good ones. Shows, movie. Okay, there it is. I got it. Here we go. So in the case of Guardians, right, it's basically an epic Golden Fleece story about, I think, roughly Star-Lord finding himself and saving Rocket Raccoon. Now, I think that could have been a really good emotional core for the story, and I think they should have built the whole thing around Peter Quill saving Rocket Raccoon, had less of the extra characters, like the Russian dog was kind of a distraction. I just think it should have been about the core group. And I think there should have been a question in the story about what is our purpose and why are we out here? And I think that could have worked. So I just think it was a miss. But that's where that's at. And feel free to disagree. Let's see. Trippy Soul says, I heard the whole series is actually Rocket's story and not Peter's. You could make a case. Listen, I'll tell you something. I love the first film. The first film is a masterpiece. And I see it as a full triumphant story about Peter Quill, which is, that would be the genre of the first film, is the full triumphant, because Peter Quill, he's kind of a, you got to remember that at the time, our core characters were Captain America, Thor, Iron Man, the Hulk. These are all scientists, warriors. These are people that are very serious, and they're gods among men, right? Then we get Peter Quill, who's like, I'm Star-Lord. Who? which is great. But then it turns out that he actually he's got the heart of a hero, and he came to play. And we see him pull together this plucky group of misfits, and they beat Ronan. It was rad. I love the first movie. Second movie, not quite as good, but I still liked it. And I still think that was mainly a story about Peter. But here's kind of where I guess I kind of half agree with you, Trippy Soul. Here's what I would say. I think the story of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 should have been a buddy Golden Fleece story about Peter and Rocket. They should have been the heart and soul of the story, and and anything that was kind of distracting from that, I think, should have been removed from the script. Everything should have been organized around a friend saving his friend's life. And I still think that the backstory with Rocket Raccoon and the other animals could have worked. I think that could have worked really well. I just think that there was so much clutter in this movie, and that's why. Poyo Surf is in the chat. Oh yeah, happy 2024. Happy 2024. Here's to an even worse year for Hollywoke. Are you ready for that, folks? It's on the way. So anyway, now, enough about Guardians. The 9th worst film of the year, and far more deserving of worst of the year title, is, drumroll please, Blue Beetle. Oh my God, folks. This has been the worst year for superheroes and Star Wars on record. Like, this year, it was impossible to get a good superhero movie this year. It was such a disaster. Blue Beetle is actually, I think, let's see. DC had 4 swings and misses this year. They had Shazam! Fury of the Gods, Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, Blue Beetle, and The Flash. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, as written, with what they had on the table, Blue Beetle had the best shot, I think, at being a really good superhero movie. Why? Because the character of Jaime, who is the Blue Beetle, was likable. He was played by a good actor. He kind of had some Tom Holland energy with Spider-Man. He was kind of a young Spider-Man energy. That could have worked. He's a young Peter Parker-like character who is finding his feet as a superhero. The reason why this movie fails as a superhero film is because it's not about Jaime. Jaime is a good character. He's likable. He has strong morals. The problem is his idiot family is the focus of the movie. His grandma is out there fighting for him. George Lopez is out there calling Batman a fascist and providing comedy relief everywhere. He's the one that's figuring out how to use the Blue Beetle technology. So the plot was a mess. The family got in the way. It's weird. It's weird to have a young man bringing his family to battle with him. Look, folks, I love Grandma, okay? But she's not supposed to be standing, next to the hero. Aunt May is not helping Peter Parker beat Doc Ock. You get what I'm saying here? It would be weird, okay? Yes, Aunt May can mix it up once in one scene. We see Aunt May get saved, and maybe she raps Doc Ock on the head. Oh, you're very naughty, Doc Ock. Okay, fine. But that's a little thing. She should not be saving Peter Parker, Spider-Man's life regularly in the film. Okay, that's my issue. Second issue is there's actually no real goal that Jaime has in this movie. He doesn't act like what is his mission? He doesn't have a mission in this movie. It's never clear who he wants to save. It's not even really clear what the problems are that he would be like. It's okay. What is Batman's mission? To stop criminals from taking over Gotham City. Okay, great. What is Superman's mission? To protect Metropolis and roughly Earth. Okay, great. What is Peter Parker's mission? To be your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man and protect New York. What is Jaime's mission? Well, roughly, it's to bitch about immigration problems. Or rather, to listen to his family bitch about immigration problems. Okay, well, that's not a superhero mission, okay? So there you go. That's what. So Blue Beetle, huge mess. Lots of other problems with this movie. That's kind of the Cliff Notes version. There's a lot of problems with this movie. Like the suit, what is its abilities? It's never clear. It's bullshit nanite technology. It just does whatever it wants, whenever it wants. Awful. Trippy Soul, if Barbie is number one, I'm going to unsubscribe to you, LOL. Well, fair enough. You'll just have to wait and see. And I've got a subscription. Folks, I've got a subscription writing on this, so I've got to be careful here. Star Fury says, Aunt May has now had conjugal relations with Doc Ock, so I am beyond giving a shit about superheroes anymore. What? What are you talking about? Seriously? Is this what's happening in comic books? No. What? Oh, folks, the absolute state of comic books. Okay. Number 8, worst film of the year. The Flash. The Flash. Now, Michael Keaton as Batman was definitely a plus. Definitely a plus. And really the only reason I kind of wanted to see this movie. And I'll tell you this, despite it being a little flawed, it was fun. He actually kind of stepped into the role and he embodied the character. He embodied that. It was kind of like, it was old school Batman. I liked it. The problem with this movie is it basically functions as a, what would you call it? This is essentially an out of the bottle movie, right? So Out of the Bottle is a type of story in which the character has a wish and it's a be careful what you wish for story. In this case, Ezra Miller's character, which, God, there was 2 Ezra Millers in this, which is freaking awful. But basically, he wishes to undo his past, which is that his mother died, right? So that's his wish, and he gets it granted when he goes back in time and he changes the past. And this unleashes the curse of the film, which is that he's changed all of history and Zod is going to destroy the world. Okay, great. The problem is it's dismal. It's depressing. Ezra Miller is a terrible leading man as a superhero. He's got super beta male energy all the time. And the worst part is he's got a clone in this movie who's even more immature and annoying than he is, which is awful. And there's something really depressing about seeing Michael Shannon reprise his brilliant character of General Zod, which I loved in Man of Steel. I loved Michael Shannon as Zod in Man of Steel. There's something so depressing about seeing him, like, all I can see around him is green screen and volume, and he's just sort of reciting the lines. The infant did not survive, Kara Zor-El. We need the codex in your blood or whatever. It's like, oh my God, he's so going through the motions. He's not, and Michael Shannon even said himself, like, I wasn't even in the presence of people. I was just standing in a green screen reciting lines, and he hated it. He hated it. He's like, this isn't why I signed up to be an actor. And I don't blame him. It showed in the movie. And so anyway, just dismal, bleak, miserable story. I really despise Ezra Miller's take on, and listen, I'm not even taking into account that Ezra Miller is a psychopath in real life. Just leave that aside. I really don't care for the most part. It's very rare that that the personal life of an actor impacts my opinion of a movie. I'm serious about this. I can watch Alec Baldwin is a psychopath and quite possibly a murderer. I don't know. I haven't kept up on that story, but I can still watch a classic. I can still watch Hunt for Red October and enjoy Alec Baldwin in that movie. It doesn't bother me that in real life he's a psychopath. Okay. So that's not even why I hate Ezra Miller in this movie, because he's a psychopath in real life. I'm just telling you, his character annoys the shit out of me in this movie. So there you go. And look at that. Love in the chat for Trippy Soul. You can't unsubscribe from this, Trippy Soul. You've got Star Fury saying, welcome to the Sunday Madness. And Star Fury is, he's basically a nihilist. No, I'm just kidding, Star. So anyway, lots of love for newcomers in the chat. All right, number 7 worst film of the year, The Little Mermaid. Why do you hate us, Disney? Why does Disney do this? They cannot make anything new. All they can do is repurpose old content. I'm not going to spend too much time on Little Mermaid, quite frankly. I did kind of like Melissa McCarthy. Yes, Holly Berry has an amazing singing voice, and she is that character in terms of her voice. So no doubt about that. However, listen, we've had Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. We've had Avatar, The Way of Water. And there's like one other underwater movie I saw recently. It's escaping me at the moment. But I've seen at least 3 other movies, 2 of which I just named, that are able to do an underwater world beautifully. I mean, gorgeous. Way of Water, whatever you think of Avatar, Way of Water, it's gorgeous to look at. It's a magnificent underwater ecosystem. Beautiful, right? Ditto Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. The underwater kingdom looks beautiful. It looks gorgeous. In this movie, it looks desolate. It looks dark. It looks dismal. I even watched the animated film to compare. And in the animated film, King Triton's Hall is filled with light. It's filled with gleaming golden light. In this movie, King Triton's Hall is dark. It's a dark cave. It's a cave. It's miserable. It's even worse when she gets on land, because when she gets on land, I swear to God, it looks like a Carnival Cruise tourist performance of like, oh, we're setting up a little tiki village. It was so pathetic. Also, I'm a little bit annoyed that the cultural appropriation crowd that's always lecturing us about how wrong it is to culturally appropriate, which I disagree. I don't agree with that premise. But if we're running with that premise for the sake of argument, well, then why is it okay for this film to culturally appropriate Renaissance era European culture? Because that's what they do in this film. And they even got heat from the wokies who hate the fact that they whitewashed the history of slavery in the Caribbean in this movie. So they got it from both sides on this movie. However, the real crime of this film is that it stuffs a bunch of filler that was not in the original film, that is unneeded and only drags it down. And then it rewrote several of the most powerful emotional beats of the film. For example, one example, and then we'll move on. In the original animated film, it's a very simple deal with the devil story, right? Can you beat the devil? I will give you 3 days to consummate true love with Prince Eric. If you fail, I get your soul, right? Or you become a plant in my garden, whatever, in a literal sense, right? And she has a handicap, which is her voice is stolen from her. In this movie, for no reason, there is a reason, it's an ideological one, I would argue, but on paper, there's no reason for this. Ursula says you will not have a memory of this deal. So in other words, Ariel in the live action version has the same deal with the devil, but she doesn't know she has the deal. So it just unnecessarily complicates the plot, makes it leaden, slows it down. Now, why did they do this? Because I scratched my head about it. I'm like, why would you do that? That's so unnecessary. The original story was perfect as it was. And then I realized what it was, because if she remembers the mission is to fall in love with a man, and strong women don't need no man. And so in order to serve the message, they added an unnecessary plot complication. So the movie has tons of shit like that. It's garbage. I hate it. The only somewhat good parts of it were better in the animated version. Off we go to number 6. Worst film of the year, number 6 is Rebel Moon. Now, folks, this one you broke my heart, Zack Snyder. You really did, because I was rooting for this film like you can't believe. What I am so sick of Lucasfilm, Disney, Lucasfilm wrecking Star Wars. Ahsoka is the worst show of the year. Why? Because it squandered so much potential. They had Hayden Christensen. They had Ray Stevenson. They had an intriguing idea with Admiral Thrawn. They had the history of Ahsoka from the Clone Wars. They had so much to work with, and they did nothing with it. They squandered all of it. And and I'm so tired of that. And so wouldn't it have been nice to have a sort of hard R, heavy metal, Star Wars inspired competitor to create a new lore for us to get invested in? And so I was very open to this being an amazing story, and I would have loved it. I would have loved it if Rebel Moon could, basically do what House of the Dragon did for Rings of Power. House of the Dragon was able to show the idiots running Rings of Power how you do fantasy. right? I would have loved it if Rebel Moon did the same thing to Disney Star Wars. Unfortunately. Not only is this a classic Rey Palpatine kind of girl boss, she's like a girl boss from 6 years ago. Like Zach, you didn't get the memo. Okay. The girl boss crowd has moved on. Like this character's not even gay. She's not even gay. That's so 2018, Zach. But the worst thing is so she starts out the movie. She's a badass. She can beat 5 guys like it's nothing. The choreography is crap. It's slow motion, covers it. There's really no actual moves there. What's so interesting about this, though, is that while I would not have started it with her being a badass, you could still pull this off because there is a series that does pull this off called Blue Eye Samurai, right? Blue Eye Samurai shows you how this character could have worked because she is a badass in Blue Eye Samurai, Mizo. She can beat 5 guys, but she can beat them in a way that is plausible within the rules of the story. And they explain through careful character development why she is able to do this. Also, it helps that the choreography is actually interesting in Blue Eye Samurai. So a lot of other reasons why I don't like Rebel Moon, but that's the number one reason. Korra is a blank character who does nothing for me. She's hot. She's smoking hot. No doubts there. She looked great. And yeah. Also, he tried to do a kind of, I was trying to classify this one. All the worst ones are hard to classify, unsurprisingly, because they break all the rules of storytelling, which is why they're bad movies. But in any case, Rebel Moon, I think, should have been a superhero film about Korra. But in order for it to be a superhero film, she would have needed a special power, which she could have had that, cybernetics, or she's just a badass. That's fine. I would have made her an assassin, not a bodyguard. I think bodyguard was lame. I think make her an assassin. That would have been a cool role for her. It would have explained why she's so guilty and why she has all these abilities. It would have made her character a tactical thinker, which would have made her more plausible as a badass. But whatever. The problem is, for a superhero movie to work, it would have to be organized around a nemesis who is the self-made version of her. I feel that Admiral Noble fails in that regard. It could have been a Golden Fleece story. The problem is the prize has to be primal and meaningful. The fact that she is recruiting an army to stop the mother world to save a town with 20 villagers and their grain harvest is ridiculous. It's just like that episode of Mandalorian with the houseplant pirate. Oh my God, the fate of a world is at stake. Well, what I mean is a village with some grain is at stake here. And it's like, now listen, I'm not saying you can't start the movie in the village. That's not what I'm saying. My point is, why did the mother world come down specifically to a village? No, you go to the capital city, you take over the planet, and then you send your goons out to the countryside to round up the grain. That would have made sense to me. So there's a lack of scale. There's a lack of proportionality. It's a failed Golden Fleece. It's a failed superhero. Now, it still could have been a buddy love story because you had Charlie Hunnam as this kind of interesting rogue who's in a bar, just meets her, turns out to betray her. But then you have a surprise kind of buddy character who didn't really work, but that would be Dario number 1. I forget his name. Gunner was his name. The guy that almost gets, is almost the victim of male grape. That one. There could have been a love triangle that turned into a buddy love story between her and him. That could have worked. Unfortunately, they introduce about 1,000 characters in this, and they give them about half to one line each. And that doesn't work very well as a buddy love. Doesn't work as a buddy Golden Fleece. He tried to be Guardians of the Galaxy and Star Wars and Seven Samurai and all these other things, and he sort of succeeded at none of them. So I don't hate Zack Snyder. That's the other thing I've heard. Well, people who don't like this movie just hate Zack Snyder. I don't hate Zack Snyder. I love Watchmen. I'll watch it any day of the week. It's a great film. I love 300. I even like Man of Steel, despite its flaws. But this movie has convinced me that Zack Snyder he should not be writing. He should not be writing. He's good at the visuals. He has some talent. He's good at casting. He's got a vision for the world. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, he is not a writer. And frankly, I'm surprised his action was as boring as it was. You need to JJ needed to dump the lens flares, and Zach, friend, buddy, you got to dump the slow motion. And also, especially, you need to dump the slow motion within slow motion. That's way too much. So there you go. So I'm not, yeah, it's just, there you go. Let's see. Trippy Soul, you might, that was old. So are you referring to Rebel Moon on higher on the list on that one? Let me know. Dude, this was a hard list to make because I hate a lot of movies. I hate a lot of movies. I started with a list of like 25 films and I narrowed it down to these 10, and it was not easy, folks. It was not easy. Okay. Star Fury says, oh yeah, hang on. Where I'm looking for which one? Oh, there it is. Star Fury says, plus Zack Snyder is a piss poor plagiarist. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's doing an homage and then there's pure plagiarism. I mean, there were some interesting things in here. Like, I love the little brain beetle in the bar that was like speaking through I just thought that creature was awesome. I was so intrigued by that. I loved the spider lady. I thought there was some potential there. I liked Admiral Noble at first when he steps off when he's first kind of being reserved and he's walking into the village and he's being like very polite, and he's going to unleash murder on him, but you can tell that he's playing a kind of game. He's playing a game with him. Like, oh, we're here to protect you. Nice village you got here. Nice little village you got here. Like, I was with it. But then he just turns into a screaming lunatic. Oh, boring. Okay, fine. So, yeah, if he had done a better job of plagiarizing, maybe we wouldn't be complaining. I don't know. Melodic Method says, I think I don't hate this movie because it's beautiful and it fleshes out a believable galaxy. I agree with you on both, Melodic. It is beautiful to look at, and some people disagree with me on that. I've heard online. Some people thought it looked like shit. I thought it was pretty beautiful. I actually think the planets seemed pretty original to me and certainly better than anything in Disney Star Wars, I would say. I like the farm planet. I do like that planet. Okay, the Colosseum planet was pretty cringe. I'll give you that. But the rest of the planets were pretty interesting. The technology looked cool. And also, yes, there was lore building here. There was some lore building. Some of it was a little bit perplexing, like the weird, the mother world is evil, but also our latest king was kind of a nice guy, but now the princess is our best hope, but now the evil senator's taken over and he is evil. So there were some problems with the lore building, but there was potential there. And yes, Melodic goes on to say, I love space operas and it sets up a world that a space opera could work. So I guess what I'm saying is Zack Snyder needs a partner who can do the things he's not good at. And that's really his issue. He's not good at writing. I don't say that lightly. He's not good at it. Like, he didn't understand who to focus on. He didn't understand how many characters was too many. He did not pace this correctly for a film. And this weird game that they're playing with, oh, we're going to do an extended cut and a part 2 and then an extended cut of the part 2. Well, that's a bunch of bullshit. That's a bunch of bullshit. Either make a movie or don't make a movie. Like, make a movie, pace it correctly, edit it correctly, or do a series, do a limited series. Frankly, if Blue Eye Samurai were stuffed into a 2-hour movie, it probably wouldn't work as it's written. You'd have to change a lot for Blue Eye Samurai to work as a movie. As an 8-episode series, it's freaking brilliant. So the problem here is that they kind of split the difference. They tried to do kind of a movie, but also a TV show. And it's like, no, it doesn't work that way. You need basically One Piece and Blue Eye Samurai are almost identical in how they will pace accumulating a team. Like, One Piece is the model if you wanted to do Rebel Moon as a series, which would have been better for this, frankly. You just do a series and each episode focuses on a new character she's recruiting. But honestly, I don't think that would have worked with Zack Snyder either. And here's why. Because there's no interaction between any of the characters. You never see any of the team she recruits talking to each other. And I'm like, that's so odd. Why have all these characters if they're not even going to talk to each other? So yeah, there you go. Firefly is a much better. And the movie Serenity. Stack that up against Rebel Moon and tell me that there's a difference. There's a big difference. Serenity has an ensemble cast. Now, to be fair, they were a pre-established ensemble cast, so Joss Whedon did have that going for him. But hey, That is what it is. Like, it's a movie, and it was paced correctly. It's a great movie and a great finale for the series. So, Trippy Souls. Oh, yeah, you thought Little Mermaid would be higher? Believe me, Trippy, I would have thought too, but wait till you see number 5, which is coming up in just a second. So, yeah, dude, it was a tough list to make, and I'm kind of surprised Rebel Moon is on it, frankly. I wouldn't have thought that even if it weren't good, I wouldn't have thought I would have hated it, but I really did. I really hated Rebel Moon. It's kind of surprised me, frankly, and really disappointed me because I really thought Zack Snyder had a lot of potential just to do his own thing, but I guess not. So anyway, Redoubt Production says, should have saved your worst list for Festivus so you could declare this your airing of grievances. Yeah, grievances. Exactly. Fu Man Blue says, I dislike hating anything by proxy, but I refuse to waste any time watching these. I love hearing people talk about them, though. Weird. Well, that was me before I did this channel. Like, before this channel, no chance I'm watching Secret Invasion. No chance I'm watching Ahsoka. No chance I'm watching... what the hell else did I watch? You know, all those bad series I listed earlier in the stream. Melodic says Coliseum Planet was cringe, but a cool idea. Could have worked. It could have worked, but you know, part of the problem with this movie is the pace. He did. Oh, now we're recruiting this guy. Now we're on Coliseum Planet. Now we're over here. It's like, well, dude, you can't build a story this way. So anyway, Fu Man Blue says I can't envision the idea of the Coliseum scaling up that much. Reminds me of the exposition meme in that SG-1 episode, says Fu Man Blue. And by the way, Fu Man Blue, I owe you some more SG-1. There will be more SG-1 soon. Star Fury says, I have been beaten so badly by the sewer hose of shit. That's a great way to put it. The sewer hose of shit that has been, Jesus, this is too graphic, Star Fury, flushed down my throat that my default position is skepticism and the art needs to win me to their side and no more benefit of the doubt. And I totally agree. That's where I'm at, but I am always open to being wrong. I'm always, you know, if Ahsoka had been amazing, I'd have told you. I'd have been like, whoa, Ray Stevenson killed it. Oh my God, that was great. So it's just, you know, it is what it is. Rangs of power, says Star Fury. All right, number 5. We are now in the top 5 worst films of 2023. Number 5 is The Marvels. Now, folks, nobody is more shocked than I am that this one is this low on the list. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. I cannot believe this is as low as number 5. But trust me, there's a reason. The Marvels, by the way, this is my favorite. This is my favorite poster of The Marvels. Can you guess why? Dude, this poster is a perfect example of the lack of self-awareness. This was the movie that was like, dude, the penny dropped for me when I watched this movie. I've been watching this is not a lot. I watched Mandalorian season 3 and I was shocked it was that bad because I thought, no, dude, you can't screw up Mando. Mando's all you got, Disney. You can't screw this up. What are you doing? Like, what's going on? Right? Then I watch Secret Invasion. Then I watch Ahsoka. I watch Little Mermaid. I watch The Flash. I watch all this stuff. But, you know, but like all the Disney garbage, right? And I think, I don't understand, I don't understand how the dialogue can be this bad. In theory, Dave Filoni is in theory, Dave Filoni is a proven writer. How can he write dialogue this bad? So this keeps going through my mind. I watched this movie, okay? I'm watching characters on airless moons with no helmet. I am watching this laughy Benny Hill, this laughy clappy Benny Hill sketch comedy in which the Kree are trying to bludgeon to death Kamala Khan's family, but it's played for laughs. And I'm like, what? What the hell is that? I'm hearing a line, you can feel light and I can see light. Oh my God, you can see light. That's an incredible superpower. You know what I mean? And so, and it just hit me. I'm like, dude, these are dumb people. There is a scene in this movie in which there is a loudspeaker that says, let the Flurkin eat you. That's how we're going to get off the station. Let the Flurkin eat you. What? What? Oh my, there's a freaking singing planet where everyone sings for every word. Oh my God. I was like, the inmates are running the asylum. And then it hit me like, these are dumb people. Like, this is the worst edited film. This film is such a mess. It is a series of shit. It is a series of shit, disconnected, no character arcs, nothing happening. it is such a it might be the worst made film of the year. I will give it that. In terms of technical execution, this is the worst film of the year. Technically, bad editing, bad cinematography, no script, just an absolute mess. Absolute mess this movie is, okay? But if we take into account other factors, it is still not the worst film of the year. Because the fourth worst film of the year is Peter Pan and Wendy. Now, what the hell is Peter Pan and Wendy? I haven't seen it. Well, I don't blame you. I'm kind of amazed that I saw it, quite frankly. I don't know. This was when I still had a little more masochism in me earlier this year. But I will just tell you, why is this worse than the Marvels? Well, it is one of the most vicious, nasty little movies I've ever watched. It has one of the most inverted, twisted moralities of all the many examples of this. This is one of the best examples ever of Hollywood's absolute reverse morality, right? In this movie, this is Captain Hook's story, right? Because there's this sick obsession with making every villain an actual closeted hero. That's basically what they've done. They've turned every villain into having, and by the way, it is the play Wicked, the novel, and then the play Wicked that started this. Now, Wicked is well done and deserves its fame, but the problem is idiots in Hollywood just copy things that they saw. So ever since Wicked told a sort of sympathetic story of the Wicked Witch of the West, now this is what they've done in like every single movie. Every single villain has to have a sob story. Now, I'm not against a villain having sympathetic elements of their backstory. I'm not against that. The problem is the movie seems to confuse evil with having a tragic backstory. They seem to confuse that with being like you're not actually evil if you had a good reason for being evil. It's like, no, that's not how that works. So anyway, Captain Hook's story in this is that he was Peter Pan's childhood friend. He was one of the Lost Boys. One day he missed his mom. Peter Pan smacked him around a little and said, "Stop missing your mom, pussy." And then Captain Hook, little James Hook, ran away. And when he tried to come back to Neverland, Peter Pan beat the shit out of him for being a pussy. and so he decides to be a bad pirate. He's a mean, bad pirate now. And then Wendy is a career woman, don't you know, who mouths off to her parents. She throws her brothers under the bus when she gets them in trouble for sword fighting when they're not supposed to. Her dream life is to die alone with her cats as a lonely career woman. I shit you not. Watch it. I'm not bullshitting you on this. And then, I mean, don't watch it because you'll be miserable. But if you want to investigate my claims, by all means, go right ahead. It's this kid that plays Peter Pan is the worst. Who did I say was the worst casting of the year? I might just have to like override that. This kid is one of the worst castings ever for Peter Pan because he's got no ability to act. He's the scrawniest thing I've ever seen. I mean, no offense to the kid. It's not his fault. He's not right for this part. So I'm not throwing shade at him personally. I'm just saying in this role, he's all wrong for it. He has no ability to project. He can't act. There is a scene in this movie where Wendy bitch slaps him. Bitch slaps him, knocks him to the ground, cold cocks the poor kid. And it's like she's the hero of this movie. This movie is a vicious, hateful little piece of trash. It's dreck. So at least the Marvels wasn't 100% hateful, which is why it's lower on the list. Now, the third worst film of the year. We're getting close to it now, folks. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. It has been a while since your captain talked about the Dial of Destiny. The worst title of the year, I think. Oh my God, the title of this movie is so stupid. Why is this the third worst film of the year? I would say it is because, number one, it ruins the entire model, the entire template of Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones is a golden fleece story. That's what it's supposed to be. And it's supposed to be Indiana Jones's golden fleece story. He is looking for a treasure, something primal, something powerful, and he has buddies that come with him on the journey. This is actually Phoebe Waller-Bridge's golden fleece story, and he's just living in it.
She is an insufferable psychopath who gets him framed for murder and then leaves him for dead when hitmen are trying to kill him. He has to chase her across the world. His best friends are murdered, and 2 seconds later, she doesn't care. She's laughing about it. She is an awful, annoying, insufferable B.I. itch that this movie wants you to like, and she's the exact opposite. You can just tell this movie wanted you to love her so much. They wanted you to think she's so charming. And I gave you a perfect example. The character that, what is her name? She plays Agent Carter. The name's just escaping me right now. She's the actor who plays Agent Carter in the MCU. Anyway, she plays a character in Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning that is a perfect example of what Phoebe Waller-Bridge wanted to be in this movie, which is kind of a charming, likable thief who's out for herself, but winds up stumbling into kind of a family that she winds up joining. So the next awful thing about this movie is it is more of Hollywood thinking they know that they just, Nazis are the only villain that they can bag on anymore, because they can't bag on communists. They can't bag on sex traffickers like in Sound of Freedom. They don't like those villains. The only approved villains in storytelling these days are the Nazis, and it's just so boring. It's just so boring. They're going back to the well over and over again. And the sad thing is that Mads Mikkelsen could have been an interesting character. He was actually the most interesting part of the movie for about 5 minutes. But the plot of time travel is so insanely stupid. It is so insanely stupid that I wanted to walk out of this movie 10 minutes in. Everything is CGI. Everything is volume. Everything looks fake as hell. Every action sequence is boring. And Phoebe Waller-Bridge is a psychopathic B.I. itch. And I hated every minute she's in it. This was a full-blown character assassination of Indiana Jones. This movie is disgusting. It's despicable. It deserved to fail. It's mean-spirited. It's hateful. It's unimaginative. It's lazy. It's lazy. It is such a lazy movie. And no movie more felt it deserved your love than this movie. This is, of all the shit we've watched this year, this movie thought it had you in the bag. This movie thought it deserved and it was entitled to your love and respect and your fandom. That is probably the thing that makes me hate this movie so much. It was so entitled. It was so smug. This was before the penny had dropped for them. They still thought this was the movie that could save the Disney box office. Oh, were they wrong? Oh, folks, were they wrong about that? And they learned the hard way. And it was only the beginning. So, okay, moving on to number 2, the second worst film of the year. What do you think? What do you think, Trippy? Are you with me on this, Trippy? Barbie is the second worst film of the year. This movie, seriously, folks, I literally felt depressed watching this movie. Like, oh my God, this is a movie about a woman who is suicidal, who goes into the real world to find the girl that is her counterpart that is playing with her in the real world. She goes and finds her. She's a suicidal teenager. She goes and finds the girl's mother. Her mother is suicidal and wants to make a Barbie that represents suicidality. Oh my God. What this? And this was the movie that like all the mothers and daughters wanted to go see and feel good. And by the way, it is such a banal, stupid, I would say it's a feminist rant, but honestly, all the things that the babes are complaining about in this movie are things that also apply to men. It's like, oh, we're expected to be strong all the time. Oh, gee, men are not expected to be strong. You're right. That's a terrible burden women have. Like, oh, we have to be good leaders. We have to be good leaders, but we can never be mean. Oh, gee, yeah, because men can be mean and everyone likes them when they're mean leaders. What are you talking about? This movie is so up its own asshole. Now, listen. This movie was not made for me. Fine. I did go see it because I just wanted to know what all the fuss was about. So that's on me. Fine, right? If this is what women want, I'm okay with that. If this is the movie you want, I'm not going to argue with you. But I just happen to think that if this movie had not been so mean-spirited, if it had just had a playful battle of the sexes story, it could have been a really good buddy love adventure. And I think it could have been a Toy Story level movie event. I think it could have been, yes, it made $1 billion. I think it could have made more, in my view, if it had been more happy and more upbeat. And I just think it was the wrong direction for the movie. It's hateful. It's miserable. It has a twisted, morally bankrupt message. I hate it. And Trippy Soul says, I loved it. I was dying laughing. It was horribly marketed. It's a satirical political comedy. And you know what? I hear this argument and I'm sympathetic to it. I am sympathetic to that reading of the movie. I think that's a very valid take, Trippy Soul. And also I've heard other people say it's unintentionally a satirical comedy, which I know that's not what you're saying, but some people say that. And that also is a valid take. I guess the reason I differ with you is because I saw an opportunity here. I saw a big opportunity for a Toy Story, like elf kind of movie that's uplifting and makes people happy. And that's what I would have wanted to see. And I loved all the energy around it. I loved people dressing up to see it. I loved the Barbenheimer meme. But why is it that when I go to the movie, I have to sit here and feel like I want to slit my wrist watching this? That's what I hated about it. So yeah, it's a fair take. Look, I don't, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. I'm just not with you on that, you know? Polio Surf says Senora Influencer was a better Barbie movie. Oh, okay. Fair enough. We'll check that out. I do agree on one element, Trippy Soul. Ken was amazing. Best part. Agree. I think Ryan Gosling stole the show. He stole the show. He was so good as that character. By the way, so was Margot Robbie. She was amazing as Barbie. She was the best casting of the year, I would say. She was incredible in this movie. So I just wish the story hadn't been so awful. You know what I mean? Or, you know, awful, just depressing is really what it was. So, yeah. And don't misunderstand, Trippy Soul, because I'm not saying I wanted it to be safe and inoffensive. I wanted it to be bland and vanilla. That's not what I'm saying. You know, I'm not saying I want it to be acid washed through the Disney algorithm, because I do think that the Battle of the Sexes was the right element. I do agree with the Battle of the Sexes part of it. I don't think that was a wrong move. I just think it was so mean-spirited is why it didn't work. I'm trying to think of like an example of a good Battle of the Sexes movie, right? That takes shots at men, takes shots at women. Look, we men are fair game. This is not me bitching about men getting shots taken. We deserve it, okay? I love the whole joke about, I got to sing you the song of the guitar. I thought that was funny too. I agree with that. I thought that was hilarious. You got to listen to this song, babe. Now, I also think that the reason the movie's so mean-spirited is because, gee, a man wants to sing a song for you. God, what a fucking ogre. Like, really, movie? Are you that mean-spirited that you hate him? Yes, maybe it's dumb. Maybe she doesn't want to listen. But maybe women, oh my God, I'm about to get kicked off of YouTube here. Maybe women sometimes do things that men don't want to listen to. I could go full Ryan Kennel right now, but I'm not going to do that. I would never do that. I would never say that sometimes the reason men don't want to listen to women is when they talk. I would never say that. I would never say that ever. I'm using the orange man's tactic there. So anyway, Trippy Soul. Yeah, but yes, love the casting of Margot, love the casting of Ken. I kind of like the Barbie world, right? So just mean-spirited, hateful. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the worst film of the year. And here we go. Yes, it is undefeated since February. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania is an absolute study. It is a doctoral thesis. It is an absolute masterclass in visual garbage, non-storytelling, MCU gobbledygook, lame, just slapstick, stupid meta humor that undermines every moment of tension. The volume, CGI. This is the worst excesses of everything. And I mean everything in modern Hollywood. The worst impulses. You have this guy, Jeff Loveness, who had basically his entire resume was Jimmy Kimmel Live before he wrote this script. The man is an incompetent boob. He wrote a dumb subpar Rick and Morty episode, stretched it into 2.5 hours, and thinks he's a damn genius. Look him up, folks. He still thinks he wrote a good movie. He's in total denial. The guy's a loser. Total denial. Has no idea he wrote a dumbass movie that was like a miserable fever dream I wanted to escape from. I felt like this movie was like having the flu and having your mind like a psychedelic, fever dream that you just are clawing your way out of. It was awful. It failed on every level. Okay. This movie could have been, I sort of think that Ant-Man is a fool triumphant character, the Scott Lang character, which I do like, by the way. I like him. I like his character. This could have been a good fool triumphant story. It could have been a superhero movie. It's not. It really just vacillates between an out of the bottle story with his daughter Cassie and kind of a fool triumphant story at times. But also this is also the film that totally torpedoed Kang as a hero, a villain for me, because even though Jonathan Majors, which I would argue was pretty decent as an actor in this movie, Kang is such a boring villain. I can't even tell you. He gets defeated every 10 minutes. And well, what more can I say? He's a boring villain. He's not going to be the next Thanos. That's for sure. This movie was hot garbage. Is there anything I missed on this one? SJW daughter. Oh yes. MODOK. I really wish I could change, but I'm just such a dick. Well, stop being a dick. Okay, I'm not a dick. Just fuck off, shut. Fuck off, movie. And then the holes, just the cringe comedy that made me want to crawl under my theater seat. God, I hate this movie. And, this movie to me represents everything, and I mean everything wrong with modern MCU. This is everything that they destroyed and took from us in the MCU, in my view. So, yeah, there you go. Thank you, Trippy Soul. So you will remain subscribed, I trust? Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Look, I'm working hard out here, okay? So, yeah, Trippy Soul, that's a great pick for number one. I'll tell you what. It's undefeated. It was my worst movie of the year when it came out, which was February, and it was never dethroned. That should tell you how much I fucking hate this movie. I fucking hate it. You couldn't pay me to watch it. It just is. Oh, it's visual garbage. It's visual garbage. This movie. It's like I hate the way that the quantum. By the way, I liked the idea of the quantum realm in the first film. I thought that was a spooky kind of Lovecraftian idea. I was interested in it. I liked the otherworldliness of it. This movie ruins all of that. It ruins all of that. So yeah, it's just terrible. Yeah, don't worry, no more Kang. They fired the actor. Oh, I agree with you, but they learned the wrong lesson. They're like, oh, we should hire fewer wife beaters or girlfriend stalkers or whatever the fuck he was. I don't care. We should hire less of those guys. No, you should. Well, yes, you should hire less of those, but also you should also hire less groomers. But anyway, you should also hire less. You should hire less bad writers. And you should actually write a story that's interesting. So there you go. They learned all the wrong lessons. But yeah. Melodic Method says, did you have to tell me in the new year? That's not, well, I missed the context on that. There we go. Okay. That wraps up our list. So why don't we just roll right into the top 10, shall we? Let us ring in the new year, my dear sailors and starnauts. Let us ring in the new year with the best films of 2024. Let me clear out the backstage here. Remove that. Top 10 films of the year. And folks, this is what I live for. This is why I do this channel. Top 10 films. Here we go. And let's just hit the ground running. Number 10. This might be controversial, even for me, but number 10, the Super Mario Brothers movie. Now, after careful consideration, listen, I have issues with the Mario Brothers movie. I felt it was too thin. It could have been like Toy Story. It wasn't quite, but here's why I'm saying it's in my top 10 for the year. When I was in the theater watching this movie, okay, and you got to remember, look at all the dreck. I just walked you through all the dreck I've had to watch this year. I'm sitting in the theater, and two things hit me about this movie. It is beautiful. It is absolutely gorgeous to look at. I don't even know how they did this. I don't even know how they make this. Just look at the color in this screen grab. It's like gorgeous. It just leaps off and it's fun. And let me tell you something else. And I'm almost a little nervous about this. Like, are they mind controlling us here? Is there some like color algorithm they're using to like send subliminal messages? Because I'm telling you something, watching this movie, I just felt happy. I just felt happy. And I'm surrounded by, you know, just a great audience, parents, kids, teenagers, just the theater was packed. They were laughing. They were clapping. They were kind of, you know, chatting, not obnoxiously, but just chatting amongst themselves. And they were having a great time. They were happy. Families, kids, teenagers, they were happy. They were having a great time. And I just thought, you know, the fact that this movie makes people so happy, made me happy, and also made me feel happy. I felt weirdly happy watching this movie. Is the story thin? Yes. Do I hope it's better on the second one? 100%. But that deserves something. That deserves credit. It's like the anti-Barbie for me. Barbie made me depressed, and this movie made me happy. Star Fury says, you've forgotten that happy feeling, so you can't trust it. Well, you may have a point, Star Fury. I can't rule that out. I can't rule that out. So now number 9, the 9th best film of the year. Now this one, folks, this was a dark horse, if there ever was one, because I'm going to tell you something. I was 100% against this movie being a thing. I was against it. Captain was not going to allow this movie. Okay. Here's why. I thought the trailer was stupid. I thought Chris Pine, they had that stupid story where they were talking about how like he's a dopey idiot and the babes in the movie were going to be kind of making fun of him. And Chris Pine had this. No, it was the directors. The directors of the film said that they love how Chris Pine was okay with being emasculated. They had worked with other male actors who hated being emasculated, but Chris Pine didn't mind it. And they liked that. And I was like, oh, fuck this movie. This is going to be girl boss bullshit. This is going to be another idiot, incompetent boob male character getting lectured to by all the whammon. Also, there's another quality that this trailer, I thought the trailer had, which is nerd face, right? It was nerd face to me. It's like, I don't play Dungeons and Dragons because I think it's a big dumb joke. I play Dungeons and Dragons because I want to role play in a fantasy world and I take it seriously. Yeah, now, yes. Are we joking around? Are there laughs at the table? Are people, you know, maybe having drinks and having fun? Of course. And that's great. But in my experience, at least the kind of groups I want to be a part of, we take it seriously. We take the story seriously. We role play. We love the lore, that sort of thing. I felt this movie was meta humor. I felt that it was, you know, pretending. It was appealing to normies, you know, which I'm not against appealing to normies. I'm just saying that at the expense of fan service, right? Well, I watched this movie and I have to say it's actually a pretty good buddy Golden Fleece movie. Chris Pine is a great character. He's kind of a fool triumphant, but not totally. You know, the story is that he is a spy. So he does have these skills. He's a strategist, like the line in the trailer where he says, I'm a plan guy. I make plans. Well, it turns out that the character development in the story actually really does support that. And he's not a total idiot, but he does screw up a lot because he's a flawed guy. And I thought, well, that actually is great. That makes him a likable hero. He's very likable in the movie. His partner in crime is Michelle Rodriguez. And she is not in any way an insufferable girl boss. Number one, Michelle Rodriguez, like Gina Carano, kind of can pull this off. She's able to pull off being the female tank. Also, that's kind of like her only real skill in the movie is that she's super badass with an axe. But she's kind of this character that needs him. She needs him because she doesn't really know what to do with her life. So she kind of is just latched onto him and his daughter, and he's kind of become her family. And they make a really good sort of buddy team because he needs her and she needs him. They're kind of useless without each other, which is great. They have this platonic friendship. It's a great Golden Fleece story where he's trying to bring back his wife. The other characters in the cast are all good. Hugh Grant is great as this slimy, oily villain. The witch in the movie is not over the top. The battle with her actually works pretty well. I thought they portrayed the magic pretty interestingly. It was actually a fun action scene to watch. And I really like the tiefling character. She's on the second from the right here. She was great. She had a great little story about how she doesn't trust humans because their people have been oppressed, the tieflings, that is. But Chris Pine's character kind of wins her over. It was a fun movie. I enjoyed it. Now, it's the best movie ever? Not really. But it was fan service, and I liked it. I liked it. Wow, Star Fury disagrees. Wow, that Drek made it to number 9. You need more fiber in your diet. Star Fury. Oh, shit, he's out there, folks. You got to watch out for Star Fury. Fair enough, Star Fury. Fair enough. Look, I know. It's a bit of a leap, but listen, Star Fury, I'm not shitting you, man. I'm not shitting you, bruv. Okay? This 10 is the 10. These are the 10 good movies of the year. There were no others I saw that I was like, oh, okay, that's a great movie. What else? If it was better than this, I missed it, is what I'm saying. So there you go. Or I didn't see it, is what I mean. So fair enough. Number 8 on the list, Gran Turismo. Now, this movie, I'm not a sports guy, and I'm definitely not a NASCAR guy, and I know this isn't about NASCAR, but I am not like a racing guy. But I will tell you, this is a great sports Golden Fleece story. It's a true story, and it's based on Jan is the name of the main character. He's a gamer who has a pro soccer player for a father. This is all true story. Has a pro soccer player father who disapproves of him playing video games, thinks it's a bunch of bullshit and it's a waste of time, which I can super identify with. His brother is an up-and-coming soccer star. That would be football to you, Star Fury. He is an upcoming soccer star. So Jan is sort of a great disappointment to his father. He spends all of his time playing Gran Turismo, which is not a video game as the film has it, but it is actually a racing simulator. Meanwhile, you have this other story with Orlando Bloom's character. He is a marketing guy at Nissan who has a sort of harebrained idea that he is going to hold a competition and have gamers compete with each other for a chance to be in the real race, in a real race. So they will be sponsored by Nissan in an actual race. Now, it turns out this film has classic sort of mentor-mentee storylines in it. David Harbour plays he's basically a professional racing coach who's tired of working with rich, spoiled snobs, and he's kind of desperate. He hates the idea of this Gran Turismo thing. He thinks it's going to get someone killed, but he figures, you know what else have I got to do? I'll give it a shot, and I'll at least try to help these kids not get their asses killed. So he's a great sort of grumbling, kicking and screaming kind of mentor character, but he actually winds up starting to have some respect for Jan and his abilities, which is fantastic. It also winds up being a really amazing father-son story as well. And I loved it at the end of the film when they showed the real pictures of the real guy and his real father. It was really moving. And there's some sort of powerful and intense danger in this movie, which I thought was excellent. There are some real stakes and tension. It's a great film. So check it out. Check it out. Gran Turismo. It's been a good year for video game movies, I would say. Number 7, Tetris, another video game inspired movie. Now, this film is a weird one, folks, but it is actually a really fun watch. I hate to recommend Apple Plus because of it. I really don't recommend Apple Plus, but this would be an exception. Where are my notes on this one? Because there was something I did not want to miss. So it's a Golden Fleece story. Also, another true story about the guy who basically bought the rights for Tetris from the original Russian creator who lived in Moscow and was basically working for the Soviet state. And he basically earned nothing for creating Tetris. But this guy basically flies to Soviet Russia. Okay. He's a madman. He is a madman entrepreneur who is desperate. He knows that this will be the video game for all video games, and he's trying to sell it to Nintendo, but Nintendo does not have the rights. So he goes to Soviet Russia. This is in the 80s, folks. This was a very, very dangerous time for an American to be in Soviet Russia for any reason. And this movie is, shows it. Not only is this a really fascinating story of how Tetris became what it is, not only is it a really fun sort of Golden Fleece story, and also it swerves into being kind of a spy thriller as well, which is kind of amazing. It does get a little long at times, and I think the pacing is could use some work. However, it is also a stunningly excellent indictment of Soviet communism. Like this is a deeply anti-communist film. It has a lot to do with the Russian creator who created Tetris. There was no chance he was going to make any money off of it because the Soviet state would have stolen all of it. Basically, the Soviet state would not allow the guy to have property rights to his own creation of Tetris. It's kind of amazing. So check it out. It's a lot of fun. It's very entertaining. Heavily recommend it. Let's see. Redoubt's Mud God. They're going to make a left turn. What is that from? All right. Anyway, top six best film of the year. Maybe a controversial one, frankly. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning. I'm going to drop the part 1 because we can dispense with that. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning. Now, Mission Impossible Fallout is the undisputed king of these movies. Fallout is it's one of the best action movies ever made. Definitely the best of the series. However, I really love Dead Reckoning because I'm going to sound like the shills here. I did not hate it. This is like every one of these movies. It is a masterclass in action scene set pieces. It is a masterclass in choreography. Like the train sequence at the end of this movie is unreal. It was funny because I had just seen Indiana Jones on the Dial of Destiny. And I was comparing the stupid tuk-tuk fight, the tuk-tuk race, or whatever the fuck it was, the tuk-tuk chase scene in Dial of Destiny. And I was comparing it with just one of the car scenes in this movie. And I was like, dude, it's night and day. So I love that. I thought the AI angle was cool. I thought that was a really interesting antagonist. I do understand the criticisms, though, that the AI was not a really good villain for the movie. And I can kind of see some of those critiques. However, I think that the battle between Ethan and the ex-agent that he's fighting in the movie was fantastic. And I really loved that's her name, Haley Atwell. Haley Atwell was great in this movie as a kind of sidekick character. And it's also interesting too, because she is a thief and she's a master thief. And you might think, oh, here comes a girl boss. But what's interesting about it is she is not capable as a spy. Like she does not have the fast hands. She can't do she can fight. But when she's up against a real IMF agent level threat, she can't win. So she has to escape or get out of it. And so it's kind of interesting. She becomes a kind of protege for Ethan Hunt. Now, I'm going to tell you the number one reason I love this movie and all of the Mission Impossible films. The number one reason I love these is Ethan Hunt. Tom Cruise and his work ethic, doing his own stunts, investing in this character, he has made Ethan Hunt a truly awesome character. Ethan Hunt is filling the role that I'm sad to say James Bond has abandoned. James Bond, who I love James Bond, but let's face it, folks, James Bond has gone the way of the dodo thanks to the woke mind virus. That last Daniel Craig movie was pathetic. I love Casino Royale, but that last Daniel Craig movie was pathetic. What I love about Ethan Hunt is not only is he giving us a super spy to root for, the interesting thing about Ethan Hunt as a superhero, and that's what I classify this film as a superhero film. Ethan Hunt is a great superhero because his superpower is he will always do what is right, even if it goes against his own side. So even if the IMF wants him to do something, he will do what's right, and he will do what's right for his team. He will save his team's life and beat the bad guy. Now, that is a rare quality in action movies. He's a hero that actually is a classic hero with real morals. He's not willing to it. If he has to sacrifice a life, he will do it. But he's like Captain Kirk, actually. He's a lot like the classic Captain Kirk character. He doesn't believe in the Kobayashi Maru. He doesn't believe in a no-win scenario. That is his strength, and it is also his curse, because it also gets him into situations where he's kind of what can he do? He can't win. I'm so with you on this. I'm so sad to RIP 007 because they're going to girl boss the shit out of 007. They're going to turn it. They're going to turn it into the racial narrative, the girl boss narrative. They already half did that with the last Daniel Craig movie. And it's like James Bond is an anti-woke character. James Bond is a womanizing, globe-trotting, toxically masculine super spy who has a license to kill. He is the anti-woke character. He is incompatible with woke storytelling. And because the wokies have a hold of him, he's dead. If you would doff your caps, a moment of silence for James Bond. Thank you. Thank you, my dear crew. Now on to the top 5 films of the year. Number 5 best film of the year is Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Now, before you think that the captain has gone mental, hear me out here. Hear me out. I chose this still for a reason, right? Because if you just look at the movie poster, you're going to think, oh, this is a cute kids movie. It's a cute little kids animated movie. Why is this on the list? I'm going to tell you right now, this is an excellent Golden Fleece story. And the wolf in this film is such a great, like, existential, supernatural antagonist. He is creepy. He has amazing villain lines. He literally represents death itself coming to get Puss in Boots. Antonio Banderas is amazing. It's a hilarious movie. This movie is hilarious. If you like Shrek, the Shrek universe, this is every bit worthy of Shrek. There's some amazing comedy in this. But what's really amazing about it is there's a lot of humor, just like with Shrek. It's a kind of homage to kids' fairy tales that sort of loves the fairy tales while at the same time kind of making fun of them, but in a affectionate way. And I really love that. But the other thing I love about this movie is it is an ensemble cast of characters. You have Goldilocks and the Three Bears. You have Kitty Softpaws, who is his partner in crime, and there's a kind of lost love story going on there. You have Puss in Boots, who is on a quest to get back his 9 lives. He's on the run from the devil, which is fantastic. He's up against mercenaries. He's up against... And then you have Tom Thumb. What's the name of the guy? Is it Tom Thumb is the name? He's from the... I think that's the name of the character. I can't... I might have that wrong, but in any case, he's on the case as well. Let me get the IMDb on this. IMDb, I know this is really bad, but it's driving me crazy. If I don't get it, it's going to drive me crazy. Puss in Boots. Because I don't remember this as a kid. Let's see. Perito is the little chihuahua that follows him around. He's fantastic. I hated him at first. He won me over by the end. Why did fucking IMDb? Jack Horner. That's little Jack Horner. That's right. Jack Horner. Okay, so Jack Horner is this psychopathic character who literally, it's hilarious, by the way. He will literally murder anyone to get what he wants. And there's this amazing gag in which Jiminy Cricket, who is the conscience, he decides to be the conscience for Jack Horner. And he watches Jack Horner just kill 10 people. And he's like, oh God, I've really got my work cut out with this one. It's fucking hilarious. Anyway, so it's a funny movie. It's a deadly serious movie. And it is a great fairy tale about beating the devil and a meditation on death, which is a pretty amazing story as well. So check out Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. I loved it. I'm not like a huge animated movie guy. I'm not a big I don't go out for every Pixar movie. But Ryan Kinnell, the angriest man on the internet, recommended it. And I thought, well, gee, if the angriest man on the internet thinks this is a good movie, I've got to check it out. And well, he was right. It's a pretty damn good movie. Number 4, best movie of the year, John Wick 4. Now, I do know there are those out there saying this movie's kind of a mess. Mahler, the surgeon, thinks it's a mess. I disagree. I love John Wick 4. Listen, the world has gotten sort of bananas. However, I think it's kind of earned the level of fantasy that it has reached because John Wick has sort of carefully and slowly built this world of the high table. It has built this world of assassins. But my number one favorite thing about all the John Wick films in general, and John Wick 4 in particular, every one of these reinvents itself. Like every single one of these, there is something new. There is something even more crazy in the action scene. Every action scene one-ups it, the one before it. It's just amazing to watch. And I thought it was a really good send-off of the character. The problem with this series is they know they're not going to kill off John Wick. So just stop pretending you're going to kill him off. We know you're not going to kill him off, film. But anyway, I love the ending to this. I love the character of the Marquis. I think John Wick is an awesome superhero tale. This would be a John Wick for fantasy superhero. His special power, he is the most deadly assassin in the world. His curse, he is marked for death by the all-powerful High Table, and his nemesis is the Marquis. And in the rules of a superhero story, the nemesis is the self-made version of the hero. What I love about the Marquis is that he has all of the killer instinct of John Wick without any of the actual ability that John Wick has, making the duel at the end all the more fascinating the way it plays out. And Donnie Yen is fucking amazing in this movie. He is so good. His action scenes are some of the best in the film. No shade to John Wick. No shade to John Wick. I'm sorry, Keanu Reeves, because I love Keanu and I love his work ethic in these movies. But I'm telling you, Donnie Yen's moves in this movie are freaking amazing. They're absolutely amazing. Dude, the Kyoto Continental was incredible. I freaking loved it. There are female badasses that are plausible in this. They cannot beat they have to stab men that are bigger than them multiple times to take them down. There's literally a scene where a woman has to climb a man and stab him again and again just to take him down. So like it doesn't quite overplay girl bossery. That being said, it's a bit of a fantasy world to begin with. So we already sort of accept that these are characters. Now, the one complaint I have, John Wick falls multiple times from like 5-story heights and is fine. He gets hit by cars 5 times in a row and is fine. Folks, there's only so much credulity I can strain. Okay. So I do have my gripes with it. But this is the fine art of, I heard someone say on another stream recently that this is the lost art of 80s action movies. And I was like, you know what? That is exactly right. You know, this is what action movies were like in the 80s when it was Stallone and Schwarzenegger, all the greats just soaking all the enemies with bullet hoses. It's fucking great. I love it. And I love the character of John Wick and I love his moves. So there you go. Star Fury's, oh God, Star Fury's going to hate me. I'm sorry, Star Fury. Sisu did not make the list. So Star Fury just unsubscribed from the channel. Shit. Fair. That's fair. Look, it was a hard call. Okay. It was a hard call. I had to pick what moved the captain the most. I love Sisu. Sisu's like number 11. And it probably should have been number 10. But Mario made the world a little happier. So, and Sisu is a murder fest, a great murder fest. But anyway, number three, top films of the year, Sound of Freedom. Now, if Sisu were on the list, this is probably the film that would have been booted for it. Now, here is why I even say that. This movie is it's the most important film of the year. It truly, just leaving aside the political ramifications, leaving aside the controversy, which there shouldn't be, but there is, leaving aside all of that, this is a marvelous Golden Fleece story. Like, this is an excellent textbook man on a quest for justice and saving a life. And it plays beautifully. It is a very grounded, gritty film. It is not outlandish. It's not crazy. Nothing in this film comes across as, over the top or implausible, which makes it all the more harder to watch, unfortunately, because it is so plausible. There's no politics in this movie. There is no stupid propaganda. It is just a fact-based film about shit that really happens in the world that, frankly, I'm surprised that we don't have more movies about. And it's probably because watching this movie is like watching a war film. This is worse than watching Saving Private Ryan in terms of how hard it is to watch, right? But it actually is also just a brilliant story about a man on a quest to save the life of a child, one specific child. And it works amazingly on that level. It's an excellent piece of filmmaking. Cinematography is great. Jim Caviezel's an amazing character. He has buddies that help him in the movie that are that are likable. They have great moments of levity that sort of soften the heavy subject matter. But above all, it's just a sober, grounded film. It sort of is in a category all of its own because it's so hard to watch. It's so hard hitting. It will leave it punches you in the gut, and it takes no prisoners. And I'm going to tell you something. It's sort of shocking, but not shocking that it became a political fault line. We as a society should be ashamed that this movie was a political fault line. The fact that there was one person on Twitter saying, well, if you like this movie, you're on that side. That to me is a horrifying fact of our modern society. This is not a political film. This is a moral tale that should have united all of us, regardless of our political affiliation. Nothing to me illustrates in better detail how sick the woke movement is that those people immediately had a problem with this movie and attributed to it political messaging it did not have. The fact that the New York Times was writing that this was a brainworm for dads, the fact that you had little twerps on MSNBC saying, I don't like this movie. It's very gross. This is very concerning. This is QAnon propaganda. There's no QAnon shit in this. There's no pizza restaurants involved in this movie. It is just a sober, grounded movie. And that, of course, makes me think, well, the people that hate this movie who have not seen it and are refusing on principle to see it, many of them, or review it on Rotten Tomatoes, why is that? Why does this movie make you so uncomfortable? It's just got me curious. That's all. So anyway, that's all I'm going to say on it. It should not be controversial. It is hard to watch. And that I can understand this being a one-time only viewing. For me, it probably will be a one-time only viewing because, the only movie I can think of that was almost as hard to watch was like We Were Soldiers. Like I watched that movie and watching guys melt under napalm was not as hard to watch as this movie. So it takes a beating to get through, but it is so powerful. It's so moving. It's a great film, and it's an important one. So there you go. And you're right, Redoubt Production. It took 5 years to get this released after completion. 5 years. Let us not forget, by the way, what company owns the rights to this film? Disney. Oh, our Bob Iger. Well, our messages are not political. We just believe in making the world a better place. Oh, you do, Bob? You do? Is that what you believe in? Why did you not want this movie made? Why did the Angel Studios and the creators of this film had to fight for the rights to get this movie made? Why did it take 5 years of effort to make one film? One film shining a light on what is happening to millions of children every day. I can't even bear the thought of the agony that is happening in this world while this shit goes on. Why was it that hard? Well, all I could say to you, Bob Iger and Disney, is your loss is the world's gain. And
go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob. Go fuck yourself. And this movie, by the way, fucked you right in the ass. It fucked Indiana Jones. This is the most vulgar stream ever. It fucked Indiana Jones so good because Indiana Jones was in theaters. Now, did it beat it in gross numbers? No. But Indiana Jones was a failure. And this movie in fewer theaters was making more money per day than Indiana Jones on a couple of days. Now, folks, they will try and spin that. And, well, this movie's never going to make as much. Well, fine. No, it won't make that much money. However, it got 10 times the return on its investment than any of Disney's properties, which would be 10 times zero. Disney got zero returns on any of its movies. So it beat the shit out of Dial of Destiny, and deservedly so. So that's getting hoisted on your own petard, if there ever was one. Now, the second greatest film of the year. Folks, Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer is an absolute, it is a classic. It should be entered into the Library of Congress. It is the meditation on nuclear weapons I think we needed, and it came at a very timely point in our history. I think that when the Berlin Wall fell, we got it in our heads. I watched the movie Terminator Judgment Day, right, which came out in like 1993-ish. So right after the Berlin Wall fell, that was right at, which was a great thing for humanity, by the way. That ended the Cold War, and it ended the deadly nuclear standoff that had lasted for decades. And there's a line in which John Connor says, "Why would the Russians fire on us? Aren't they our friends now?" And I just think that line is so interesting because that's the way we were thinking of it back in the early 90s. What a difference 2 decades can make, because now we are literally engaged in a proxy conflict. I'm not getting all political on you, not taking sides in the conflict. I'm just saying we're engaged in a proxy conflict with a nuclear armed power. And the problem is, for the last 2 or 3 decades, Americans and maybe just people in the Western world in general, we have convinced ourselves that this threat no longer exists. Folks, the fact of the matter is, at this very moment, and for every moment since the invention of basically these weapons, 2 massive world-ending doomsday machines have been pointing at each other, ready to fire at a moment's notice, ever since the 1950s. And that is still the case at this very moment, right? We have 2 destroy the world now buttons that are ready to be pushed at any moment. That's serious shit. And that's never gone away. Even now the threat has lessened, and there have certainly been intervals where it's gotten better. But what I would say is right now, oddly, for almost no reason, we are sleepwalking right back into another nuclear standoff. So my point is, I think one of the reasons why this film did $1 billion, which is a shock. I mean, I could never predicted that. I think one of the reasons it did $1 billion is because it's on people's mind. And I just think this film is a masterpiece. I love Cillian Murphy. He was phenomenal. He's one of my favorite actors anyway. I love him as Tommy Shelby in Peaky Blinders. That is his best role ever, frankly. He is magnificent as this character. The cinematography is the best cinematography of the year in this film, like the best. What Christopher Nolan is able to do with practical effects, folks, he is the premier filmmaker of our time. He just is. He's got it all. He's the total package. He can write, he can cast, he can do cinematography, he can do editing. He's got grand, crazy, ambitious vision. Now, does he sometimes reach a little too close to the sun? I would argue he does. But honestly, he's one of the few people that, frankly, it's worth it. It's worth it for him to gamble and shoot for the moon because he is just that talented as a director. And by the way, I love one thing about Nolan above all others. He still longs to create films that are a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. And when I say spectacle, I don't mean fucking Quantum Mania bullshit. I mean the kind of movie that a whole family piles into the car to go see because they just have to. An entertainment experience that takes you somewhere else. Like, that's what I love about it. So I love the way he delved into Oppenheimer's mind. The way, by the way, in the Blake Snyder Save the Cat beat sheet, this is a superhero film. This is a superhero film. It's a real life superhero, Oppenheimer. His special power is that he sees the invisible universe that none of us can see, right? That's his special power in the movie. His curse is the guilt that he must carry for the rest of his life for inventing the weapon that, as he puts it in the film, may have started a chain reaction that will destroy the world. That, folks, that's just incredible. The final scene in this movie was worth the ticket price alone. It was that amazing to me. I love the final scene in this movie, also because of everything led up to it. The scene where the clock is counting down to the detonation of the Trinity device, the gadget. Oh, it was unbelievable. By the way, the gadget, which you see behind him here, which was the prototype, if you look at real pictures of the real life gadget, it's like identical. Nolan recreated this film, the actual gadget, with incredible detail. Now, he screwed up the flag in the movie, yeah, this film is a masterclass in writing. It's a masterclass in character work. It's a masterclass in nonlinear storytelling. It's a masterclass in historical period pieces. It's a masterclass in philosophical meditation on humanity and our destructive nature. It is a masterclass in editing, cinematography. It's the total package. I absolutely love this film. Star Fury says, bugger what type of family goes to see Oppenheimer. Redoubt says, hence why I'm pessimistic about the New Year's. But anyways, Oppenheimer was 2/3 fantastic. And I also agree with you, Redoubt. That's why it's not, in my view, the best film of the year. It got a little bogged down in the political melodrama. It got a little, however, I did say it's a superhero film, and Oppenheimer's nemesis is actually what completes the superhero model of the film. His nemesis is this political apparatchik, Strauss, who has a vendetta against Oppenheimer because he thinks Oppenheimer has a vendetta against him, which Oppenheimer does not have, which honestly sounds like a Disney shill to me, which is kind of funny. It's like they've got a vendetta against us for things for opinions we don't have, you know? But anyway, so it halfway works on that level, but it's a little bit self-indulgent at parts, and it gets a little too melodramatic for my taste. However, it is a well-constructed story, and it works. Now, I want to address what you said, Redoubt, because you said, this is why I'm pessimistic. Now, I did not tell you all that about the nuclear situation to make you pessimistic. Quite the opposite. My point is, I see it as a good sign that we as a species want to think about these things. Like the fact that we spent $1 billion to watch this movie. I think that's a good sign. I think that's a good sign. I think that says people have a hunger to sink their teeth in. This is not a superficial movie. Like, this movie is about, we are going to contemplate the destructive nature of our own soul. The fact that $1 billion worth of ticket sales said, yes, I want to watch that, is fucking great. Like, that makes me feel better about humanity. It truly does. And it tells me that there is hope. And in fact, the best movie of the year, which I will now unveil, is right in that line. The best movie of the year is a movie that, in my view, is about the best parts of humanity. It is about our hope. It is about why we should have hope. After you watch Oppenheimer, this is the movie that completes the story, in my view, which is, this is the story of how humanity is worth saving. Every life is worth saving. What is good in us, I believe, it has just enough of an advantage over the darkness, has just enough of an advantage over the evil, that it will, in the end, prevail. And it is the movie we need. It is the most inspiring film of the year. It's the most powerful, moving film of the year. It's a fun movie, and it's a movie that is the best hero's journey of the year. Drum roll, please. You already know what it is. You know what I'm going to say. Godzilla -1. And it's not just the best film by a nose. This is the best film of the year by a country mile. This was the Godzilla movie I always wanted, but it was also a magnificent hero's journey. It's the story of it, dude. It's an amazing period piece done with less than $15 million. Less than $15 million. Okay. Not only is it awesome fan service, because Godzilla is 100% fan service in this movie, but it follows the failed kamikaze pilot Shikishima, who is my favorite fictional character of the year, which I alluded to in the beginning of the stream. He is my favorite fictional character of the year. And what's so funny is he's a Japanese character, and you would think that because I don't feel represented on screen that I wouldn't be able to relate to him. But contrary to what the screwed up, sick, woke, mind virus infected people might think, I identified quite a bit with this character. I found myself really invested in him because he's a man that was struggling with fear. He was struggling with, what is my place in the world? One of my favorite scenes in the movie is he comes back from the end of World War II, and he's in the bombed out ruins of Tokyo, which had been viciously and ruthlessly firebombed by us, America. And by incendiaries, and like half the city is dead. They're just everybody in the city has lost minimum one person. Almost everyone in the city is a kind of orphan now, which is a haunting. The music in this film, by the way, it cuts like a knife. It's brilliant. It is classic. It's almost gothic in its level, which is typical of Japanese, and I love it. I love them for that. It's got this kind of and I sort of thought as I'm watching this film that I was in for a kind of dark, really dark movie, and it is dark. What I did not expect was what happened in the third act of the film, which is anyway, but to close my thought on what I was saying, Shikishima comes back to the ruins of Tokyo. His parents are dead. His neighbor walks across the street and realizes, wait, you're a kamikaze pilot. You're not supposed to be here. And she starts slapping him. She's like, you idiot, you coward. You're the reason this happened. And she blames him for it. And it just hits you right in the gut. And what's so amazing is the relationship he has with that character evolves through the movie. She kind of changes and so does he. But he kind of has a death wish. He has survivor's guilt and he wants to die. Also, it doesn't help that he sees Godzilla in the beginning. So what I did not expect was when the third act of this film turns into a hero Golden Fleece story about Shikishima finding his courage, rebuilding an airplane with the man who once condemned him, and flying a mission to lure Godzilla into a trap. It is a mono battle. Failed kamikaze pilot in his airplane versus Godzilla. Oh, it's fucking great. It is so good. That is my favorite part of the movie. I absolutely love it. He's in that plane. Dude, there's a part of this movie that just luxuriates in how awesome. By the way, this is a real model this aircraft really existed. And it looks like a science fiction creation. It really does. But it was a real plane that never made it into the war. You can just tell that the way you and I love starships, the way you and I love a sword, the way Shad just loves a sword, the way that you and I love perhaps a tall ship at sea, whatever it is, right? That love that we have, if it's a X-Wing fighter, whatever it is, you know what it is. If it's a Gundam, you love a Gundam, whatever it is for you. I can tell you that for the creators of this film, they love that aircraft. Because you could just tell the moment when Shikishima is in the aircraft and he's testing its abilities, and the music is so good in that scene. And he's in, but you know what it is? And I do not mean this in a chauvinistic way, okay? Because ladies, you are so welcome to love this movie as well. And I love a good ladies movie. I love a good female hero's journey as well. Hello, Blue Eye Samurai, okay? But in this case, this is a movie that deals with very typically, generally speaking, very male concerns, right? Which is the issue of cowardice, the issue of courage, the issue of being able to protect your family, failing to protect your family and those you love. That's a big deal to men, especially young men who've just come back from a war in which they were defeated. Believe me, when I say I'm not being chauvinistic, I know that women also grapple with these issues. So I'm not saying that women don't grapple with these issues. Of course they do. But in the case of men, it's just one of those issues that's always very central to our lives. It just is. And especially in this culture, being a coward, you might as well, it's not even worth living as a coward. And Shikishima hates himself for surviving, for being a coward. What's so interesting is that the thesis of this film, the driving theme of it, is that his life was worth saving. And so were many of the other lives that were lost. And if his life had not been saved, he would not have been there to lure Godzilla into the trap and save the lives below. And and there's such an amazing element of a man confronting his destiny. He spent his whole life running from what he feared, and now he's flying that plane right into the jaws of the thing he's most terrified of, which is Godzilla. And let me tell you something, when that plane is flying towards Godzilla and he just barely misses it, the sound design is incredible. You hear his shredding claws just clamp down, and oh my God, he almost got him. And it drives me crazy. This is a nerve shredding movie. It's a nerve shredding action movie, let me tell you. But it's that element of a young man conquering his fear, fighting for his family, and embracing life. Now, in a more broader sense, so not in specifically the male sense, but in just a broader sense, it is a story about humanity and about there is something worth saving in us. There is something, Godzilla in this movie is the villain. He is the monster. He is the nemesis. He is here to testify that we are a sinful species that deserves what we're about to get. We deserve to have our cities leveled. We deserve the pain that he's bringing on us. And the film does a pretty good job of making that case. What I like about the character of Shikishima and his friends in this movie is they are making the opposite case. They are making the case that no, Godzilla, you're wrong. We do have worth. We do have value. We have a place on this earth. And yes, we participated in a bloody, terrible war. There was blood on everyone's hands. 60 million people died in World War II. 60 million. And every single country involved, Axis or ally, did terrible, terrible things. Obviously, one side did worse things than the other, but we all had horrific blood on our hands, all of us, both in lives sacrificed and in lives taken. And so I view this film as very much a meditation on all humanity, not just Japanese, but all humanity. And what I love about it is it's saying, yes, we're flawed. Yes, we have failings. Yes, we do terrible things to each other. There's no doubt about that. But what's good in us outweighs that. What's good in us is worth more than that. And that is worth saving. And that is what Star Trek used to say. That is what Doctor Who used to say. That is what Star Wars used to say. That is what Indiana Jones used to say. That is what Lord of the Rings is about. That is what all of these films, all these things that they've taken from us, that is what they were about. They were about the thing in us that's worth saving, the thing that in us that's good and admirable. That's what MCU movies were about. That's what DC movies used to be about. That's what this movie is about. That is what Godzilla -1 is about. It is a film that restores your faith in humanity. And frankly, it kind of made me believe in myself. It really did. It was like, you know what? I'm with you, Shikishima. I could get in that plane. I can fly into the jaws of Godzilla. If you can do it, so can I. I fucking love this movie. It is the best film of the year. It is an all-time classic. It's one of the best films I've ever seen. It's the best Godzilla movie ever made. It is an incredible human story. This film was like healing for all the misery that Hollywood bullshit inflicted on my soul for the 11 months prior to this film coming out. And what's so fascinating is that in and of itself is almost a metaphor for what the film is saying. The film is saying that one life can change history. One life can turn the tide. One life. This is a pro-life movie, not to get all political, but this is a pro-humanity, pro-living movie, right? And in a way, it's like one light is enough to banish the darkness. That's kind of the way I see it. And so what's so interesting is you have all this darkness that Hollywood dumps on us. You have all this garbage, all this destruction that they wreak on everything that we love, right? And it gets overwhelming. We start to think, my God, how can we ever resist this? How can we ever stand up to all of this? And all I can say is, we do stand up to it. Because one film about one hero's journey is worth 100 woke dumpster fires. It's amazing how quickly one beautiful film banishes the darkness, chases it away, and turns it all around. So there you go. Hat tip and a salute to the best film of the year, Godzilla -1. The captain salutes you and thanks you. Takashi Yamazaki, brilliant writer, brilliant director, knows how to budget a film. You give him credit for that, so you can stick it where the sun don't shine, Disney. That's all I have to say about that. That is it. There you have it, my dear sailors and starnuts. The best, the worst films, shows of the year. What a year it's been. By the way, Godzilla -1 came out of nowhere for me, like out of nowhere. I just went to the movie because, I heard this is good. I'm going to go see it. Sure, I'm down for a Godzilla flick, whatever. I was not prepared for that. I was not at all prepared to be like 5 minutes into the movie, I'm like, this is pretty good shit. Wow. Kamikaze. That's interesting. I didn't even think about that. That's a great angle. And I'm like, I'm leading into this movie and I'm like, I don't know. I'm feeling something special here. Like Grace, he Vadered. No. I just had a feeling right from the jump. I'm like, there's something special about this movie. I can just feel it. And this is old school storytelling. So yeah, love Godzilla -1. So glad you saw it, Star Fury. You don't know how hard it was to hold back on spoilers. It was so hard. Anyway, Gojira says -2. Dude, thank God for Japan. Just thank God for Japan. And I was also just thinking, like, I'm watching Blue Eye Samurai, and I'm like, my God, Japan is such a gorgeous country. Yes, I know it's animation. Yes, I know it's meant to be an idealized portrayal. But I mean, you got to believe that back in the 1600s, just the lush forests, the mountains, it's just, there's so much beauty on this planet. There's so much beauty in human culture. It's like, when they say diversity is our strength, what they're saying is, in a very bizarre and in my view, sort of I don't want to say ethnocentric exactly. I guess what I mean is like, what's the word for like when you're obsessed with your own country to the exclusion of all others? I don't know what the word for that is at the moment, but basically that, okay? There is this weird obsession with homogenizing Western society. So we have to have equal ratios of every this, that, or the other in every movie because that's diversity and that's our strength. And I'm like, but that's actually kind of a sort of homogenization in which we disregard any differences in ancestry, any differences in lived experiences. What's so fascinating to me is I'm like, if we succeeded in this project of making every corner of the earth look like a blend of exactly the right ratio of every, race, sexual preference, whatever, it would destroy what is actual diversity. Because, when I watch Blue Eye Samurai or Godzilla -1, I'm being immersed in another culture that is different from mine. And in my view, that makes my life better. That makes my experience as a human on this planet better for it because I have a new perspective I didn't have before. Because here's another culture that grew up in a totally different way than I did. And I feel like the exchange of culture is a good thing for humanity. It's good that we have different perspectives because we learn different lessons and we have different art, different architecture. That's the beauty of being human. There's so much interest. There's so much beauty out there that we've never even seen before. I love that. And I find it weird. I find it weird that the woke movement, that they actually don't want diversity, if that makes any sense. They don't want diversity because if they see only one of one thing over here and only one of one thing over there, they think that's not diversity. Rather than they're not seeing the forest for the trees. The fact that Japan looks different than Britain and that looks different than Argentina, it's like, well, that's a good thing because that means we have different places to go. We have different things to see. Anyway, Captain's on. Now, I won't get too up my own asshole on that, but Star Fury says, I want to see the black and white version they are due to bring out. I almost agree with you, Star Fury, but I will watch it. I would watch it. But the color in this movie was so brilliant. The color in Godzilla was so masterfully done. I loved it. It was so visually spectacular to watch. And I cannot believe they did this with 15 million. Can't believe it because it's so visually beautiful to watch. And the idea of watching it in black and white, though cool, kind of robs it of that. So I'm not opposed to it, but like for me, the color version is just too beautiful to pass up. It just is. So Melodic says, I will definitely go and see the B&W version, black and white version of this. 100. Godzilla! Godzuki. Melodic Method says, never a boring moment in this movie. Kind of amazing, huh? I'm kind of amazed that like watching Shikishima and crap, her name escapes me at the moment. Anyway, his sort of platonic friend who then becomes his girlfriend, who then becomes his wife. I like that you kind of watch them rebuild their lives in these ruins, and slowly they're repairing the damage. There was something about watching that was not at all boring to me. It was like, I was just so pulled in. And let me tell you something. I talk a lot about story structure on the show, right? I rip the shit out of Rebel Moon, and I sure as hell stand by that, right? But I want you to know that, like, my critique is not based, it's based on technical things that I see in storytelling, that everyone sees, right? We all see it. And so the job of a critic is to put words to it, right? But like, in the Save the Cat book, which is great if you're a storyteller, he talks about the title rule is you must have a save the cat moment for the character. Now, if you're wondering when you're watching a movie, why don't I give a shit about this character? I guarantee you it's because this is missing. I guarantee you this is what's missing, is the save the cat moment. Every character, no exceptions, must have this moment. And they must have at least one in the early part of the film. Like right off the bat, you got to have one. And so Shikishima has just a banger save the cat moment. It's really, in his case, a save the baby moment, which is when he's in the ruins of Tokyo and this girl runs up to him, hands him a baby, and runs away. And he's like, what the hell am I going to do here? And then he kind of looks at the baby and he's like, I don't know what I'm doing. He sits there for 3 hours waiting for her to come back, and she doesn't. He's like, well, I guess the mother's not coming back. And he sets the baby down and he thinks about just leaving the baby there for a second. And he starts to walk away. Then he looks back. And by the way, our introduction to this character so far is that he's a coward, right? So we as the audience are kind of primed to view him in a negative way, actually, because we see him as a coward at this moment. We're not sure if he deserves to live. We're not sure yet. He looks back at the baby, can't really help it, goes back, picks up the baby, starts looking for the mother, finds her. Turns out she was just waiting for him to get up and come her direction so she doesn't get seen by the cops or whoever chasing her. And then it's like, she asks him, they kind of have this conversation. Why would you leave a baby in this place? Well, anyway, that's the save the cat moment, because it shows that there's a part of Shikishima that can't just look the other way. He can't just let this poor baby, just be abandoned there. And that does a lot of work for us as the audience, because now we're very invested. We're like, I like this guy. He's got a heart of gold, kind of a coward, kind of a fuck up, but he saved, you know what? He couldn't leave the baby. That there's something about that makes me like this guy. And on it goes, right? And it's like, so the film is just filled with that. So it's a technically masterful story. It really is. And that's why there's never a dull moment. By the way, every single one of the supporting characters that help him, they also have great save the cat moments. Perfect example. I love the moment in the boat, right? When the gung-ho kid that did not get to go to war, and he feels really bummed because, damn it, I didn't get a fight for my country. And he kind of flippantly says to Shikishima, I wish the war had lasted longer. Shikishima grabs him and says, say you don't mean that. Tell me you don't mean that. And there's this real like intensity. And the kid's like, of course, no, of course. I'm sorry. I don't mean it. It's a great moment. That's a great moment for Shikishima. It's a great save the cat moment for the kid as well, because he's like, he recognizes he stepped in it with Shikishima, and he kind of admires Shikishima, and he doesn't want to. And so he backs off and he apologizes. It's like, that's a good save the cat moment for him. Makes me, now I like the kid. I like the kid now. You know what I mean? So like, this movie is just a masterful technical achievement. I absolutely love it. Couldn't praise it enough. I could go another hour on Godzilla. So Star Fury says, the black and white version will have such nostalgia for me. It will be reminiscent of sneaking in to see the late night horror movies when I was 8 years old and watching the 1954 Godzilla for the first time. I hear that is a good case for it. No doubt. No doubt about it. Oh, I love this comment, Melodic. You are so on the money here. He conquers his feelings of worthlessness. It's a beautiful ending. You just nailed it. That's exactly what I've been trying to say, right? It's like, he is a man who feels lost in the world. He feels like a failure and a disappointment. He feels like he's let everyone down. And he really is it's so interesting to compare Shikishima with Barbie. I know, that's a bit weird. Barbie is a suicidal character. So is Shikishima. One movie is depressing as hell. The other movie, is like a second lease on life. Okay. And that's not for no reason, right? It's like Shikshima's battle is against that feeling of sort of wanting to pay for his crimes. And just as he sees it, his crime of like not shooting Godzilla in the beginning, letting those guys die, not doing his duty. Right. It's just so magnificent. There's also a nice little kind of mini Save the Cat in there that implies he didn't just flee his duty because he was a coward. His parents wrote him a letter saying, come home. His parents wrote him a letter saying, survive. And that made him conflicted about his mission. So that also helps his character a little bit as well, because we're like, okay, you know what? That makes sense. He was very torn apart. And that's a tough position for him to be in, right? But you're right. And so this is a film that reminds people. I think everyone who watches this film, this is the purpose of great storytelling, in my view. This is what great storytelling, this is the magic. This is the magic of Luke Skywalker. Okay. This is the magic of like, what's another good example? It's like these ideas, they just flee my mind right when I need it. But yeah, just take Luke Skywalker, any of your other favorite movie heroes. This is the magic of those characters, is that they show you adversity, they show you defeat, they show you those feelings that we all grapple with, and then they show how we overcome those. And it's so interesting because that's why the girl boss, the Mary Sue, is so insufferable and my cousins. I have two girl cousins that they kind of they love the Rey character because they're pretty young. And I feel bad for them because it's like, you deserve a better character. You deserve a better character than Rey to look up to. As a girl looking up to a girl character, it's like, I wish there was a better girl character for you to look up to. I really do. Because this character, she doesn't face adversity. She doesn't conquer her own feelings of worthlessness. She just kind of gets all that handed to her. And I wish they deserve a better class of storytelling, is my point. Star Fury says, I still wanted the hero to die, but I completely understand the reasoning for the hopeful ending and still love the movie. It's so interesting. I thought he was going to die. I totally missed it. I did not think the ending was he ejects from the plane. And I just thought, wow. But I differ with you on that. I like that better. I think it's what we needed. Not every movie has to be about. I just think the whole message of the film, and I don't mean message as in the message. I mean message as in the theme, right? The theme is the value of life. That's really the theme of the movie. What is life worth? Is it cheap? Or is it something to be valued and cherished and protected? And I like it that the movie was really the story of Shikishima learning the value of his own life. So that's why I like that ending. I like that he lived for that reason. And also because Godzilla ain't dead. You can't take Godzilla out that easily. And I think that's your horror hook. That's your hook for, yep, Shikishima got away with a good hero's journey, but this ain't over. And I like that. I like that a lot. Melodic Method. By the way, when you see Godzilla regenerating in the last shot of that movie, it struck terror into my heart. I'm going to tell you right now, because this is one of the most malevolent, scary portrayal. This is the most scary portrayal of Godzilla I've ever seen. He is an absolute nightmare in this movie. He is so terrifying. And a lot of that, in my view, has to do with the cinematography. The fact that the camera is often looking up at him as if you're there under his feet. It's freaking great. And like the sound design was a big help as well, because when Shikishima's plane just barely misses his teeth, you just hear that crunch. You're like, oh no, don't fly that close, Shikishima. Please don't fly that close. It makes you just like on the edge of your seats. Fantastic movie. But yes, the thing in us that is bigger than just the individual. 100% Melodic Method. Wrangler in the chat. Hail. Ahoy, Wrangler. Good to see you. Good to see you. Star Fury says, okay, Captain, the rousing music and speech changed my mind. Look at that. I warmed the cold, dead heart of Star Fury. I just appreciate you, Star Fury. He heat raid. Oh, that was definitely me. He heat raid. Actually, when his spines start lighting up, when his what would you say for that? He tailed. His tail lit up. But you know what's so interesting? That's actually a good comparison, though, Star Fury, because think about it. Think about it. Okay. You have Anakin, right? Anakin, with his red lightsaber and his blue lightsaber, right? And now listen, that could be in the right context, that could be excellent fan service. It really could. Okay. Godzilla was fan service done correctly, which is, you've built up all this tension because Godzilla's wrecking the city. I'm invested in Shikishima. I'm invested in his life and his family. I care about him. I don't want to see him get smushed. Okay. That does a lot of the work in this movie because now when Godzilla's on the screen, I'm worried about something. I'm afraid for someone. That's important. So many horror films fail because there's a lack of a fear of loss. This is so crucial. In order for a horror story or a monster in the house story to succeed, or in this case, a serious dude with a problem story, there must be a fear of loss. If you don't have that, you really don't care. It's just a fact. You just don't care. There must be a fear of loss. This movie gives you that with Shikishima and his group. And also the fact that Godzilla is so indestructible, the fact the way he's shot, but they build up to all that. And then just at the moment when you think things can't get any worse, that's when the tail lights up. That's when the tail lights up. It doesn't light up a minute before that. It does not light up until the moment where you're like, this can't get any worse. This is bad. This is really bad. Then he lights up that tail and you're like, you ain't seen nothing yet. And it's like, oh my God. He's a walking nuclear bomb, which is horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. So yeah. So good. By the way, nice touch about how the Geiger counters are going off wherever Godzilla has walked, like wherever he's trampled or burned down, there's a radioactive signature. Nice touch, movie. I really like that. That was so good. By the way, that's also how they track him. Another thing, the plot of how they defeat him, although a bit complicated, it does work and it's very technically crafted. It's like the whole idea of sinking him with Freon bubbles. I mean, that was it was so creative and interesting. I was like, hello, Dave Filoni. Hello, Zack Snyder. Hello, paging Zack Snyder, paging Dave Filoni. You need to sit down and watch how an actual writer crafts a story, crafts a caper, crafts a group of plucky characters working together, using their strengths and weaknesses in concert. That's how you do it. Folks, that scene in which the boats are fleeing from Godzilla in the ocean is iconic. That was nerve shredding. I just was sitting there like, oh my God. By the way, this is a nautical movie and your captain, if you haven't noticed, is a nautical guy. So I love the fact that the ocean and boats and the sort of nautical element was absolutely, dude, when the two destroyers are passing each other, like brace for impact. I was, oh, dude, you're singing my song. I love this movie so much. I mean, there's ships in it. There's ships in this movie. There's Navy men doing their damnedest against Godzilla. So I'm all for that. All right, what else we got? Fu Man Blue says, I was shading the upcoming gay version with pink. You can't gay Gojira. You're damn right about that. Gojira is, 100 stories of pure destructive potential. That's just what he is. Godzilla in this movie is like, there is a new sheriff in town. And he ain't fucking around, folks. There is a new sheriff in Tokyo, and you better just figure it out. Oh my God, when he is biting the ships in that movie, it's so incredible. It's so good. I was like, he's such a good monster in this movie. I just loved it. Dude, if I would say like 8-year-old me that fell in love with Godzilla 1985, if 8-year-old me had seen this movie, I mean, it would have sent me into orbit. I would have been so happy. I just would have been so happy watching this movie. And my parents probably wouldn't have wanted me to watch it either. They would have like, that movie's too violent. You can't watch that movie. And I would have seen it and I would have been like, oh, this is such a good movie. I would have gone to my friend's house and watched it on the sly, which is what I would do back then. Young Ensign Garrett had his tactics. And I would have loved it. I would have just loved this movie. I probably wouldn't have shut up about it. I would have driven I'm not shutting up about it now. I would have driven my poor parents bananas with like, oh, Mom, I got to have this Godzilla. I got to have that Godzilla. I've got to have Shikishima's plane. I got to have this. I got to have that. I got to have a whole town to wreck in the backyard. Melodic Method says, is there any blood in -1? I guess not. Well, no, there is. Dude, that first scene is gnarly. You literally see Godzilla just crunch these guys. In fact, Gary pointed this out. I didn't even notice this, but Gary Hat Tip Nerdrotic, he pointed out that like in the scene where Godzilla clamps down on one of the guys in the very beginning, mini Godzilla, he's not full-blown Godzilla yet, and he gets the guy and he's got the guy's head in his mouth. You can hear his screams echoing inside Godzilla's mouth. That's pretty violent. That's pretty violent, bro. That's pretty bad. Maybe not bloody, but that's violent. Melodic Method says, oh my God, if they release a model of Shikishima's plane, I will have to buy it. Well, guess what? The plane's a real plane. So you actually can. The Shinden plane, that's the real name of the plane. You can go look up the Shinden on Amazon. You can find models you can build, which your captain is absolutely going to do. And when I eventually have shelves in my background, I'm going to have Shikishima's plane. I'm going to have the Enterprise. I'm going to have the SSV Normandy. I'm basically going to recreate what Shepard has in his cabin in Mass Effect, which is all the ship models. I'm going to have, what else? I'm going to have the Enterprise. I'll probably have the Defiant in there. Definitely the SSV Normandy. Maybe I'll have the Millennium Falcon. Folks, it's all about the ships, man. The ships is where it's at. This is what non-nerds never understand. Like, this is one of the signs to me that, like, people writing Star Wars and Star Trek these days don't understand it, because, like, the love of the ship is so important. It is so important in Star Trek, in Star Wars, it's important in Gojira. Like, I can tell you, I could feel the love the filmmakers had for that plane. I could just feel it. And it was magic. It was just magic. Shikishima in that cockpit, testing what it can do, staring steely-eyed at Godzilla. Oh, I love that scene so much. Dude, what a great duel. What a clever way. What a clever way to have a sort of David versus Goliath kind of matchup, right? Like, because he's David. He's just one human. In fact, you know what it gave me? It kind of reminded me of, like, when you're playing Mass Effect, that's how it feels to play Shepard versus the Reapers. You're kind of a David versus Goliath in Mass Effect, which is very cool. I liked it that Shikishima kind of had that same energy of, like, what can one puny little human do against Godzilla? And yet there's a very palpable energy in the film that, like, Godzilla is up against his nemesis in that scene. Godzilla's up against his nemesis. And I love when Shikishima's kind of like leading him out to sea. You could just see in Godzilla's eyes, oh, I want that plane. Oh, I want that plane. I want it so bad. He's so pissed. Oh, it's so good. Which, by the way, I saw like there's like another Kong versus Godzilla movie. I think it's another American one that's going to come out. And I'm like, dude, after -1, I can't. I just don't care. I don't want to see another dopey MCU does Godzilla movie. I just don't want to see that. I want to see Takashi Yamazaki make every Godzilla movie from here on out. If Takashi Yamazaki is making Godzilla versus Kong, I'm buying advance tickets. But I'm kind of done with this Monarch universe. I just don't like it. I just don't like it very much. I don't like the Monarch universe. The characters in the Monarch universe annoy the shit out of me. I like Millie Bobby Brown, but her character is annoying as hell to me in those movies. Melodic says, oh yeah, I forgot about the island attack. What a great way to just open up with that movie. That's such a great first scene. I just love it. So a really crucial part of a movie is the opening shot, right? The opening shot. That's a big opening image, right? I love that opening image. We're over the sea. We're kind of flying towards this island, and it's, the palm trees, and we just see it's 1945. Oh, just brilliant. Love it. Star Fury says, I would love a tableau of Godzilla with plane crashed in his mouth. That's very you, Star Fury. I approve. I will say that, like, everything around that moment was perfect, absolutely pitch perfect. But when the actual impact of the plane in Godzilla's mouth hits, there was something odd about that kind of brief pause before it explodes. And what's funny is I heard snickers. I heard snickers in the audience because it did kind of look almost comedic because it went ka-ding, and it kind of played more as a laugh than an actual moment of tension. So is it a perfect film? No, it's not a perfect film. It has a flaw here or there, but it's just funny how that almost bordered on the comedic. But everything around that moment was so good, and the payoff that it represented was so good that you can kind of just forgive it. So, But yeah, you're right. Godzilla was so happy when he got that plane. Godzilla was so happy. He was like, "Yeah, plane, take the. I'm gonna crunch the shit out of you." He was so pissed. But little did poor Godzilla know. Poor Godzilla. All he wants is a snack in Tokyo. What did he ever do? Star Fury, the plane's bomb was on a timer. I know. Technically, there's nothing. It's unimpeachable. Technically, it's unimpeachable on paper. I'm just saying that just the way that it just unfolded, that just brief moment of silence for whatever reason. Maybe it's because I was in a theater with people who found it funny, and I don't know that it was negative laughing because they loved the movie. They were loving that movie. When Godzilla's theme is playing, the classic theme, they were just going crazy. They loved it. But I guess just for whatever reason, it just kind of played funny. So anyhow, great time hanging out with you in the chat. Thanks for everyone who's been here. This has been a long stream. This is a New Year's stream. The Captain is ringing in the new year in style. I think we pretty much covered it, folks. I think we're ready to wrap this one up. What do you think? What do you think? We'll wrap it up, but before we go out, let me see. Was there anything else I wanted to react to? I'm going to save some of this for next week because we've gone like 5 hours. But you know what? Maybe I do want to do this one. Yeah, I do. You know what? I have a bone to pick. The Captain has a bone to pick with Zack Snyder of all people. Just real quickly, we got to hit this real quick because Zack Snyder needs a turn at the grating from this Captain. Break out the cat of nine. Try this headline from Bounding Into Comics. Let me blow that up here. Rebel Moon director Zack Snyder backs the idea that audiences are suffering from superhero fatigue. Quote, "No one thinks they're going to a one-off superhero movie." Zach, you got a lot of fucking nerve, my bro. Like, my dude, you've got a lot of fucking nerve. You just made, let me get this straight. You just made a movie that is ostensibly supposed to be part of a large Star Wars style universe, which is already a 2-part film, which already has 2 director cuts expected. And you are going to tell us that our problem is superhero fatigue. I'm just saying you got a lot of nerve. You really got a lot of nerve to say that to me, So anyway, in throwing his hat into the ongoing debate as to just what is causing the genre's recent decline at the box office, Rebel Moon and former DCEU director. By the way, I liked the Snyder Cut. I liked the Justice League Snyder Cut, but that's neither here nor there. Director Zack Snyder has joined Team Superhero Fatigue, which is bullshit. That is a cope on the part of Hollywood, as he believes that the shared cinematic universes have grown too big and too daunting for general audiences to want to invest their time and money in it. Well, that's not superhero fatigue. That's bloated. You know what's so dumb about that? I'm so tired of this, frankly. We do not have cinematic universe fatigue. Can anyone tell me the story of Marvel Cinematic Universe Phase 4 and 5? Can the dumb shills even tell me? They can't even tell me. Go ask the shills. What is the story to Phase 4 and 5? They can't tell you, folks, because there isn't one. Is there a multiverse? Are there sacred timelines? Is Kang the Conqueror infinite? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Like, what creates the other is if there's an incursion into another universe, will that destroy the universe or not? I couldn't tell you. So what we have is bad, bloated, nonsensical, confusing cinematic universe fatigue. Is anyone fatigued on the idea of a Henry Cavill Superman? Hello, Zach. Hello. Is anyone confused? Is anyone like, oh, I don't want a Henry Cavill Superman? That's not what I want. I'm fatigued. I'm fatigued on, dude, the most important and exciting event in Black Adam was Henry Cavill showing up at the end. That was the most important and celebrated part of that entire movie, was Henry Cavill with the curly Q, Widow's Peak, showing up and wanting to duke it out with Black Adam. Okay? So do not sit here and tell me that the problem is cinematic universes or superheroes. The problem is you. You and your incompetence. That's the problem, Zach. The original director of the Justice League cinematic debut offered his thoughts on the topic while speaking in promotion to his aforementioned Netflix exclusive sci-fi epic. Pressed by his host as to whether or not he agreed with the regularly espoused concept of superhero fatigue, that audiences are growing tired of not bad superhero films, but superhero films as a whole, Snyder replied in the affirmative, asserting to Iskov, I have the same fatigue. Oh, you do you? Do you? You certainly aren't fatigued about boring girl bosses. You're not fatigued on that, Zach. Describing comic book films as being in a cul-de-sac now, the former herald of the DCEU then opined that the biggest problem was the genre was the level of time investment each subsequent release in a shared cinematic universe requires of its viewers. Oh my God. You know, I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to get fucking pissed at these people. They keep telling us why we don't like their movies instead of asking us. Zach, ask us. Go to Nerdrotic. Go to Critical Drinker. We're telling you. We're fucking telling you. You fucking assholes. They keep doing this. They screw up the things we love. They tell us we're toxic man babies and racists and bigots and whatever else because we didn't like their movie. And then they say, well, the reason I think they don't like my movie is because this. It just shows to go, they think we're stupid. They really do. They think we're stupid people. That's why they had to name it Dial of Destiny. And they couldn't call it like the Archimedes dial or something like that. The Americans don't understand what Archimedes is. And frankly, neither do we. Because if we were to show Archimedes, we would race swap him anyway. So we don't even care. But they're even dumber than we are. And they don't know what he is. So we're going to call it Dial of Destiny. To this end, later on in their interview, Snyder would reflect on whether or not the industry's love affair with adapting every piece of entertainment media under the sun was finally coming to a close. God, I would hope so. Quote, I mean, like, how much IP is there? He asked. I don't know, Zach. Fucking, I can't even get through one line of this. Oh my God, the nerve of this guy. I don't know, Zach. How much IP is there for you fuckers to screw up? I really would like the answer to that, because you got to be getting close to the bottom of the barrel by now. Decorum, Captain. As noted above, while many fans, critics, and analysts have pointed to the concept of superhero fatigue as the main reason for the genre's recent box office woes, not all agree that the explanation is so simple as people being over it. Rather, some argue that these financial troubles, well, that's putting it mildly, are actually self-inflicted by the studios themselves, thanks to their constant disrespecting of the source material that they have been entrusted with. For example, despite the Marvel Cinematic Universe's reputation constantly dropping in its post-Endgame years, Spider-Man No Way Home and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, each of which treated their source materials and established continuities with the proper gravity and respect, and I would agree with that, both managed to turn a profit, the former admittedly far more than the latter, and draw positive praise from even the most divested of Marvel fans. Further, the same mutual respect between a project and its fans, such as between One Piece and its fans, such as between Blue Eye Samurai and the audience, such as between Godzilla and the fans of Godzilla, yes, I would agree. Also enjoyed by Netflix's One Piece, as he just pointed out, which, thanks to the dedication of its crew and adhering to the source material, as well as its involving of series creator Eiichiro Oda in every process of its development, has become highly lauded among fans with the live become, when was it ever not lauded? It's always been lauded by us fans. It's all we've ever wanted. with the live-action anime adaptation even ranking among atop many a fan's 2023 year-end best-of list. Well, it ranked on mine. One Piece was on my top of the list for the series. Meanwhile, the many projects which have failed to make any impact either at the box office or among audiences, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantum Nausea, Thor: Love and Thunder, Birds of Prey, and the fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn, Gag Me with a Spoon, The Marvels, and Monica Rambeau, are all linked by the fact that their directors and writers essentially wiped their behinds. I'll just say it for you. Wiped their asses with the characters and stories upon which their parent franchises were built upon. And with this level of disrespect becoming the norm, along with a healthy dose of actively and intentionally insulting fans, it's not hard to see why so many viewers have become disillusioned with the franchises they once loved. After all, why get excited to see your favorite characters or stories adapted to the silver screen when the odds are everything you love about them will be treated as a joke and used as nothing more than soapboxes for screenwriters to air their own, and I'm just going to editorialize here, sick, woke worldview. Amen, Spencer Bakuli of Bounding into Comics. And I would just say, hello, Zach. Paging Zack Snyder. Hello. Why don't you ask us for our opinion on why you are failing us in your job? Your job, which is ostensibly to entertain us, your customers. Now, I have no particular animus towards Zack. I'm not a Zack Snyder hater, so don't get the wrong idea. But that pissed me off. That pissed me off a lot. I'm like, Zack has a lot of nerve to tell me why I don't like this shit. He has a lot of nerve, you know? I love to hear their theories. Anyway, as Star Fury points out, it's, I believe it is shit movie fatigue. Exactly. Dude, these are people that they are covering for their own failures. You know, they're sitting here. This is why I find it hilarious that Chris Stuckman is like, well, now that I'm a filmmaker, I'm not going to criticize movies for being bad because that's very negative. Oh, well, isn't that convenient for you? It's like, fuck off. Dude, you want to be you want to be a professional, you get ready for the hurt, okay? Let me tell you something. You put your work out there, just prepare. You know, bad reviews are going to happen, and you just got to live with it. You just got to live with it. And by the way, that's the point. Art is a process. It is a communication between parties. It is a participatory experience. And if you can't hack it, tough shit. You know, it's like, I got no time for this nonsensical worldview. I'm going to rip the shit out of bad storytelling because bad storytelling is bad for art. It's bad for art. And you know, the only time I'm going at a creative personally is when they are going at us personally. That's the difference. If I'm going at a creative personally, it's because they have done or said something arrogant and disrespectful towards us, which is ridiculous and unprofessional. And so they're going to get an unprofessional attitude from me if they're being unprofessional. But, you know, Zack Snyder generally is a professional. I got no real issue with the guy, but I'm going to critique his work because if he's a professional, he is in the business, right? That goes for YouTube content. You go on YouTube, you're like, oh, I'm being hated on. The mean comments. I'm getting mean comments. Star Fury said he didn't like that I didn't put Sisu on the list. And Star Fury's mad. Well, tough. You know, everyone has a right to critique whatever work is out there. That's part of the deal. That's what you signed up for. You know? So anyway, I just find that funny. They try to shield themselves. They clothe themselves in positivity. It's so funny though, because Chris Stuckman can't not critique, because he's like, well, given that there weren't as many great Marvel movies as there could have been. Oh, are you saying that there were bad Marvel? You couldn't possibly. So he can't even make a rational or consistent case. It's like, dude, this is a bizarre mindset that like, there's no such thing as bad in art. Well, if there weren't such a thing as bad, there'd be no such thing as good. There just wouldn't be. Redoubt says, I've already addressed my grievances with Snyder during last week's stream. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, you could address them again if you want. I don't mind. But the funny thing is, like, that's the meme I was hearing is like, oh, people who hate Rebel Moon just don't like Snyder. And I'm like, well, that may be true of some people. It's not true of me. I had no reason to think that Zack Snyder was incapable of at least I even said on this stream, you can go back and check me on this. In one of my streams before Rebel Moon came out, I said my prediction is it's going to be a 6 out of 10. 6 or 7. That was kind of my prediction. Middle of the road. That was my theory on what it was going to be. I was kind of surprised that it was so bad because I really did think Zack Snyder was better than that. Really? It's just weird. It's just weird. There's a weird thing going on with the streaming movies. Like, it's like they want to make them. It's like they want to make a series, but they make a movie instead. It's like, dude, you got to pick a lane. You cannot take a series and compact it. You cannot take a movie. D+ does the opposite. Disney does the opposite. Disney's like, well, we want to make a movie, but everyone hates us. So we're going to take a movie and we're going to stretch it like taffy into 8 boring, just leaden, glacial episodes. And it's like, oh my God, we have 2 opposites of the extreme. Zack Snyder wants to make a TV series, but he compacts it into a movie, and Disney wants to make a movie, but they stretch it into a TV series. It's like, oh man, they're a piece of work, these folks, man. Star Fury says, I would have gone to a Ben Affleck solo Batman movie in a shot. Dude, that's what Batman v Superman originally was supposed to be. I thought it was supposed to be a Batman movie, and then they turned it into Batman v Superman because they wanted to fast track the Justice League. DC, as dumb as the Marvel crowd is, dude, I don't mean the fans, I mean the creatives. The Disney crowd are even dumber. Like, they're so stupid. Like that, dude, Marvel was going into the shitter. All you had to do was just sit chilly, and just roll out your next Henry Cavill movie, make it hopeful, optimistic, and just slow roll that shit. It's all you had to do. You would have gotten all the market share. All the pissed off MCU, fans like yours truly would have had somewhere to go, which would have been DC. And you know what? This channel, I would have been talking about how, man, isn't it great that we've got Henry Cavill Superman? Isn't it great that these movies are awesome? They couldn't do that because they're still trying to copy Marvel without recognizing that Marvel is going down. Like they're literally trying to copy the Titanic. They're like, okay, what's the Titanic doing? It's sinking by the head. Okay, how can we sink the bow of our ship? That's basically what they did. Hollywood has indefinite amounts of IP to fuck up, says Star Fury. You wouldn't think, but when they go digging up things like Willow, good God. Well, there's one area of creativity in which they excel, and that is in finding new ways to dig up the fossils of old dead franchises to deface and defile. So, yes, Melodic says, you made the captain cry. Star Fury made the captain cry. He's so mean. He's being mean to me. The chat's being mean to me. Star Fury. Well, I accomplished one thing in 2024. Yes, Star Fury's out there, folks. Hey, any trolls want to come in the chat? Look, more than welcome. No content moderation here, but Star Fury's out there. He's out there. All right, folks. We had a good stream. We've had a great stream. Banger stream, if I do say so myself, and I certainly do. And cometh the hour, cometh the man. I don't think that really applies here, but in any case, I think we're moving towards wrapping her up. I love you guys. I really do. Great. Very motivating. I've been humbled, honored to have you here, honored to have your gifts or donations, which mean the world to me. Not just the dollar amount, but the fact that, like, this is worth your time and this is something you support. Well, I am here to step up my game in 2024. And the way I see it is we are building something together. And I marvel at just all the amazing channels popping up everywhere. And they're just so, it's like all these little communities, right? And we're starting to get interconnected, like a little galaxy of communities. Fellowships, I should say. Fellowships. Thank you, Gary. That's a very good change. I like that. Fellowship, not community. And it's fascinating to see how little power the media has over us. So that is to you. So celebrate 2023. Your voice has been heard in ways I could never have imagined possible. You have inflicted defeat after defeat after defeat on woke Hollywood. You have humiliated them at the box offices. You have absolutely destroyed them. The mainstream media has had to admit that you're out there. You, the fans, and you, the customers, and your voices will be heard. And you have shocked the industry by making films like Sound of Freedom defeat the box office king, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. You made Godzilla -1 basically turn an 8 to 10 times profit worldwide, which is incredible for a limited release foreign language film. You have absolutely Five Nights at Freddy's. You know, it's like you showed them that fan service will be loved, will be appreciated. Those are your victories. Those are our victories. We, the fans, we will not be silenced. And it is my honor to share in that mission with you. So Happy New Year to you, my dear sailors and star naughts. Thank you, Star Fury. Another great Captain's Cast. It's what makes Sunday special and fun. And I would argue it is you and it's all of you out there in the chat, lurking, wherever you are. You make Sundays fun. There's no place I'd rather be. I spent Christmas Eve with you. And I'm spending New Year's with you. And now that I need my song on loop, it's not on loop. Oh, jeez. You would think I knew what I was doing around here. There it is. Okay. All right, folks. Well, it's been an amazing time. I thought there's like one thing I was going to go out on. What was it? Oh, yeah. I had this little tweet, this little reply to David Ayer because he was coping about something. What was he coping about? Who freaking knows? Here it is. Oh, crap. Did I? Dang it. I have the wrong link to it. All right, well, that's delay of game. Well, David Ayer had this really cringe tweet about, I really wish that people would be nicer. I wish that people would be nicer. Hang on, I think I can find it real quick. I'm just going to send us out on this. There it is. Yeah, no, it's not that one. Oh, what the hell? I can't find it. Oh, dang it, I just torpedoed the whole stream. You were doing so good, Captain. But anyway, I just said that we, the fans... Oh, that's what it was. He said, I miss that films used to be about magic and wonder, and fans used to want to go see films, and it was about magic and wonder, not about picking things apart, not about critiquing. And I just replied to that tweet that, like, look, brah, I like it when films are about magic and wonder. I agree with you. How about you try making some? David Ayer? Stop whining. You're the professional, not me. So there you go. You have inflicted defeats on Hollywood industry. And if they thought 2023 was their Waterloo, well, now we're going to go for round 2. We're going to go for round 2024. So get ready for it. So that is our show. This is the Captain's Cast. I am Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel, live on YouTube, Rumble, X, formerly Twitter. Please like and subscribe, share the stream. Just tell one person in your life who might like the Captain. He's not everybody's cup of tea, but that one person, that one special someone, get him in here. Just that much can make the difference. So I appreciate you all. And until next time, this is Captain Garrett saying, I will see you out there. That's great. I forgot to loop the video. Well, you get a bonus, Captain. All right. Hey, producer, eject. Steven, get me out of here.